And then that's right. And that only went up to like level 10 for him, but then he was mainly like a wizard, went up to like level 20. So
Mm.
being an ultimate magus, he was able to sacrifice, like let's say like his spontaneous spell casting, like his sorcerer type magic ability. He was able to sacrifice that magic, convert it into meta magic feats, so he could use the meta magic feats for free without having to
Oh
boost it up
wow.
in spell levels at any time. Yeah, so he like, oh, let me sacrifice the level 3 spontaneous caster like spell energy, so I could boost up this level 5 wizard spell or this level 4 wizard spell. And he
Ooh.
and there was like, the spell greater magic weapon that lets you have
Yep.
like a +5 weapon, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had this meta magic feat that he would cast on the entire party. Cyno, um, Valatinum, also Darren's monk.
Mm.
He could do like he could just cast it once, and everybody's weapon was like +5 to hit and attack. All
The
their weapons,
Man,
amount of
everything. Yeah,
damage he
man.
did
yeah.
when
That's
Name Bullet came around,
Oh, and then
Magic
name
Weapon
bullet.
came
And name
around.
bullet. Oh yeah, he was like
We were
Like
talking.
Claudius himself. It's not like he was like there like throwing like mountains on top of people. Nah, he basically his party was doing all that. He helped the party just become more
you,
godlike than what they were already.
But
right.
oh my god, the damage we used to do with cluster shot, bro, it was a problem. It was a
Yeah.
problem.
Stacking on.
It was, man.
Mm.
What was so fun about playing that character is that no any session was never like this like the same. Like because I was able to do with him like
You
whatever I
were
wanted, like
you were
on
able
the
to
spot.
adapt. Right.
I was able to let my creative juice like flow. I'm like, holy crap, this guy got to a point where I could just like whatever comes in my mind, I could make into a reality. That was pretty,
Right.
Whatever
fun.
comes to my mind.
That's, I'm not gonna lie, Claudius is my inspiration when I look for spells for Luna. I'm like, what would Claudius look for right now?
I'm flattered.
Look for right
W
now.
WWCD.
Yeah,
Right.
for real.
I think that group, the Vindicators had
That was
extremely,
it.
extremely good synergy. From the
Yeah.
support to the damage to like, it was very, very
Yeah.
synergetic.
That
It's
goes a
as
long
close
way,
to, I
man.
would have to say they're the closest thing to the Avengers I've ever seen in the game.
Right.
Every single piece of like their
Was doing
puzzle
something.
did worked flawlessly, and you could
Right.
tell that they were put together and work well as a team really well, because the minute you separate them, all of their weaknesses become very glaring. And so
Yeah,
that was always like, and that's always something that Louis always like showed us. Like whenever we were together, we would just we would
Melting
dominate. It
shit.
would
Right.
be like situation like, what do we do? Stop them! And you know that
Right.
scene where like what was it? Was it Age of Ultron? I think when it
Mm-hmm.
was like, what's going on? That the
Oh,
fucking
Baron,
captain Baron Zemo was like, what's going on?
not
Stop
Zemo. It
them!
was Stricker, Baron Stricker.
Yeah, Brian Sticker. He's
Yeah.
like, "What's
Yeah.
going on? Stop them! They're invading the fucking base!" And the one henchman turned around and he was like, "It's the Avengers!" Like what do you
Right.
expect us to do?
What do
Right.
you?
Looked
Yeah.
at his face. That motherfucker said, "What, sir? It's the Avenger."
Fucking Avengers, bro. Chill the
Oh,
But
fuck.
it
bro.
was
he
like that
said
when
I
they
got
that.
together.
a
But
fucking
when we got
9mm,
separated,
bro.
oh god! I mean, even Claudius,
I
it
was
was
dying.
this bad. Claudius and Metsuar, which are arguably two of the strongest characters in the group, those two
Mm,
were together when they got separated from the group, and they got completely washed when they got caught separated. And
mm,
those are the two strongest. Those are the top guys in the group. So
mm.
really, they're
Respect like
really
that.
awesome when they're together.
What they get washed? What they get washed with though? What ended up fucking them up?
Oh, they got jumped by an enemy.
Dragons and shit.
No, it was
I got jumped by a dragon.
enemy NPCs.
Okay.
Is that one
I,
like when Claudius had diarrhea?
That's when I think
I think that's when Claudius
Metsuar,
went to the bathroom.
Claudius or
They
Metsuar
didn't.
went to the restroom.
They didn't get washed though. Like Mesmer was
Right.
able to handle that.
Nah, Metsuar got washed, bro.
Did he? I don't
Yeah, he
recall that.
did. He was damn near out of the fight. They that what was it, there was a
Oh,
Sionicist
I know
that
he
hit
took. Yeah,
him
he
with
took a
this.
lot of damage. I remember that.
He damn
Oh.
near died. I think
It was
this
a mind. It was a mind flayer that did some kind of
he did something where every
science.
time he attacked, he took damage, but he didn't know until after he did it. He damn near took like 1d6 or some per attack. You know, he had multiple attacks. Something happened.
Was
He
that
got
when we were
washed.
was that when we were back inside the bar again? Oh, that's when they were
Yeah,
like outside.
that was the bar fight with that
Oh,
enemy
that was the
team.
bar fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just went on the Shackled City like thing and just looking at the damage we used to fucking do, bro. I wasn't playing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
because
not go there.
I just don't remember like Claudius ever getting hit by more than 10 points of damage. He never got hit ever.
No, Claudius didn't get hit, but Metzor got
Yeah.
washed. Claudius was smart. He escaped the situation.
Yeah, I
And
could see him teleporting or something.
yeah, he held off, and then the rest of the team showed up at the bar, and then the rest of their
Mhm.
team showed up at the bar. We had a team on team fight, and then we washed them. But when you separated,
Mhm.
mm-mm-mm.
Oh, Antonio,
It
keep
wasn't
in
looking
mind,
good.
man. Keep in mind, I'm not saying that Agent One will be the same, but ever since we got to like level 15 plus, and remember, Claudius was a master teleport. He could go through the planes, whatever.
Mhm.
Every campaign we went to when we were like level 15 and up, any quest, there was teleportation magic was the first shit bar. You guys remember that? We couldn't use no teleportation magic at all. I like
Yeah.
it came to the point that we couldn't even summon at least Claudius, he couldn't even summon creatures. I'm like, doesn't matter. That's not really like his forte
Bro,
anyway.
we were benign transpositioning everybody.
We couldn't
Yo,
we couldn't summon. Oh yeah, that was
benign,
gold.
benign
Oh, man,
transposition and alter fate was pretty much the Vindicators Rasengan.
that was the go-to. Benign
That was our
transposition.
go-to.
Benign
Yeah.
transposition. Johnson, what that is a spell. Nah, that was like
Well, he
Claudius'
knows
favorite
because
spell.
fucking Matt
Yeah.
Samuel
I
started
just used
using it.
he just
Oh
started
yeah,
using it.
Yeah.
I say he saved
I,
he saved Rakim's life actually.
I ain't gonna lie.
that's a great spell when you have
Yeah.
target members that are slow. That
I don't
slow.
think I get benign transposition actually.
I ain't gonna lie. There's some. I wanted to kind of retire benign transposition. I wanted to retire alter fate,
To,
and
to not repeat it, right? Because we did it
yeah,
with
just
group
because
chat.
it's such a staple of like one group. It's kind of like I feel like whenever I do it, I'm just biting. But it's so good and so beneficial. It's like how
It's
could
so
you
Like
not?
good,
it's like across the board. It's
especially
one of
when
those
you
feats that go across the board. I get it.
But it's not
You
like
know,
Yeah,
haste. You know what I'm saying? Like haste is like very much
yeah.
right.
Well,
utilitarian. Like it's
like
general.
in our last party, like Watson's character was a knight. Obviously, he's wearing
Mm,
like armor, so his
hmm
movement was slow. He was 20 foot.
Right.
And
She had
then
to get him there.
we have Menswar that's a monk with a high ass speed. So
Yeah, I know how that
usually
life is.
Menswar will be usually the one that wins initiative, go up ahead, do his damage, and then Claudius or Cynthia, the cleric, they'll like, all right, like tag, all right, best one, let's switch you out with Valenum. Now Valenum's all the way in the front. He was like the tank.
And
If
then
he
we'll
has
delay.
yeah,
Basically, we would actually delay our goals depending on because we legitimately had like a
Yeah.
rollout because
Right.
we
That
knew
makes
exactly what
sense.
to do.
Right.
So
Right.
yeah,
we
You
knew
should
Claudius was
absolutely run
going
like that.
first. Claudius
Yep.
knew he was going first. If Claudius went
Mm,
first, he would delay until Metsuar goes.
right.
Metsuar runs in,
See what you need.
and we basically
Right.
do Flying Thunder God. That's basically what it is. It's
Mm,
yeah, he'll go
fucking
in there,
Minato's
massive
Jitsu Flying Thunder
damage,
God.
and then
right.
you would think, oh, he's surrounded. Nope, because then Claudius
Mm-hmm.
will go right after him, switch him
They
Mm-hmm.
out with
actually do
Valenum,
surround him. They're going
Mm,
to surround him
and
because he's just
and
dead.
the,
And
and
then
and
Bladen
Valenum,
teleports in.
Valenum's more well equipped to take on the onslaught, full attack and
Right.
all that,
yeah.
because he had like
Yeah.
Teleport,
activation too. So and full
teleport
Uh,
armor
Bladen
and
them
shield.
in. All the
Yeah,
monsters take their
yeah.
go, whatever. And then
he
We used it for the
oh,
first time on Tuesday, and it was, I'm not gonna lie, it was dope. I can see the benefits of it right away. Because especially when Raheem gets his shit back, we could just be switching places the whole time. Yeah, that can get scary.
so
ah,
then when Valeno gets
y'all,
teleported in because
y'all
he's a
playing
knight,
smart. That's good.
Yeah, yeah.
he has an ability where he could provoke in an area in 100-foot radius, like
Mm-hmm.
everything gets provoked, it has to attack him. So him being
Mm.
teleported in the middle of the enemies, he
It's
kind
like
of
a big ass
draws them into
taunt.
the center. Yeah. And
Yeah,
all the enemies get drawn to the center, and which means they'll
yeah.
be affected by AoEs.
That's
But it
what
was White Raven
that's what
Tactics. That shit saved so many rolls.
Yeah.
White
He used
Raven
to give
Mhm.
Tactics.
people well, Valena on a squad, yo, he's ridiculous. He does
Why
things
Raven
like give people extra
funnel them,
gave you
turns.
like an extra
funnel
buff?
them, and then
Oh,
AoE 'em.
He'd
Hell
have me
yeah.
man. He'd have me full
Yes.
attack, and then I
Uh,
go again, and it man.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Valena
like
was
that.
dope, man. He make people go twice.
Uh,
It was dope, son. It was dope.
that's what we essentially been doing the last fucking since Icarus been hurling the fireballs. We just been grouping them up and then letting Icarus blow them the
It's so
fuck up.
funny because
Right.
originally it was so funny because I originally was gonna plan Icarus to be a support character, and then I was like, wait a minute, the shit I could do with Fireball.
Right.
and
Right.
now I'm casting max damage
Just
fireballs
throw
at
it.
level 8.
Just throw it, bro.
Mm.
Just throw it.
Just throw it. Like I'm able to make my fireballs
Yeah.
15
Yeah.
d6. Like you're
Yeah.
not beating that. You're not beating that.
That's good.
Soon we'll have
That's
like
E-
good.
we'll have
even
improved
even if it
evasion up
passes
there, so
saving
you could
throw,
just
even
drop
if it
it on
passes saving
us, and
throw,
we'll be
still
able
good
to
damage.
dodge it for no
Mm,
reason. Mm,
that'd be nice.
Oh yeah, when I
yeah.
get magic trick.
Mm. It's gonna be real
Oh,
nasty.
magic trick for the fireballs.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it
I seen
into a
that.
concentrated fire, so I can turn it into a
I know.
5.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
What?
actually pretty good. I seen that. Yeah,
and
it's a good
then
Yeah.
combo.
use my bloodline intensity so I can max it out to. I think I could do. I think the only highest is +5.
He was melting shit, yo. He melted. If he
Yes.
wasn't confused, we ran through that hallway again.
Uh,
If he were confused for 6, 7 rounds,
and there's some
I don't even know.
sorcerers too.
Man,
A sorcerer could
We,
spam all day
as
long.
soon as I got
bro,
unconfused, I'm like, that's it. We throwing.
right?
You
They were dead
know,
already though.
I
We
was
lucked
level
out.
8 too. I mean, he could
Hmm.
theoretically use all his level 3, level 4 slots of fireballs if he
That's all I've been doing.
wants.
Hmm.
And then like
Hmm.
That's brutal.
if they're immune to fire, I just change it to lightning.
Yeah.
There you go. Energy at mix. You're using the energy at mixture on feet. Meta magic feet.
Yeah, the elemental spell. Yeah,
Hmm.
Okay, pretty good. Pretty good.
We're all lightninged out.
It's pretty dope.
he be healing while I'm invisible and shit.
Yeah, that's a staple invisibility.
Yeah.
You
So,
gotta
Take
have
yourself off the map, right? That's the
that.
Claudius rule. Rule
Yeah.
No,
of wizardry.
seriously.
What's the
Knowing the
rule
fact
number
that I
one?
can
I
go
heard y'all
invisible
say
and
it. It was
still
like
heal
rule number
people.
one: take yourself off the map.
Mm,
Get yourself out of there.
all right.
Yeah, I mean,
Mopping off the 7th.
um,
That was the next day after you guys got back.
Mm.
Yeah, your characters did stuff that day. That was what we role played last week. Okay,
yeah,
it was that first day.
he did the circuit. Oh, he was in the streets naked.
What?
Yeah. So I think the only
Adellar.
ones I didn't do for that first day was uh Lucian and Luna.
Yeah, that's
Now that was mopping off the 6th that we came back. The next day,
Yeah,
mopping off the
the
7th.
7th.
That will be my birthday on that day.
Yeah.
I should go grab a drink before we role play, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'll be right back.
So I'm about to go scare the shit out this dwarf.
As for looking, what are these scrolls to these? I know Rolf was looking for scrolls too. Steel breath, jealous age, conditional soothing, a lot of witch shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Did some nasty damage on Tuesday. I've murdered 6 ogres. It was kind of fun.
mm,
All right, let's go.
Fun. Caught a lot of 20s. Caught some mean 20s.
mm.
I gotta go
No,
see Dad too.
Tony, you saw last session or not?
I was watching it today, but I didn't finish it.
Yeah, we gotta go talk to the dwarf, and then
Okay.
about these gifts we got from that fucking temple.
Okay.
Nobody else took anything, but we took some. Now we got a fucking quest.
Yeah, yo.
Let's open this map up. We should all took it.
Let's go. Let's go.
So forgot we gotta ask him though. That's we gotta talk to him about finding somebody to take over the Dwarven land. What was the name of the Dwarven lands? That we need somebody. We need to send a fucking heir to Lou.
Um,
What was the quest we gotta
um,
find
the
a
quest
proper
was
heir for?
to find to give message to any dwarves that descend from the original inhabitants of the fallen kingdom of Dardath, of the location of the temple. Should these dwarves be on a quest to um, reacquire their lost kingdom?
What was it, Kenneth?
And
Thondar? Type
so,
that out for me. If I say something reckless.
um,
Oh, Darda. Uh, Fallen Kingdom of Darda.
and no,
Something with
she looked for the rest of them. She that was the only one she was able
anything.
to get a hold of. Luna.
Damn, Delphin suck.
Oh, Delphin? I didn't know she went
Yeah.
straight to Delphin for this.
No, she I that
Yeah.
I'll role
That's
play that one. I'll role play that one. Okay. But if that's the one I found in the guild, the other ones I'll actually ask Delphin if he can find them for me.
You're gonna be close and
I gotta
favorites.
meet I gotta talk to him anyway, so might as well kill two birds with one stone.
Favorite for a favorite. So,
Um, but yeah, so Lucian recalls after being around in Daggerford for a while, he recalls that um the uh the Iron Eater brothers. Uh, he
Um,
clearly remembers the one that they ended up having to get
what was his
having to
name again?
deal with
The
because of
which?
Was it Derb? I always confuse their fucking names.
Yeah,
No,
I was saying like 6 different fucking
Durable and
Dur
Durbin. I can't see which one it
Durval. Which
which
one did he
one.
kill? And Durvin.
um, damn, I gotta open up my fucking. Go back to questionable two.
That's right. That's the one that had the dire ape, right?
No, that's
That
Spank.
that Snake had the pet dire ape. Okay.
Uh,
Fuck.
He was the fucking
Which
the
one?
mine guy, right?
say again, what?
He was the mine guy, the mine
Who?
Vala
dwarf.
Valabar had
Which one?
the the pet dire
Balabar's
apes.
Balabar's Mank. Yeah, that was Balabar's Mank.
Uh,
The dwarves, the dwarves. It was Derwin Iron Eater. He was the manager from that underground mine that we went to. He had like
gotcha.
he had some sort of deal going on with
Okay,
the
that
Event
was
Triad.
Dervin. Dervin was the
Derwin.
Yeah, Derwin with the W,
Durin.
Okay,
Okay,
WIN.
gotcha.
Yeah, he uh yeah.
Alright, so Derwin Island was the one we fucked up. Gotcha.
Yeah, like when we went to the mine there, he owned that mine, and he was leasing it to the even try it down there, keeping it under wraps.
And Dervol is the blacksmith. Gotcha. All right.
Oh, Sophia before, because I know it's been a while. We haven't, we don't play. Well, anyways, like before, when you guys mentioned that you had to do these quests, for the dwarves,
Mhm.
Sophia did also give a name. She did name drop a dwarf that's reliable as well, that you guys could communicate. He used to work at the mine as well, one of the employees.
I posted it on the thing.
The name of that dwarf was what was his name? Randor. Randor. I don't know his last name, but he was
Mhm.
you remember when like Sophia was talking to him and two other humans,
Yeah.
Telia, Ethan, and
Okay. I
Randor.
remember.
Yeah, and I remember he was like lawful neutral. So that's another dwarf you guys could talk to if you guys don't want to talk to this corrupt dude. Well, one of them is in jail, and then the other one is the good
Yeah,
brother, I guess.
the other one's a clean brother.
Yeah, yeah.
But
The
how
one
clean
that
is he
Prophet
really?
spoke to.
How clean is he? We're gonna find out. Okay.
Oh, he was helpful to Rock. So
Yeah, no, he was good. He was good. Yeah.
yeah.
See if he harbored any hate, any ill will towards us
Yes.
for
Who the hell is
dragging his
Dardath?
brother.
Who's Dardath?
That's the name of the kingdom that used to be in the
Yeah,
area
that's a.
the area where
The kingdom
mountains
that
were
used to be where?
drawn.
We need to find a descendant of the fallen kingdom of Dardath to
Oh, okay.
talk to about
That's the name of the kingdom. God.
the
There it is. Okay. All right. So we go to Lucian and Luna, where your characters. Lucian went up to Luna and had told her that he's got an idea of who he's got a good idea of who to talk to find any dwarves that are seeking to regain the lost glories of Dardath, and it's the town blacksmith. Well,
Town
one
blacks.
of the town blacksmiths, the most famous of the town blacksmiths.
All
mm,
right.
Derval Iron Eater, who's also a guild master of the Blacksmiths Guild,
Mm.
making
Maybe can help.
him one of the members of the council as well. So,
Some ways to
high
help out.
political
Damn, this
figure.
is an Icarus.
Yeah,
This is
high
an
political
Icarus.
figure on
I was like,
a
sounds
skilled
like
blacksmith.
I'm like, this sounds like a connection. This is an Icarus. This is an
You're like
Icarus.
wrong character.
Well, on we go.
yeah. Let's go. Let's go talk to him real quick.
And so your characters go to. I wonder if it's located here. Uh, that's the Blacksmith's Guild House. That's not what we're looking for. What we're looking for services. Oh, where is their skin art on here? That would be 88. So yeah, so over there would be the tattoo place. Where is the? Huh, interesting. Oh, no, that's the guild's house. Chromax Smithy, Dervil's Bright Blade. That is the name of the place. Uh, books. I need to open up my north. The north. The smithy is the best and largest of the four that are in town. The back area is full of construction tools created for the building project that Derval and his family have worked on over the years. And the master smith here, Derval Iron Eater of the Iron Axe clan. Been here over a century with his twin brother Derval. Um, Dervin, unfortunately, who is imprisoned.
Mm, fucking
He's
up.
the he's the head of this respected local dwarf family, and in fact, it's the Iron Eaters that have done most of the building in stone around town. So a lot of their work can be seen everywhere. There are claims that he makes the finest swords, spears, and axes from Waterdeep to Baldur's Gate, and his work is quite popular. He leaves most of the construction business, however, to the rest of his family. He's primarily interested in war gear, making fine swords and other blades. Um, even, obviously capable of taking special orders of making dwarven craft items, which are twice the price of a masterwork item. Dwarven craft items are basically like masterwork items, but the item's hardness is increased another 2.
Mm.
Don't forget we're streaming.
Oop,
Oh,
good
I'm like, huh?
call.
Um, yeah, the hardness is up by another 2, and I think it has more hit points. I know the hardness definitely goes up. Um, I guess if you want to know any more information, you're free to roll any knowledge checks if you have them for the region.
Would that be local?
It would be locals, Sword Coast, which Lucian does have. He has it trained. Yeah, he has it at +6.
It's just, ooh, no reason at all.
I don't know what
Let's
Luna
see.
does.
There you
I
go.
don't.
Man,
Yeah, Luna's like,
first roll,
I don't really go out
12.
into town. I just read my books.
Is that +6?
Yeah, +6.
We're not adventurers.
Yeah. 16.
16. All right. The fuck am I still getting messages for?
Let me see. Aberrant feats. Where would they be? Would they be here? Here. Feats.
Um, we got a total of 16. 16 gives you a little bit more information. Um, so Derval, Iron Eater, um, he was originally from Rundarga, which is a dwarf hold that is beneath Mount Illifarn, which your character saw the mountain quite clearly, and you actually got toward near the base of it. In fact, when you were going to the cottage of Luna and her mother, the the pathway that led away from the cottage and towards a trail that would take you to the into the mountain, wasn't too far. Um, he spent much of his life working as a craftsman in Daggerford. They do not just with his identical twin brother Dervin, but as well as their younger. They do have a younger brother, Corin. Um, Daryl is a
So,
married dwarf with 3 sons who also bear his name with honor, and they support a fairly large, for dwarves, extended family with their work. So there are various family members about that are helping out at the forge, and some of them get hired out for construction work. The forges
hmm
and the workshops turn out an endless stream of high quality hooks and clasps, hinges and buckles and shields and gauntlets and spike tools. Word is that Horn's been gone for 20 years, and when asked about it, neither of them have really said anything about it.
what was his name again?
Horn. Um, because dwarves typically tend to be pretty private with their business. So when people poked around about, hey, where's Corin? They're like, don't worry about it.
All right.
Uh,
The fucking dwarf. Mind your business.
Dwarf business. You can relax.
Right. Right.
um, for the most part, Dervil has been largely content with the life that he has forged in Daggerford. Um, to his way of thinking, he can safeguard his extended family far more effectively by placing them at the heart of a well-armed settlement of humans than by forcing them to try and defend their own hold with limited numbers. He is particularly religious dwarf. He doesn't outwardly display, but it is known that in private he is a um follower of the dwarven god Dumathoin, which definitely rings a bell because that was the temple, the underground temple that your characters have
Right.
discovered of the god Dumathoin, the dwarven god who guard the dead and all secrets under the mountain. The dwarven god and patron known as the Silent Keeper, who who is a god known to keep secret the buried wealth and gems below, as well as a dwarven god who oversees the mining activities of the dwarven people, as well as their exploration of things underground. Um,
You cool with Timora? Would I know that? I have knowledge religion.
Relations with Timora, I'm from, yeah, I'm
Would they even pass even cross? Nah, probably not.
relations with Timora are pretty indifferent from what he knows. He hasn't. It's like, they're not like staunch allies, but they're not at all enemies either.
Gotcha.
Hey Lou,
Do you even have? No, no, okay.
Nah, I don't
Yeah,
think
no. So yeah, Lucian doesn't know. I mean, yeah, I can see when it comes to religion, he doesn't know much, but he doesn't
nope.
recall. He doesn't recall, yeah, any
He
sort of
just knows
bad
his
blood
God.
between Timorans and Dumathoan. If anything, they don't tend to really interact a whole lot, but they're not enemies. He doesn't, doesn't recall them being enemies or like super allies or anything. But the the biggest the biggest enemy when it comes to Timora is uh her sister Bishaba,
God.
the the goddess of misfortune and
Uh,
bad luck. The complete opposite.
makes sense. That tracks.
Yeah, Bishaba's the one to look out for. She's a very jealous goddess. She she will make sure misfortune befalls the one who does not give her attention. Those that serve Bishaba are known to serve her mainly out of fear. Make sure that she doesn't send any misfortune their way. So it's not so much as looking for luck, it's looking for not having unluck.
Right. Just don't want bad luck. Can
um,
imagine your whole life with bad luck.
right. And of course, Bishaba's most closest of her servants, such as the clerics and other divine uh, servants, can even please her enough to um, enact misfortune on others through the power of Bishapa.
Hmm.
Uh, Lucian hasn't had to bump or deal with anything concerning Bishaba, but
Nah.
it wouldn't be surprising if in a matter of time something like that might come along. But for now, the when
Fuck,
it comes to
fuck,
Bishaba, she's
fuck
not one of those
around and gave him an
goddesses that are
idea.
like she's not one of those goddesses that would like openly, not especially not in this region, wouldn't have anything like brazenly open temple or shrine. Probably definitely in the underground network. Um, you know, but he's not aware of
Okay.
any influence that she has here in Daggerford, you know. Yeah, there'll be travelers, although there might be a few residents here that probably see her as their patron, but
Uh,
not enough, not enough influence for it to for them to stick out anywhere. And um, he also knows that Derval. Oh, I said that part. Um, yeah, he leaves most of the construction business to his dwarven clansfolk. Concentrates on making the finest weaponry for commissions that come from Waterdeep and even from all the way to Baldur's Gate. Um,
yeah.
he's long served as the guild master of the Smiths Guild and is affectionately known, though not to his face, as the Short Mask among the guild masters of the council. Um, because the council members wear masks to their meetings, although they do this to mimic how it's done in Waterdeep with the Masked Lords. Although the difference is the Masked Lords of Waterdeep, their masks actually magically conceal who they are.
Mm,
Whereas the ones here, not really. And then on top of that, the ones here, the locals who've been here long enough and who talk enough, most of them know who most of the members of the council are. Like they know all the main temples, the head priests of those. They know they're the council members. They know all the guild masters are members of the council. Um, they know pretty much who most of them are. So it's an open secret. Um, but yeah, he's apparently known as the Short Mask. Um, he wears a pair of shoes, a blacksmith's apron, and a pair of leather gloves, dressing up in robe. And he's known to dress up in robe and mask for council meetings. Um, typically closed mouthed, but as he works at his forge, people have heard him say things like, "Perhaps not as good as they made under Illithon, but good enough. Good enough." Um, yeah, he typically when he's not at work, Lucian knows that like he's usually, at his home at Iron Axe Hall or is tends to go to the Smith's Guild Hall to have drinks. Um, so yeah, uh, that's the information that he has and knows and recalls.
all right.
Um, and yeah, he can let Luna know, and they can make their way to the smith
Well, we're on our way.
to
We
destroy the
just
blade. And you get there, and you deal yourself for the as you get ready to deal with inhaling the uh, the residue of the ores being smelted and forged, and to deal with the heat.
mm. I mean,
Almost.
Lucia's a little bit of a craftsman himself, so he's not too. He's not too.
Mm,
He made
Luna's
his
not.
firearms.
Luna's
I
not.
mean,
We
you've been
breaking
over a
we
pot.
he
You've
breaking
been
a
Yeah, that's
over a
what
sweat.
pot cooking
that's not
potions. You cooking? It's
molten
hot.
fucking armor. It's not metals.
That's not the same heat, but hey, it's still something. You're still cooking.
Oh shit.
He goes,
Lucian,
Luna
Lucian
over
was
there
a bit
she's
of
like,
breaking
I
a
into a
wonder
sweat.
why
As soon as
there's.
she enters, you start to feel a little
Mhm.
stifling in here.
She like
Some
coughs a
molten
little bit when
metals.
stuff gets in her lungs. She's like, I wonder why these people's skin are so tough. My goodness, they're
uh,
always in these conditions. Oh, that could
Lucian.
explain why they're really grumpy too.
Lucian laughs. He pops his jacket. He's like, it kind of reminds me of home. Nice and toasty. And he's looking around, and he's like, maybe we should go talk to him about these. And Lucian rolls up the sleeves of his jacket and exposes the braces of accuracy that he's wearing, the gifts from the dwarven guy. He don't really know the name, so he rolls the sleeves up and kind of shows the braces on his forearms and shit. Maybe we should talk to him about these.
Yeah, yeah. Looks like we're gonna be in here for a minute, huh?
Yeah,
I
it's
guess I'll
gonna
get my
be.
one last complaint out. My goodness, this place smells. Okay, I've got it on my
uh,
system. I'm done.
uh, and dwarves stink, but fuck it.
So as you enter the shop, you see a few dwarven workers here. Um, closest one comes up. You can see a young dwarf. Their beards are quite as thick as the rest of them. It's growing in, but comes up to the two of you, arms folded, uh, face smeared with uh soot, and uh, you could see the sweat pouring down.
Yeah, like that you've been working.
Hi, what can I do for you two?
Do you have a drink of water? She's joking. She gives him a smile. Clearly, he didn't find that funny. He clearly didn't find that funny.
You see the dour look on
Lucian,
his face as he's like,
Lucian's
so if
like,
that was your best joke, we have work to do.
Tough crowd,
uh,
Lucian.
mm. And Lucian looks at the small dwarf and he's like, "Pardon me, man. Pardon my friend. He's just not used to heat like this." And he like leans over onto the counter and he shows off the elven bracers, like flashes them like this, and like he's like, hmm, let me speak to Derval.
This
Um,
nigga flex.
so he looks at the
Flex.
braces for a while, and he's like, oh, that's some great craftsmanship that you have there. Oh, so, you want to speak to my father? All right, then let's go. You're
Oh,
lucky.
that's your.
He just finished having a meeting with a prior customer. Uh, yeah,
Mm. And who was that?
you might know him. He's that Kalimverite with the big dog that's known to
uh,
stalk around these lands.
you mean
Oh,
Ross?
depressive friend Roth. Is that who we're talking about?
You know it. You know it. Who else could it be? The saddest orc in all the lands.
The saddest.
He looked like he had a stick far up his arse there for a bit. So I guess if
Uh,
you're dealing with the undead like that, you kind of end up a little bit acting like them, huh? Is that how it goes?
I
One
mean,
would
you know,
think.
he could be a little stiff at times. Yes.
Of all
Yeah.
the things we've dealt with, you would think he'd have a little more pep in his step, but I guess we're wrong with that one too.
Oh, you can't really teach this kind of. You know,
But Bokcha is cute though. I really enjoy
that's a
Bokcha.
good dog, though. Marcha's a great dog.
Father,
Don't
you
insult
have
her by just saying
guests.
good.
They're friends with that Roth fella too.
Rockefeller. That sounds racist.
No, it would have been if he said that half orc, but
I was saying that Roth kind.
Mm,
he said that Roth fella. How to tell if a dwarf really hates orcs when they call them out by
right,
their race or their name? That's the difference.
right,
That
right.
fucking half or that fucking orc blood earlier. Imagine the fucking Tusker. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's the
Mm,
hardcore dwarf races right there.
That's basically the hard R at that
That's
point.
the
Um,
right.
hard R Tusker. Oh shit. Um. Oh, here. Within moments, you see him enter. Walk up to two of you. Who's like, oh, why don't you all just come together while you're at it?
pause.
Wow. He's like, I gotta meet with each of you a little at a
Yeah.
time.
I mean,
Or did your
we
friend
have a
forget
little.
something?
Nah, our friend didn't know something, and Lucia rolls up his sleeve again, the higher, and he clangs the braces together, and he's like, "These look familiar," and he holds them up.
Walks over, leans in and looks at it. And you can see the look on his face shift from analyzing it to a sudden realization um to almost disbelief. And like he puts his hands on it, like he grabs the braces, like
Like,
oh,
whoa,
and he's
whoa,
looking at it.
whoa, whoa! Lucia's like, "Slow down, slow down." He pushes back. Don't touch the merchandise, and he kind of takes a hand. He pulls back a little bit.
He's like, merchandise. Wait, where'd you get those?
uh, well, me and
What
my
about
friends
that?
just happen to be doing some things and searching for some things, and our friend brought us to a certain area, and things happen like that, and we should just kind of being vague, trying to be as vague as possible. And he's like, and we beat something in the temple of your god, the Moin, Dumathoin.
So you went temple robbing, eh? He
No, we
like
didn't go temple
puffs
robbing.
his chest out like
We went temple cleansing. It's a big difference. I'm sure you saw that big ass orc, right?
he does like a
It,
he does like a
there's a
whistle,
whole.
right? He goes like, well, I can't do it, but he does like a sharp whistle. And he's like, "Yes, do tell me the story." And like all the other dwarf workers, they stop what they're doing. It like goes very quiet.
Oh,
Oh no.
Lushin. Luna throws her hands up like,
And you look
Lushin.
around, you see one
Lucy,
dwarf chewing on some tobacco, and he spits. See another dwarf wielding
Ed Lucian,
Lucy,
spread
wielding
our legend.
Lucy looks
see
around.
two dwarves wielding two hammers, one in each hand, and they're just
spread our
standing there.
spread our legend.
You see another dwarf. You see another dwarf hiding around the corner, looking around, like trying to be the
Mm,
stealthy, sneaky one. Like,
mm. Lucy looks around. He kind of. I'm sure my perception would have picked up people
oh
moving.
yeah, yeah. Your perception picked up
Yeah.
like every
So
dwarf that had stopped.
Luna
Lucian,
looks at
Lucian's,
Lucian, her hands on her cross. Yeah, Lucian, how did we get it, huh? How
Lucian's
did
looking
we
at all
get
the
it?
doors moving in position. He's like, he's looking at all the doors moving around, shifting around and shit. He's like, relax, relax, relax. And he emits an intimidating aura. I'm gonna do the little dazzling display real quick.
Love this.
So the
I
pistols
love
come
this
out,
right
and he
now.
looks like,
This is
Nah,
good.
no pistol, no pistol. Just Lucia.
"Ah,
Just it. Oh,
Gavin."
does it have to be with the pistol?
I
I
think
mean,
you'd
I
have
just
to
it's.
do it with the weapon.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. Pretty sure you do.
All right, then I
Yeah,
could.
yeah,
I'll do.
yeah, yeah.
I think it's something.
Yeah, you gotta wield
I
the
think no,
weapon.
no. Yeah, yeah. So
You could just
Lucia
do. You
is
just do your
flash it. I'm a
basic.
flash it. No, I'm a flash. All right, all right. Lucia,
Are you gonna
Lucia
flash
looks
it?
around. Lucia looks around, and he's looking. He sees all the doors moving around. He's like, relax, relax, and he flicks his coat back and flashes the pistol and tugs it up real quick, like he taps it up out the holster. He doesn't fully unsheath, he just makes it jump out the holster real quick, and he's like, relax, relax. It's not like that.
Um, let's
He
We
flashes it.
promise. It's
It's not like that, though. You know us, Derval. You know us. We're not out here moving like that. And
if anyone's to blame, it was for a little quest of my own, and we just so happened that it led us there. Thanks, Mom.
mm,
We didn't
yeah,
come here to show you that we stole it. We came here to ask questions about it. And you're the first person we thought of when we found it.
it was actually given to us
Yeah.
with the under the premise that we helped them find a descendant of the fallen king of I forgot the name, Doodath, and Lucian's like
Doesn't
snapping his
say Dora.
fingers. I don't know Dwarven, so Lucian's kind of terrible with it. He's mispronouncing the words. He's like Doordath, and he kind of mumbles out the words.
So it does. Uh, so he nods and he's like, "All right, everybody, get back to work. You two, come with me to
Nigga
my
about to have them jump
office."
us.
Nah, they was about to get fucking shot.
Let's go. Mission Dora, fucking pop shots. Yo, I'm devastated. Everybody. They're about to show the will of the gods right now.
They're gonna get
It was about to get
the
30
whole town
dwarves.
to be like, "You illusion, dude. He shot up our Smith.
He shot up the Dwarven
You're
Smiths.
about to be a real
We had
gunslinger
a
with a
mass
wanted
murderer.
poster hanging everywhere in fucking
Right?
town." Lucian Bounty,
No,
3,000 gold pieces.
no, I gotta kill. I got now. I really gotta wear the headband.
I got your back. I know you were innocent.
All right,
He's like, "Nah, I'll just shoot their legs.
I just wound him. I just wound him.
I'll just
Nothing
wound 'em."
crazy.
So he's like, "Yeah, you two, meet me with me in my office." All right. So you enter the office, which has see various what appears to be various objects of various craftsmanships, from statues to weaponry to helmets. Some of
Mm,
them look like they come from, most likely, his former homeland. And
mm.
closes the door and he sits over by his desk, looks at the two of you, and he's like, "So tell me this tale of yours and answer my questions."
I mean,
And
it's,
because because this is important to me, and this better not go beyond this room, but depending on your story, I may be able to share with you what I know.
She
So,
goes, well,
yeah. y-
there's one person that might need to know as well, and that's Delphin. He's the one that sent us there and how we got there in the first place. So I'm sure he'd like to know what transpired there if you don't mind him knowing.
Oh. Ah, town wizard. One of them. He's the most famous one. They say good things about him, but no, but he's like, but further hear this now. I'll delve into yourself later.
Yeah.
And so the two of you set about telling the entire thing,
Yeah.
pretty much.
You see Lucian's
Unless there's anything specifically you want to hide, but other than
no,
that,
I
no,
don't mention the book that we found. I don't mention that.
okay.
yeah, no. Other than that, I'll tell us, I'll tell him whatever I know. Lucian doesn't know much. He just knows a demon popped up, his friend disappeared, his other friend got dropped by it, and then 17-foot statues came alive. You see this Lucian just throwing hands around. Just- we'll do a fast forward jump cut
This is
scene.
at
Is
this
Lucian's
moment.
description.
This
Um,
is perfect that Lucian and Luna went because she's giving the clarifying explanation.
He was
Lucian's
like, and then
telling what he
these
knows
big
from
ass
his
fucking dwarven
perspective,
statues jumped out the wall and shit. It was fucking crazy.
and Luna's over there filling in all the
The
necessary
actual
details.
like
Like,
right, which is
so,
very informal.
so,
They're a good team.
page 252. Uh, there it is. Does he have fucking skills? No, I didn't think so. He tried his best to hide his what he's thinking, but kind of sucks at it. Makes it very
Mm,
apparent that he's very interested in what your characters are saying. And that moment, Lucian, you feel as if he's believing every word the two of you are saying. Like he doesn't. It doesn't seem to be any shred of doubt.
mm,
And in fact, you seem to get this feeling that he has there's like a glimmer of a very small, slight glimmer that you could make out from a dour taciturn dwarf, a glimmer of a bit of excitement. Um, the way his eyes seem to quickly flare up at certain parts of the story. And as you wrap it up, he uh he leans back in his seat and he takes it all in and he looks over to a small altar that he has in the corner of his room and you can see elements of his see a stone altar and like a statue of a dwarf holding a gem like in the chest area where the heart would be. Obviously, like a small little shrine area where you could give prayer to Dumathorn. As you look at the statue, he looks back the two of you and he's like, "Well, I'd be lying if I was to say that I wasn't fazed at all by what you've told me. In fact, I'm a bit elated to hear this story. This is good news for my people, and I appreciate you telling me everything. And well, you definitely done my ancestors proud because you come to the right one. You see, my younger brother Corin has been out in the world. He's been out in the world looking
Foreign.
to acquire all the resources and the dwarves that he can. Try and take back the old kingdom of Runegardha.
Mm.
And learning of the location of the Temple of Dumathorn would be a great step in that direction of reclaiming what was lost to us.
There we go.
So this is news that I will gladly deliver to Corin.
Okay.
And he
And where is Corin? We should ask. Where exactly?
last I heard, he had journeyed north to the Silver Marches to speak with the dwarves of Mithril Hall. Where he is now, I cannot say, but now and then I do receive a message, an update, which is always good because it lets me know that he's still alive. I'll be sure to let him know. And all I would need for you is the and he goes over to like a shelf and he grabs like an empty scroll. When you can, get to a cartographer and just have them draw you a map of where this temple is at.
Lucian takes the scroll and tucks it away. And was absolutely. Guess who is the map drawing real quick?
Huh?
Or not? No, I'm trying to figure out who's the map drawer in our clique, but I'll find out when I
Oh,
get back.
yeah, I don't think anybody's got any cartography skills,
I might have shit, I might as well take them.
but he's like,
I'm
you could
drawing
take it. There's
tattoos.
cartographers in the town you could pay to do it.
Okay.
Uh, so he goes, where's this? Oh, okay. He goes, I don't know how I could repay you for this. It seems my ancestors already have. And he like points the uh to the braces that you're wearing, and obviously he already knows about the glowstone that Luna has.
Mm-hmm. Lucian's like, I got one more idea. And Lucian takes the Shadow Star out of his bag and lays it on the table. And he goes, "Have you ever seen this before?"
What did you take out?
Shadow Star, the rifle.
Oh, okay. He goes, oh, I was just about to ask about this. You're not a mind reader, are you? No, no,
No,
no, no.
no, I
So,
could just see you
well,
staring at it. He's like, Lucian's like, no, I could just see you staring at it. And he's smiling. And he's like, have you ever made a scope for something like this before?
I've heard stories of how these work. Never really actually seen one for myself, but just looking at it, and he's like picking it up, it's like checking its weight, looking into the barrel, looking. It's like he's analyzing. Like you could see the
Mm-hmm.
craftsmanship, the craftsman in his gears in his mind twirling as he's like looking at the weapon, and he's
Lucian's like, you like it?
piecing
I,
together
I
like how it works, and
this.
he's like he pops open like a barrel, and he's like, so the smoke powder goes in here. I see, right? Okay. Let
Mm-hmm.
me know if I'm wrong at any point. not too loudly. Let's see. But as you watch him look it over, you can tell that he's just he's it's like he's instantly catching on to like everything about this.
Yeah,
Like
it's simple
um
machinery. Lucia's like, Lucia's like, yeah, it's simple craftsmanship. It's nothing crazy. And
simple.
it's my own design because
Simple.
that's I did make Shatterstar. So
Mm.
The last
Well,
time
that
my
was
Lionel showed guns to people and then Gone came out and for me, I hope this happens the same way too. This is some
I,
God came
bullshit.
and,
out for him.
and, and
He had
God
an
already came.
artifact. It's a
I,
difference.
God already came. Yeah, God already
Yeah,
showed up
God
though.
already got one of God's agents already showed up in that.
Looking for you.
Looking exactly for me.
Because
um,
that gunpowder.
Fuck it. I don't know. So
That worked out splendidly.
absolutely. And
um,
yeah,
oh, so
Lucia,
he goes. What I was actually gonna mention was what I can do for you is see, trained, I'm a trained battlesmith with my people. I can place enchantments in your weaponry and armor.
hmm,
I'll give you a discount for it as well. So whenever you need an upgrade, if you've got the information of what kind you're looking for and the
I have a few
resources for it,
ideas.
I'll be glad to set to work on it.
Hmm. Lucia nods. Goes, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I've got a few ideas. And you can see Lucia
So yeah, he does
slide
have
the
he basically he has craft magic arms and armor, and so he can yeah.
he can do what I
He's a
need.
character. He's
Gotcha.
an NPC you can go to like pay to get work done on like armor or weapon that you want to get worked on.
This man got a contact.
Uh,
Mm. There you go. Yeah,
all
all your
right.
characters succeeded in their quest for the dwarf ancestors. So then Iron Axe.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
We should have some more back to. Guess we all go back to the home base.
Luna
I,
tells Lucian that she's gonna go see Delphin about the book.
and Lucian tells Luna he's gonna go roam around with Ophelia and get the stuff together for Adelar's birthday party later on.
I shall bring something special for the party, but I won't tell what it is. But I think I have a great idea about what I want to bring, and I'm sure that everyone will enjoy it. At least I hope so.
Lucian.
I'm gonna assume that the concoction works well. Here's
Mm.
hoping.
Yes, yes. I have a few ideas myself. I'm gonna run over to the animal handling place. See if I can't get some weird shit for Adelar
This
to
man
play
about to
with.
make a whole circus. At the Ringling Brothers and shit.
All right. Yep. So it's easy.
All right. Yeah. So I guess next up that your characters sound like they have on the agenda is setting up a party for Adler. So yeah,
I'll do
Sophia
party
went
later.
about and put word out wherever she can, um, and you guys met up together with Lucian and Luna, and
Luna's not there.
oh, Luna's not there. That's right.
She went to Delphin.
Oh, okay. So you go to Delphin's tower. Go to his tower. and you knock upon the door, and in moments the door opens, and there Delphin stands before you. Only this time, under different circumstances.
You
Instead of seeing him as the doting mentor, you now are privy to the fact that he's your long lost father,
You're his fruit of his loins.
she
and he's like, "Oh, Luna, I wasn't expecting you." Uh, he's like, he opens the door. He's like, "Please, please, come in."
totally walks into the room. She sits on the couch and she pulls out her bag, doesn't say anything, and she puts the book right on the coffee table. And then she and Onyx look dead at him, look straight at him. And they both go simultaneously. So this is what we found.
He grabs it and he takes a look at it, and he's like, "This looks like a book of the black. Is it a copy or the real thing?" He's like, "Have you looked through this?"
Can only read so much of it. I had to have help. Kind of why I brought it here because did you did you not know that this was there, that my mom was hiding something like this?
No, there were things she didn't tell me for my own safety, according to her. Yeah, I could have just placed an enchantment on her and made her tell me, but that wouldn't have been the right thing to do.
Kind of like
As badly as I wanted to, I do love and respect your mother.
she crosses her hands or her she folds her arms and she doesn't look like displeased but like kind of inquisitive, and she goes, well, have you has the term the stellar key mean anything to you?
The other key? No, not quite.
Well, that's basically what mom has been protecting, and this essence of Star is separated from herself, and I guess we are meant to protect Stellar Key from basically finding, giving that piece of Char back to herself and becoming full again. I went there looking for answers from my mother, and I guess I got them. I got them, and I kind of want to say that I'm sorry for being so hard on you because it looks like you were just as much as in the dark as I was. I was just There's a lot to take in at the time, and I guess now I know. Now we know my mom wasn't a terrible person. She was really just doing it to save really both of us, especially me. And I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry too. I I've had to wrestle for years whether to just come forward, and I never did. And maybe it was because it wasn't the right time, but then I realized, well, when is the right time? And then it showed up, and I'm sorry it couldn't have been sooner. I wish it was.
I thought about it a lot. Um, and I guess in this weird way, I kind of am happy you didn't tell me because the things that I've learned on my own and the experiences that I now have, I've never would have gone traveling and adventuring and these things that I've never would have done. Um, if I had a home to call my own, really, in this weird kind of convoluted way, I made my own, and to add you into that is I guess rejuvenating to know that I have another person that I don't know. I feel like I'm rambling at this point, but basically I'm saying that it's good to have you here too. And now we have a plan or something that we have to work towards, and that's at some point Gillymog is gonna come back, and I think this time I'll be comfortably ready. I don't think I'm done with her just yet. Maybe maybe this means that told Sophia about everything with Shar and my connection and my research on uh shadow weaving, and I've learned that maybe my ties aren't to Shar but for something else to combat Shar, to 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 coincide with someone who has battled her and have fought her. And maybe that's where my alliance lies, or I guess my faith lies. It's it's scary, but maybe Mistra's not for me. Maybe I've been following in Sophilia's footsteps so long that I haven't really made my own.
Very, very wise introspection that you have there, Luna. I agree. And you're not alone. Not only do you have your comrades, you also have me and any magical guidance that you seek or need, any knowledge that you require. You can count on me. You can also count on me to be there for anything else. I've missed a lot. There's a lot of we still have time to make up for that loss.
Think we might need that sooner rather than later because Ophelia and I are going to tell the order about my research into the shadow weave and how I've been plagued with Shar for so long. And I don't know how that's gonna go. Sophilia's optimistic, but I can't say I really am. I'm scared.
Well, worst comes to worst, if I have to spell battle against Mistrins, and so be it. You are my
Let's
daughter.
go.
But I don't think they would be as I don't think they would be so cold-hearted as that. He goes,
I think
"Oh,
having you and Sophelia to vouch for me, I think I have a better chance of at least keeping my head on my shoulders than the average witch that would come through and say such things.
you'll be safe, Luna. I can promise you that." He goes, um, "Although I did receive word recently, it's not so much the Knights of the Mystic Fire you'd have to worry about. I've received some news from Algida about a visitor she's had. If you're going to Waterdeep, I recommend you to stay far from the Knights of the Blue Moon. It's a small order, and they're headquartered in Waterdeep. But let's just say that he's like, let's just say that this order won't be as kind to any sort of relationship you've had or once had with Shar. And like then he sits down and he tells her about the order, pretty much the same information that he gave to Sophelia, that Elgita gave to Sophelia about them. Um, so he goes to Luna, he's like what the order does and believes is of their own um what's the word I'm looking for? It's an isolated thing. It's not something that backed by like the main Church of Mystra or even the main Church of Selune. It's it's this it's this outlier group that using the worship of these two deities, and their main goal uh is to discover and destroy any and all plots dealing with Shar. Zale is the most zealous of them all, being a leader. Um, but yeah, he tells her that Zale himself had came and spoke with Elgita. It didn't end too well.
Is he asking about
So
me?
I believe um he goes, she has informed me that Zale was curious about you. He
Oh,
doesn't
it kind of
know he doesn't know what you or Sophelia, I'm sure, who was talking to who has probably already talked with his superior. But Zale doesn't know about. All he's learned is your past affiliation with the Night Sisters. As for everything else, he's unaware. And we're gonna
she,
make sure that stays that way.
she puts her hands on her face. She goes, so convince to teach Sophelia how to lie. Got it. Because she has a hard time keeping secrets that involves her lying. Got it. Okay. Well, I feel
Well,
like
to Sophilia's credit, she doesn't ever have. She doesn't. Uh, her dedication is to Mister and the Knights of the Mystic Fire. Sophia doesn't ever have to worry about giving any information to the Knights of the Blue Moon. So her her duties are not to that order. In fact, she can stay as silent as she wants. You have no worries there.
I feel like since Zale is asking about me, I feel like I'm in one way or another gonna be. I would bump head. I will come in contact with them regardless if I'm going to Waterdeep. And
Well, Waterdeep's a
not to
big city, and a lot of things are happening there all the time. Zale's probably he's left recently, so most likely he's got other business matters to attend to.
hope so because she looks at Onyx because there's kind of a shadow elemental following me. That's really hard to explain to people who are familiar with familiars. And he's not one of your common familiars.
He goes, no, but it's quite an interesting one. I see you've found your way of tapping into shadow magic without ever having even to be anywhere near elements of Shar or the Shadow Weave. Commendable.
I will say this because actually I have two things. Number one, this is me formally inviting you to Adellar's party that's happening soon. Please don't be weird. And
Oh
don't tell
no, of course
anybody
not.
that you're my father yet. I'm not ready for
I
that.
may have to pick his brain about how his magic works, though. I'm
Ugh,
still fascinated by.
it's a party.
Okay. It's it's my
She wants to
career.
give you the she wants to give you the dad.
All right, I'll try to just loosen up and have fun. Can't promise anything if I'm drunk, though.
But besides that, as time progresses, one of the things I want to look for. I'm certain that my mother's not the only witch that usurped from Shar. I want to find others. I know they're out there.
Other witches of the Night Sisters,
Maybe,
or just
or
witches in
just those that
general?
have, or maybe those have had some sort of influence that, but have, steered clear of it.
I see. Well, if there are any other witches that have been tempted by Shar and the Shadow Weave, it'll be quite a task to find one, let alone many. For Shar is a goddess of the secrets after all, and they stay best to keep hidden within the shadows and within the darkness.
She kind of ruffles her hair and she goes, "Well, they don't call me a bookworm for nothing."
He goes, yeah, yes. And that's the part that definitely came from me. And he like motions over to his library room where he has all his material. Free for you to use, of course, whenever you want. So you have access to Delphin's library. He goes, ah, well, before you go, one more thing. And he waves a hand as an unseen servant brings over a collection of uh brings over like a satchel, and in it is like a collection of some note. It looks like, and some of the more curious items that your characters have acquired from way back during the Whispering Karen. Um, he goes, "This here is a collection of the notes, my research, my uh, the material that you all have collected from the Ebon Triad, as well as the relics that you've acquired from the Whispering Karen. In particular, the this horn and the diadem and the what was it? Was it like a scepter? Something he told you that would has the ability to like control a sphere of annihilation. But he's like,
Yeah.
this is the material I have collected ever since, and this can be brought to when you go to meet with our old colleague in Waterdeep.
Okay.
Um, I gotta get his name because I forgot the name. The name is Dagsum. 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 Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Dagsum. Yeah, an old colleague of his, a human wizard, who is he tells you Daxam, he originally hails from Port Lost. Or, so his original home is that's where he was originally from, and uh he and I he's had a brief apprenticeship at the Tower of Twilight, Malcor
Harpel.
Harpel. Yep.
I love how
And
you do the of Twilight.
he goes, of course, the two of us, being the wizards that we are, time has eluded us quite easily. Let's say it's been about 25 years since I last spoke to him. He had moved to Waterdeep to try and make his fortune there. Uh, but he's had a brief adventuring career just like myself, and he gave way to that, and he's worked in Waterdeep as a tutor to other mages and spellcasting services as well.
Hmm. So, do you think it's possible? I'm going to guess it's possible for me to inquire such wise wizard of some of their knowledge of spells that I might be able to use. It adds to my own repertoire. Is that what I'm hearing, Delphin?
Daddy to you.
He
Possibly,
doesn't get that
possibly.
title yet.
Possibly, yes, yes.
He has to save my life first. Just like any old anime. Dad?
He did save you.
Shut. Doesn't count.
When that one witch attacked you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think made an illusion of like Sophia, and you went out, and then there
Yeah,
was mist, and then she
she
started,
almost suffocated me. She almost strangled me. Yeah.
strangling you like.
Oh, we got a score to set on that bitch.
Got a couple.
We got a couple. Let's go.
I still gotta pop that fairy boat. The
Before
boogeyman.
before Luna leaves, she gets up. She asks number one. My mom wants me to keep this book, but I'll be honest, there aren't many
Gotta
safe
pop that
places
out.
I can keep it. So it only makes sense if I leave it here. Can't leave it at the tower while I'm gone.
Yeah. You don't want this to fall into the wrong hands, especially the Sharns. If what you've told me, from what you've told me, that is one powerful secret.
But that means you also have to do your research. I'm giving you homework about the Stellar Key and the Pale Lady, because all of this is connected to that book.
And it's even further connected to this Age of Worms, because they seek to bring forth Kius, but only to steal his power.
Vet told me a few months ago that my friend Adellar would be such this important grandstanding thing. I'd laugh at you because he's kind of like, out there. But you know what? I'm glad because I get to protect someone that I deeply care about. If anything, he showed me that you can be alone but not lonely.
Yes, as adult as he is, he he says quite some. He has quite the most profound of quotes now and then.
That's a charm. I know. Also, lighthearted, she kind of like pulls this crumpled up piece of paper out and she kind of like hesitates for a second. She kind of looks at Delphin. There's like this second, like this brief second of delay, and she kind of like folds it up in its crumpled manner and places it on the table. She goes, I don't want to do this, and by all means, I can supply the funds when I have it, but I could really need help you finding these scrolls that I could use later.
He looks
When I get the
over,
money, I can totally help you, pay for it. It's no problem. But like right now, I desperately need them.
he chuckles, and he looks over your notes, and he's like, "Oh, wow, fascinating. You know, we definitely need a long talk about witchcraft because I've always wanted to learn more of the secrets and details, and it's fascinating. This these patrons that witches have adhered to in order to receive their magic. I find it all fascinating. Just as
I have
fascinating as just as fascinating as Adler's magic. This is the kind of magic that the two of you have. Although yes, the witches are more common than the kind that Adler kind of magic user that Adler is. But they tend to live on the fringes of society or and keep to themselves usually. But witchcraft has been around for millennia. And because so many mages tend to congregate to to the kind of magic that's more publicly available, such as wizardry, or to magic that they have no choice because they're born with it, such as sorcery. He goes, witchcraft is definitely something I would, he's like, I wish to learn more of. And as he's looking over, he's like, yeah, some of this magic, these notes that you have taken, the I see pieces of the formulas that you've written down. You have a good idea of what you're looking for in these spells, huh? A couple of these are quite interesting. All
Lily
right.
clearly now has a big head from this entire thing, kind of like tilts her head up. I do like to say I like to call myself the the altar of fortune. because of my skills and changing the way reality works. And I'll be gladly to teach you the ways of witchcraft, oh great wizard Delphin. Clearly, this is a part of your skills that you might be lacking.
Well, I don't know if I'd practice it, but I definitely want to know a lot about it. Just like I'll be glad to teach you and raise your skills and your spellcraft.
She
For
kind of
there's a
like
lot that I can teach you with that, and your
she
knowledge of the arcane.
there's like this tingle, there's like this twing of this star tingle in her ear, her eye. And she kind of like extends her hand, like she goes, "Well, it is pleasure doing business with you. But you have a deal.
Deal it. And
Now, don't be late for the
so,
party. I have to go make a special concoction for tonight, and I shall see you later." And as she walks to the door, she takes a step, hesitates, and she turns over her shoulder, goes, "See you later, Dad," and then she leaves.
the a gleeful smile flashes upon his face as you leave, and now you make your way towards town to get the materials you need for whatever the concoction is that you plan to make for the
When
party
I
in.
finish, everybody gonna be making fort says they'll be drunk as shit. I'm calling it right
As
now. I'm gonna make
Ophelia
fire
is
alchemy rolls
spreading word
right now.
and Lucian, looking around to get, uh, see what, he's going about through the taverns, and other places to gather up the kegs uh, and the handlers
Yeah,
affiliation to see if he can, if there's any,
gonna
I guess,
bring the animals. I guess,
creatures to
rare.
bring over to for the handlers to bring over. Basically, you're paying the handlers to bring them over to show off and for the evening.
Mhm.
Now, I won't go into crazy detail, but I'm going to pick a number. How much this costs?
Yes. Oh,
Um,
just one of the little squirrel. Just a three-eyed squirrel, dude.
um, okay. Mead by the gallon. Four pieces. Ale by the gallon. Okay. Trying to get a good number of. I know your characters are trying. They're gonna be making sure there's food there. They're gonna be making sure there's drinks. They're gonna be making sure there's entertainment. Um, I want to say probably like 50 gold pieces.
So Philip will contribute to the pot.
Yeah.
I would say
Put it
50 gold pieces. Yeah, because which is a lot to a lot of people in town, but that's to the commoners, and your characters
right.
aren't commoners, so so when a commoner hears of somebody throwing 50 gold pieces for a party, they know that shit's gonna be crazy. Your characters are like 50, yeah, we can buy all this. The food and stuff, and like the keg, we're talking like we're talking what, uh, like 5 gold pieces there, um, and then like paying for like and musical entertainment. It's not like they take a ton, unless they're like fucking super legendary or whatever. But what's his name is in town. Um,
Oh, that
uh, Seder
is that
dude is
guitar player.
Seder. Well,
The,
Lucian knows you can always get Jansen from the tavern,
right.
just like he did last time. and the satyr is what his name?
Brave Dash? Was it Brave Dash?
No, Brave Dash was the Hypsel.
Mm.
He was the Hypsel.
Oh yeah, the hype stuff.
The little antelope looking fey creatures.
Hmm.
I don't know if I wrote this down. See, I have his son's name is Far Night though. So he's the witch with the fey. He's the fey line, the witch. Um, but I forgot his father's name, and I know I wrote it down somewhere. But anyway, he's in town. Um, so yeah, paying for that entertainment and then paying the animal affiliation. You know, I'd say like to bring the animals. Yeah, I'd say about 50. You know what? Maybe like yeah, I'd say like 50 gold pieces. Definitely 50 gold pieces. Nice even number. Um, so with yeah, so your characters, yeah, went about uh spent a lot of spent the other half of the day, I would say, definitely um discussing finding each other and discussing with each other what's going on at the tower and paying off the service folk of the town 'cause, they're gonna be
I'm gonna roll an alchemy check.
you're gonna be paying for somebody to come deliver the stuff. Well, you'll be paying for the
Mhm.
stuff, and then they're gonna deliver it, and then basically you're getting shit set up. There's gonna be people.
And I want to
Have,
do it for free.
I
Come
said
on,
I want to do it for free.
we can get the price knocked off with a charisma crew.
I could say yeah. With your group's charisma, instead of 50, we could drop to like 35.
Yeah.
21. What's
That's for the drink I'm making, and I wanted to roll if I messed it up or not.
what is it exactly? We got the DM sitting here like, what the fuck?
It's just an alcoholic beverage. It's nothing special, but like
Oh,
this is
okay.
Luna's
I thought it was
first
like
time
a
ever making it.
okay.
Moonshine.
Yeah, so this is like RP wise, this is Luna's first time ever making something like this. So I wanted to roll an alchemy check to determine if she was able to follow the directions accordingly and make it okay.
Oh, okay.
If that makes sense.
Okay.
People about to go blind to that shit.
If she using alchemy to brew this shit. Just call it witch's brew. So it's like,
For real.
um, well, with that check, she made a concoction of a drink that's gonna
That's not even including the +4 confidence bonus.
that's gonna be a hell of a drink. Everybody's gonna want some. Um, all right. So then, yeah, your characters, or better yet, I mean, because if Adam's gonna be at the tower, you probably don't want people coming in. You probably would give them all a time to deliver the stuff. They're gonna be delivering kegs and cooked foods and like a catering service, pretty much. Um, but I guess, yeah, Sophia had gotten Adler, off the street, distracted him for a while. Um, in fact, he's probably keeping him busy while everybody else is getting things set up.
Hmm.
And then it's, yeah, it's that time to bring him back to the tower. So far, Luna, since you're at the tower, and Lucian and Roth and Mockjaw, who's ready to eat a lot of the whatever people drop on the floor if they ain't paying attention. She
We
about to
feed Mockjaw.
she about to eat good too. Um oh, wrong one. Yeah, it's this one. So the big names that are currently there. You got Drayton and Addie and two other members of the old order monastery that have um been just as patient as Drayson and um aiding Adellar for quite a while. Um, a human man and his sister. Um, Halbrick and Haveen. Oh, I spelled that wrong. It's supposed to be B. And then you got Brahm and his crush, who's officially now they're dating, Sylvia.
The crush, who's officially did. This man got a
They,
whole
they...
life going on.
Brahm and Sylvia. Um, Brahm's the Brahm's dad wants to show up. You got the leader of the Temple, Baragon, Blue Sword. He's like,
Tempest.
I feel like partying too. Sounds like a great guy. And Calden, Durin Bold. And then of course you got Delphin, uh, Bando. Bando's uh he's going out his way to show up. He's gonna have somebody else manage Fair Fortune Hall while he attends this party. And then you've got several yeah, Sophia, yeah, with that check, Sophia managed to talk to several members of the guild, Sorcerers Encapsulate. And he's got Elani, Barnithos, Fembina, Linard, Tennyson, and Gakawa. All these got several members that are like, yeah, we'll be there. Jansen's going to be there, the bard, the local bard in town who likes to go to Lady Luck Tavern a lot. He's going to be there. As for the animal affiliations group, they've got several they've got I guess the money that you guys put forward, yeah, they'll gladly bring an assortment of animals that they have there that they've been caring for, um,
To eat?
or that they've been rehabilitating.
To pet.
She said to eat.
Oh.
And it's all sorts. It's different birds, different birds of, as well as birds of prey. Is uh various sorts of reptiles and snake. Um, there are these little mammal creatures that are similar to chipmunks. They're called berry gobblers. Um, they've got they've also got a bloodhawk and and a giant skunk, which does not have its scent gland, so nobody's gonna be getting sprayed. But a giant skunk, like this thing is uh, it's, I think it's is it medium size? I gotta check the size, but yeah, that shit is big. Um, as well as they also have it's not a fully grown, it is a juvenile, but it's called an acti. Um, I guess picture like an ostrich, but the face instead of instead of a beak, it's like its beak is like very sharp and like it's called an axe beak. It's got a axe like appearance to it. Um, it's a juvenile one of that. A rather ugly looking rat-like creature called an osquip. Uh, Matt probably remembers those motherfuckers from the Monster Manual. Where you go to the
Yeah,
rat section and you see
it had
that
that big ass buck
yellow
teeth.
rat with the fucking butt teeth. I'm like, what is that?
Dude, the tooth weighed more than the entire
Oh
rat
my
did, son.
God,
That's
yo.
crazy.
they got
Yeah.
one of those there.
They do. Oh, that's godlike.
Yeah, and uh, and a red tiger, and the most famous one of all
Wait,
here
wait.
that
So it's a red tiger, meaning its stripes are black, or is the stripes red and the tiger's main fur is like normally brown?
uh, it's a tiger breed that's found in the north. It's
Because if it's red fur with black stripes, that shit is crazy looking.
it's called a red tiger because oh shit, what book was oh okay.
That would be insane. That'd be dope to see. I could only because it's so akin to something in real life, but the color swap is so jarring. Red with black stripes,
Oh, there it
the
is.
size
Red
of a tiger.
tigers.
That shit is cool, bro.
It is a variety of tiger that's common in the north. They are also known as snowcat. Their coat actually changes with the seasons. It is rust red in the autumn, which it is now. So,
Oh shit!
Hmm.
but
So it is red.
the coat does change to a dappled white during the winter, and then a golden brown in the spring and summer. But
Mm.
since it's autumn right now, its coat is a rust red in color.
Well, what color are the stripes? Or is that just the main coat?
I think that's the main coat, so the stripes are probably black.
That's cool, son. That's cool.
Um, but yeah, they're very common in the north region. Sometimes they're seen very not. It's uncommon to see them in the region you're at, but further up north, they're definitely a lot more common. Um, common enough that there's an Uthgard. One of the Uthgard tribes has the red tiger as a totem.
That's right.
Yeah, the red
They
tiger
have
tribe.
so many different Off-Guard tribes. Some they got the Black Ravens. They got
I
the
think there's
Red
like 10 of them.
something Wolf.
There's 10. I
There's a
think there's
bunch of
10.
them.
There's 10 tribes in total, but like two of them went extinct. I think blue bear and blue
There's a
bear and I
stag
forget
or
the
the
other one.
elk or something.
They're very common. The elk tribe's common.
Mm.
Yeah, there's elk. There's black raven. There's gray wolf.
That's
Uh,
what was Grey
yeah,
Wolf.
gray wolf tribes. That some of their barbarians have are actually werewolves. Red tiger. Maybe it
I
was
remember
wolf.
looking into them because of Wolfgar. When I made
Golden
my character
eagle.
like
Yeah, gold eagle. Ghost. The ghost father tree. The ghost tree.
Ghost Tree.
That's what it was. The ghost tree tribe.
Yep. Oryx from Ghost Tree tribe.
I think the smallest one is the Thunderhide. The Thunderhide tribe. That's the tribe where their totem's like
The
a
dinosaurs.
dinosaur. Yeah.
Is this so? Yeah. I remember them dudes. How much
Mhm.
lore and forgotten realms, man.
Yeah. Oh, the Great Worm tribe is another one. I think the Great Worm's supposed to
I
be.
forgot about that one.
That's another rare one. They're all the way in the northern, up against the spine of the world. Think. I don't know what the Great Worm's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be a Remoraz. I know
I
they
would
have
think
to.
so. Being
Yeah,
far north.
I think it's a Remoraz. Or I gotta look because they have like images of like the totems, and I think the Great Worm one is supposed to. I think they have it looking like a dragon. I think though, but I don't know. I have to look more
Then
into
maybe
it.
it's the white worm if it's a
Yeah,
dragon.
I have to look more into it because that's one that didn't get really detailed a lot. Black Lion's another one.
Yeah, I remember that one. I had a cool symbol for that one.
I probably named all these motherfuckers already. Sky
I think
Pony.
I think there was
Sky
one that had
Pony's
to do with
another.
a
Sky
horse.
Pony's another one. Yeah,
Sky
Sky Pony.
Pony, Sky Pony. Now we got all
Um.
of them. Sky Pony.
All right. But and yeah, and the final one that they have there, they've picked its a broken wing that it had. It healed over, but it decided to hang around and stay. So it's kind of like a mascot to the place. It's a Tressum. Tressums are they're the very intelligent flying cat. Cats with wings.
I could have sworn someone had it as a familiar before.
That's dope.
It was Flynn. Flynn had one.
Cat.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't
That's kind
crazy.
of cool.
Gotcha.
Cat with rings. They're very common in I think they're more common in Cormier because Cormier they hold cats to be sacred in that land. So you see a lot of
Mm.
crystals in that area. But
I feel bad for birds. Cats flying. Jesus Christ. They got
trust
no
me,
escape.
they do the things cats they do the things cats
None.
do, but they're like on
But they
top of that,
fly, bro. That's
but
the
they
problem.
fly, and then on top of that, they're like super intelligent. They got like 12 intelligence, I think, or something like that.
Oh damn, dude. This place should have no mice ever. Like it should
It's
be
like blink
rodent
dogs.
free.
Blink dogs are the same way. They're these magical beasts that like
I think dogs are worse, bro.
they're
They can
canine
teleport.
in their behavior, but they fucking have intelligence of 10. They're as smart as a fucking human.
I can
I think you have to
summon
get like
dogs.
improved. If you get like the improved familiar, I think you get like a bent dog as a familiar.
I think
It's like
yeah, I think you can. I think
uh,
yeah, some sort of feat I think can give you a blink dog as a familiar. Um,
they're kind of cool.
yeah, so that's all the creatures they
Well,
can bring over.
that's awesome, dude.
So they'll be arriving at the appointed time. And so I guess your characters can role play presenting this to Adler however you were planning it.
I don't know if we even really have a place. Let's drag him back in the house.
Just bring them so like bring them to the tower and just and have it as like have like things already set up there
Everything's
and it's like a
set up.
surprise.
Yeah.
So then all right,
Yeah.
so then
You guys see
Well, I mean, Adler, I think was in the
So he was in the
in the
square, right?
process of trying to get this tattoo, right? So I mean, he would
yeah,
have to
so
go
he's
He
definitely
would
down
have
to
gone
tattoo
get
in
shop.
his
there.
Actually,
Right.
tattoo
yeah,
shop.
Sophia, yeah, probably yeah.
So during the
I
time that
remember
he's
she
getting that
distracted
tattoo,
him, and then he probably told her, "Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be getting my tattoo work done." So she's like, "Let's go there
hmm
then."
right? So while he's getting his tattoo, which will take
Uh,
hours, you guys can
yeah.
set up because he's getting it all done in one shot,
Yeah.
So he's at
and it's being
Barbershop
done on
now.
his tongue. So it's not exactly a wham bam thank you
Yeah.
man kind of thing.
does that mean that it
So
became
I
his
mean, he
if
gonna be
he had it
talking
on his
like this,
tongue?
Yeah.
Yep, it should be
he gonna be
fun.
talking like his tongue got burnt.
Yep,
So,
it's gonna be
Magically
awesome.
healing.
okay, so guys,
Yeah, there is. Yo, that's true. There's magical healing, Lou. Immediately, like, just drink a potion and bam.
well, yeah, you guys can
Mhm.
do that. Durf doesn't have
I
that
forgot about
service, but
that.
you guys
Earth
can
doesn't
do
Mm.
have
that.
that. That's godlike. Yo,
Yeah,
tattoos are instant. It's
Durf,
dope.
that's for Durf to do that, he'd either have to do it himself, which he would only be able to do a certain amount of times per day. He's not a cleric, but or he'd have to get it paid for, and it's not a what's the word I'm looking for?
I guess
it's not
tattoo removal will work the same way, right?
it wouldn't be cost effective. That's what it would
Yeah.
be.
Tattoo removal will work the same way, right? Pretty painful, but you scrub the tattoo out and then heal. Yikes.
I mean, for something like that in a world like this, you could probably get it alchemically done.
Mm,
An alchemist could be like could probably craft something where they pour in the tattoo and it dissolves the fucking ink underneath or whatever, something like that.
mm,
Wouldn't, I could we can make up,
mm. Trying to make it a less painful process. Someone sat down,
right.
thought about it, like, yo,
Or a
let's
a
not do this
magic
anymore.
I think a magic user can do it with with an erase spell, I think.
An erase? Yeah, erase should work. It is
I think.
ink. It's just underneath the skin, but yeah, I think I don't know. That's true. Because the ink is underneath the surface of the skin. If it was on top of the skin, then erase should work.
I'm thinking that.
It's underneath. I don't know.
Mm.
I think the alchemical process is better because that's an applied like thing that like could seep into your skin and then get underneath and then make the ink disperse.
Yeah, well, it says non-magical writing. I don't know.
Mm,
I don't know if there's a. I mean, it says writing. I guess if you had a tattoo of text, but if it's just an image, I don't know. I don't see it as a
Yeah,
big
like
deal.
if it was painted on,
If
let's say you got
erasers are
like
yeah
paint, like someone, oh, I'm gonna cast someone like wrote something on you, then yeah, but like
right,
tattoo, it's a little different.
but I would say yeah, there's definitely an alchemical process that could handle that if you would try to get it removed.
Yeah,
Um,
because they got alchemical processes for birth control already. So if they got that going, they
right.
got
All right. So then,
Nara root.
yeah, your tattoo gets done, and you're like, oh, which I'm sure Sophia is like,
Yeah, heal me up.
let's let's have it so you can actually talk. Just the little lay on hands.
Since the
Pull this top.
tattoo, since the
Yeah,
tattoo is like almost like an injury because you're scarring the
Right.
skin.
Right.
When it get healed, wouldn't it like get rid of the tattoo? Because it's
Well, the
like
ink's there.
the ink
Right.
stays there, but wouldn't like the actual tattoo dissipate?
N- No, because the ink's already there, and what you're actually waiting on is for
flesh to heal around
the
it.
flesh to heal around it, because it's all tender and painful.
Oh,
Right.
After you get a tattoo. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
oh,
it
so you
wouldn't
would need to get healed
the
and
ink will
then like
still be
the
there.
erase
If you
spell.
lay on hands, you'll just heal it so that he doesn't feel pain on his tongue and it's healed over and he can probably actually talk better. But the ink will be there. It won't get rid of the ink.
Yeah.
Mm.
Um, so yeah.
Just like if something were to be put inside of your body and it causes your injury to enter, but you get healed, it would still be in there. There's some creatures that like impregnate you with things like slads, where you have to get a specific heal spell to get rid of that thing that got put in you. Just healing the damage over doesn't get rid of what is inside of your body. It just heals the damage done to it. So that's a good example, pretty much.
Mm.
Right. After Sophia does that, Sophia, you're ready to bring Adellar back to the
Open wide.
watchtower.
Luna
Ready to
is
bring back the
is fashionably late.
All right,
So
Sophia.
she
You get
so
Lucian's in there playing
bringing
with
him
the
up the
flying cat already.
stairs.
yeah, she's
So Alec goes
going.
and he opens the door to the house. Um, Pale Lady is not there. It would have been easier for him to kind of just go and get his tattoo done without having to constantly keep an eye on and explain her presence to people. So he opens the door and
Surprise!
he kind of just stares at everyone like blankly, like he doesn't know how to really react at first.
Yep. You're like, surprise! And you see, actually, yeah, 'cause the way the place is laid out.
This place is very lively.
Turns
It's
around to
alive.
Ophelia and
So
he
yeah, so
says,
he as soon as he enters through this door right here,
"All right."
everything's set up in this room over here.
Alright.
He turns around to Ophelia and he says, "Wait a second.
Music
You
starts
were
playing.
you were in on this?"
She just giggles. Just from seeing her like laugh, you could tell that she was in on
But isn't this deception? Aren't you a paladin?
it.
I feel
You never,
betrayed.
you. I never told you, but you never asked. Have you have asked if we had a surprise party? I would have been obliged to answer truthfully. I'm glad you never asked though.
I see. I see. Point taken.
Luna
The
wants it
real
for.
the real feat is how did you get Rolf to agree to this for a second time?
Why wouldn't he? We all care about you, Adellar. And so does he. Don't let that mean looking green demeanor fool you now.
Where's Luna?
As you say that, Luna comes in with this huge cauldron of just like liquid. Because I really hope that I didn't miss the. Adellar, you're here already. Happy birthday. I brought drink. I missed the surprise. Well, I brought something I've been working on for the few hours, and here, I hope you like it, I guess. Just for you.
Aller goes over to it, and he scoops up some of it in the cup of his hands, and he drinks it, and he goes, yeah. And he stands on top of the table, and he spreads his hands out, and he goes, "Thank you so much." And he shows his tattoo of the group symbol on his tongue.
Oh shit, he got the
He grabs
symbol.
Then he leans over. Aller goes and grabs one of the chairs and puts it on top of the table and has a seat on it. And then he goes, "This is the best view ever."
Adler sees all his friends there too. From the guild, from the monks order.
Yeah, you see all sorts of Delphin and
And even members from the nobility as well.
I'm surprised about nobility coming.
That's right. Pull some strings.
You got Baragon. He's like, yeah, let's get this party going. And he's like chugging some of the fucking Hitler ale down, double handing that, like, ah. Brahm is over there shaking his head like, really bad. He goes over to Adellar and he's like, Adellar,
I'm gonna gamble with Delphin.
I need to hear more stories of what's been going on with you. Oh, and well, you've already met Sylvia, but yeah, Sylvia, and well, and she comes by and she grabs Brahm's hand and he's like, yeah, yes, we've been hanging out a lot. And she winks, right? And she and Brahm's like face is flushed, like,
Look at that dashing young fella.
has found himself a girl.
Cheers. The Brahmin.
Quite the reward for your bravery. Roth would say, surely it would have been a tragedy had you met your fate before finding a woman that you is how old is he again? How old is he? Before he's like 15. Okay, before finding a girl you could get close with. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't want to make it seem like he's so much older.
He's 1 year younger than Luna.
Damn.
no,
Actually, you know what?
Luna's 17? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Luna's
Guess she's
17.
16.
We got some children in our group, so
Luna started at 16.
Oh, Brahm's like, oh, he's like, oh, Mr. Rothgar, he's like, you flatter me too much. The real bravery would be her. She's, and, because she's the one that dragged them along down there, like, she's the one that was like, that had dragged them along. She was worried about her brother joining.
she dragged him. I thought she just inspired him to go. He was trying to impress
Oh,
her.
lie.
Right?
He went because he was trying to impress her. She asked
That's what
him.
I
He
thought.
only
Right.
agreed because he's
Yeah,
trying to
that's what I
impress
was
her.
saying. That's
Yeah,
how I
he
remember it. Right.
Yeah.
normally he was a little
He'd have
cowardly
been
about it.
like,
He was
huh?
like,
All
"Nah,
right.
I'm gonna go. She too hot, bro."
So this happens, and Luna kind
No,
of
no.
like slides in.
The
She goes,
fir-
"So
My
who's
man was
this?
like, I need to
Who's
get in these
this?"
drawers, bro. I gotta do something risky.
Don't worry.
Prove I'm a bitch. I ain't no bitch. Gotta prove I'm a man. Do some risky, go into the whispering Karen,
no,
Yo,
Brom,
he
get
did
taken
love
Brom,
over
her.
by a fucking
That was the
undead.
first thing.
Like,
That was the first thing he did.
that's how
Do the
I see
whispering
it.
can.
Brom did do something very brave. That was like the first
It
time
is
he encountered her
brave.
at the whisper.
Yeah,
No, way before that though, when he went to the Whispering Carn and when he got possessed by
yeah,
the ghost, he was there trying to get something to impress this girl. He was always putting his life on the line, just trying to impress
Right.
this.
So
yeah.
what's
Right.
funny about that is, as this is
Arthas.
happening, Luna looks up. She kind of like budges in. She goes, "Hi, I'm Luna. Who is this?" "Oh, I remember you. I'm Luna. I don't know if you remember me.
I love it. Yes,
We've been
Lou. Good
traversing.
music.
We've been
Yeah,
traveling
it's like
for a
definitely
while.
like
We've been
side
traveling for a
Oh
quests,
while.
man.
just
So
hanging out music.
it's nice to meet you. We've been traveling for a while, so he doesn't talk about you much, but I'm sure it's nice to see you again."
You both look so adorable together. Aw, warms my heart.
Adler busts out a spin, and then he slides on his knees towards the end of the table over here, and holds his hand out to Addie.
To think I was ready to uh to build your gravestone, Brom.
Yeah, 'cause Roth, of course, had to bring in some grave. Fucking.
Right.
Gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Surely,
Put some
surely
shade on
this must be the first step to the great legend of Brom. Praise be Kalambor.
He takes after his legendary father, the war priest of Tempest.
Hmm. Who else would have been like? Who else? What other deity would have a hand in him having like good? I mean, I guess it could be Timora and Timora, good fortune.
Yeah.
I gotta roll this perform dance, yo. I got to. Hold on.
It does sound like one of those little
Untrained,
folk
untrained.
dance music. Yeah.
Holds his hand out to Addie.
I see
Pulls
some
Addie
fucking
onto the
halfling
table.
with the flute, bro, just going ham right now. You
Fuck.
hired I didn't know you hired a halfling bard
Yeah, that boy Addie.
for the
horrible on
music,
that shit.
Luna. Yeah,
Oh,
I
you
see a
have-
halfling bard. I don't know if there
he's
is
putting
one,
some
but I feel like
decent
there's
work.
one. Just going
He
ham
put
in the
some decent
corner.
work. That's charisma though. He's got what 11 on it. So
Oh, my
okay.
bad. I had the wrong fucking modifier. It's still
You got a
trash.
higher modifier than that?
Yeah, it's +7.
Adellar dancing badly or poorly
I
kind of
I
feels
Dex instead of
feels
my
appropriate
charisma.
for some
I mean,
reason.
it's
Like
one-
if you
it's-
had a
it's-
rhythm, I'd be
right.
so like confused.
Nah, I did Dex instead of the charisma.
well, it's one performance. He could always try other dances.
Is it
Right, that's
is
true,
it,
right,
is it
right.
Yeah.
right.
Would
Roll,
it
you
be-
can roll again later.
right.
performance is always charisma, or is it Dex if it has to do with something physical?
It's usually always charisma because
Ah.
you're
Because
trying
you're
to be
trying to-
confident in it as well as you're trying to like put out that presence of you're trying to capture the audience with the
All right.
presence of your performance.
Okay, so I added the wrong modifier then. I added my Dex. My charisma is +7, so that's actually 11 instead of a 5.
Can't you take 10?
On dancing, that's kind of weird. How do you do that? Like, I'm not gonna do it.
Natural
But-
dancer. I don't know.
Nah, take 10.
I
means
wouldn't
you take
expect
your
Michael
time
Jackson
trying
to
do it
dance
correct.
badly, no matter what time of day it is.
But take your 10 is like you basically
taking
saying,
10
I take
is-
10 minutes to really do it
No,
and
no, no,
not
that's taking
rush
20.
and do it well. That's taking 20. I thought taking 10 was 10
I
minutes.
thought
No.
taking 10 just meant that you're doing it not under pressure.
Take 10 means when your character's not being threatened,
We need like a Goron in this
Oh, when
group
I'm
or
not
some
being
shit.
threatened.
when you're not being threatened or distracted, you may choose to take 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I could take 10 then.
Yeah.
Oh
it's
shit!
like,
Thanks, Matt.
yeah, man.
In most cases, taking
17,
10 is
pretty good right now.
purely-
17 is
purely-
good.
Most cases, taking 10 is purely a safety measure. You know or expect that an average roll will succeed, but fear that a poor roll might fail. So you elect to settle for the average.
Oh, that's this is the perfect scenario for that then. All right, so 17 it is. Take 10.
17, which is on a 17, is still a fucking good performance.
Pretty good
actually.
performance. Yeah. Yeah. You know what that means.
It's an enjoyable.
Someone else has
perfor-
gotta
an
join you
enjoyable
in that performance.
You would have earned yourself.
Everyone's gotta take
1d10
that.
silver pieces out in the streets.
If Roth had that money on him, he would just start throwing it around the room just to make Adellar feel like even better for his birthday.
He picked up Addie, pulled her onto the table. He started like leading her in a flamingo dance. She don't gotta do nothing. He's leading her.
He's like, it's like, oh, happy birthday, and she says it really loud, like above the music. And she's like, I've never been to anything like this. They described it, but I couldn't imagine. Like, wow. He's like, this would be great every day. Well, no, then it would lose its charm. So yeah, once a year, it makes sense.
This bitch.
Once a year.
Try some drink. Roth shoves a mug into her hands.
Try my drink.
We should do this once a month.
It's like, hey, Addie. I came back
Once a
from
month.
seeing a hole in the world, and let me tell you, it didn't smell as bad as you imagined it would smell.
Wow. She's like, yeah, I need to hear that too. I'm with Brahm on that. You gotta tell us both these stories.
Oh yeah. Just not in too much detail because when I looked and I saw what I saw, well, I haven't been able to get any good sleep, and that's why I'm so pale and tired right now. So, I'm not gonna tell you everything, but just the stuff that's fun. You know, not the stuff that'll keep you up at night. But for
This
now,
is Maddie.
let's dance. Yes, Addie.
Yes, Addie.
Addie. Addie's
Um,
your childhood friend, not Brahm's girlfriend, right?
Oh,
Well, she's not a childhood friend.
He was recent. Was that a few months ago? She was tagged. She was
She's
She
with
was
the
found
monks.
by the monks of the old order. They're taking her in to help take care of her because she's
Traumatized.
she's also addled. Like
Mm.
she doesn't remember her past. Her memory is hazy. She gets nightmares when she does sleep. And I think, well, no, she did let. Did she let Adelar notice? I think she did. Yeah, she did let Adelar notice. But she tries to hide it from like everybody else. But like she wears like these really big robes. But it's meant.
Oh
to,
yeah, he saw like the
it's meant
nubs,
to,
like
the nubs. Yeah, it's meant to like hide her wings. She actually has wings.
Mm. She's the
Wow.
harpy.
she reacted pretty poorly to Sophilia's presence when she
Mhm.
first met Sophilia. So Adler thinks it has something to do with the fact that they may share a heritage, and that knowledge or that
Or
that
opposing
knowledge or that
heritage.
somehow like hurts her. She remembers it.
Okay.
Out of character, I have my own theories on Addie's origins, but in character,
Same here. Out of
Yeah.
character myself as well. I'll keep it like that.
it's
Who's
kind
not
of
letting
crazy.
nothing through, son.
It's kind of crazy if what I think is true is true. That's kind of nuts, bro.
It was like,
I'm curious now. Like, what these guys
YMCA.
think about her?
she's human. Like, what else do you want her to be?
Nah,
Like-
bro. I when I saw her interactions with Sophilia, I was like,
hmm
Little baby
Saw her from-
Solar? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
theories
Y'all need to
immediately.
stop thinking so much.
It's a
Like
little bit too much.
Y'all want
character,
reincarnation so bad. It's annoying.
out of character, like in a nutshell, I think that Addie is a remnant of Adam Marcus.
Nah.
I think Adam Marcus's essence, like a flicker of it, got reincarnated into Addie and has a totally new life and a new fresh start. And doesn't remember the past. And something about Sophilia's nature, because she's Asimar, reminds Addie of what
her.
she lost when she used to be an angel, but it's like another complete different version, only because she's a flicker, a remnant of what Addie Marcus was. That's what I think. This is like Addie Marcus's like chance to do it over and get it right.
Oh, they got okay.
Did you play the YMCA song?
It's just my
This
my
is
head
crazy.
canon. My head canon. I could be wrong.
Y'all hear that shit? That is
Yeah,
the
I heard
YMCA song in like Lord of the Rings.
It sounds doper in this version. I'm not gonna lie.
It is better. It is better than this version.
Way better.
But damn, once the fucking beat started syncing up, I was like, what the fuck?
Oh shit.
Alright.
Yeah.
So, your special drink, Luna. What is it?
A chef never reveals his secrets, but just know that it's not poisonous. Or is it?
What's she saying? She talking shit to herself? I asked her a
She's
question.
saying it out loud.
I can't hear what she said. That's why I'm like, is she talking to herself even though Roth asked her a question?
She said, she goes, well, a chef never reveals its secrets, but just know that it's not poisonous. Or is it?
As for the members of the sorcerers encapsulate that come forward, they come forward. You know, there's about like 6 or 7 of them that came. They got
And they interrupt our.
they all come up to Adellar, you know, saying happy birthday, and all, the rest of them are like saying their greetings and hellos to Luna, because they all know Luna and Adellar. They got
Yeah, fuck this bitch that he dancing with.
let's see who's there. We got Elani.
Michael Jackson?
Yeah, it is.
My ears, bro. I can't.
The music that's at his party.
It's
They hired
actually
they hired-
good. It's so weird, bro. It's like you ever seen The Black Knight with Martin Lawrence where he gets transported?
Yeah.
Alright, so you already know how I'm going with this.
Yeah. So,
He said Black Knight. I remember that movie. That's an old ass movie, damn.
Right?
sometime in the evening, Sophia's gonna do like a karaoke, and she's gonna try and sing one of the songs that her mother was very famous for singing back in the time she was alive.
Okay.
So she's
I know
gonna do
which one
she's gonna
that
do a
is.
performance check. Yeah.
Do it.
She used magic also, Louis, to boost up her performance.
He's like, I better call on the god for this.
And guess what? She
Holy
don't
fuck! Call on.
She don't even got one rank in that skill either. She got 0
That's
ranks in that skill.
insane, yo.
Okay, hold on.
That's
what?
nuts. You
Damn.
gotta record this. There's gotta be some sort of way to record this in game.
That's gonna be she's gonna sing.
That shit got hype.
Yo, she just tapped into her motherly bard skills right there.
That's
Her mom was a
insane.
bard.
That's crazy. This man channels some
Sounds really good.
divine level fucking performance. Well, after hearing that, it moves out of the tears. Alice starts crying. For 41, that's too much emotion.
Yeah, that charisma, that passion.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Adellar
Oh
will
well,
know.
she'll. Yeah, no, I know what she'll say.
Adellar
She'll
will
sing after the.
recognize. Adellar will recognize that song too because he's from Daggerford. The song that she's singing, because her mom used to be like a celebrity there, a bard, a singer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Uh huh.
Oh, that's dope.
She was a singer there. She used to sing at the local theater before it shut down.
Uh huh.
But Calvin
Damn.
Calvin got his family's money and he invested to get that shit rebuilt, refurnished, renovated.
Damn.
She never sang before in front of the group. This is like the first time that she's singing in front of the group.
And it's 1 point for my nat 20. It was meant to be.
I know. Yep.
Yeah, Atlas moved to tears, man.
And
One second. Where is it?
how was the performance check? Oh, 41?
Mm-hmm.
What are you looking for?
41.
And yeah.
1 minute. That it?
Keep
Yeah.
fucking around, so you're gonna have Rob fucking following you to your bedroom.
What is happening? I leave for grab a drink for 1 second.
Oh.
I'll need to grab a drink for 1 second.
You keep
over.
fucking around hitting 41s like ain't no.
She's
That
over.
41 is the best
She's not
birthday
drinking
present.
alcohol.
You, that's crazy, son.
Sometimes,
Luna's
I think I,
enamored by her
sometimes,
singing.
Well, hold on. As
I'm
the
gonna be like, yo,
characters.
Sophie.
Well, I was
that
trying to
came
mention
from
the
the
characters that were from the
heart.
guild
It's
that
worth
are
more
at
than
the
any material items you could get.
Like
Kalani is there.
paladins,
She's the
inquisitors
librarian. She's the librarian
are
and the
like the left and
sage.
right arms of the
Wow.
church. Perhaps we might join them together
Luna,
in matrimony.
Luna looks at Roth like, calm down there, Rambo. No, no. No.
The com-
No,
You
no.
role playing that?
No, no. Separate but equal.
I'm
Yeah.
kidding.
No, no, Rob.
I'm not.
She took you seriously. No, no.
This guy, what's his name? This guy, Calvin
That was
Brimbaum,
a
is
what
like
if
kind
Luna's
scenario.
the
It
biggest
didn't
cop
happen.
out.
bad dribble, man. Calvin Dribble.
Man,
Dribble. You're like kind
that's
of
crazy. Gotta
I
grow
mean,
up,
like
little
so
actually
girl.
speak to a dude.
everybody cutting out.
Yeah, your voice is going in and out.
Here
Yeah,
we
so are
go.
you guys. You guys are going
It's
in
that
and
time
out
of the night.
for real. This
Oh,
just making any sense to me off. So the as I was saying, the members of the guild that are there is Kalani. She's a half moon elf. She is the librarian and sage of the guild. She is a mystic third of Azuth.
Do I know her because I work at the library? No.
Yeah, you actually get along with her very well. She's very energetic and very
I
bookworm,
wish you
just
had a
like Luna.
song prepped
Mm-hmm.
for
For
Charlo to
for
I
play.
just,
no, I have
yeah,
one.
same here. It
I have one
just
prep.
occurred to me now that you would do something like
Okay, okay. Man,
I
is
have it prepped
that.
right now. In fact,
impromptu.
this is the I have it prepped right now. In fact, this is the song and character.
Like
Hear her sing.
it actually was very organic. This was like organic because like pause it for a second, Luke. I want. All right, forget it.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
This some war
Yo,
fuck call it
what's going on now in this party reminds us of feeling like of better times in the past when Adellar was sane, when her parents were alive, nobody has been assassinated, the Duke was still alive. Happier times.
Before the time of troubles?
for the time of troubles.
He said before
Yep.
the time of trouble. Yes.
You're not alone. There's no doubt. Your gift isn't futile to be. If we'll be united, we're stronger together. We always have the
That's
high
dope, son.
That's officially her voice.
That she says the final battle of Adi Marcus. That's crazy. I don't even know how I feel about that. That's some emotions.
Don't worry about a thing. We'll reach out to you, even it's a hard way. It's plain to see the reason why all that are because of the mighty heart. Remember, it's just natural that we'll be there if you need help. Far across the distance, rest assured that our fate just won't die. You know we have to sacrifice ourselves, whatever they may say. It's plain to see the reason why all that are because of the mighty heart. Remember, it's just
My hero?
natural that we'll be there if you need help. Far across the distance, rest assured that our fate
Just cutting it out.
just won't
Is he talking?
No, I'm muted. I'm muted.
wraps up her song. Says Sophie's voice too strong.
Alice stands up, slow clapping, tears coming out his eyes. Purple tears too.
Have purple tears?
Mm-hmm.
Rod starts clapping. And he goes, Stupid. Yes, you hear like almost like he has like a ball in his throat. He goes,
Did you
Where
almost
did
throw up?
that come from?
My mother.
I could feel I could feel the emotions in your voice. I
I
did
don't
not
do
even
this.
know you had
Thank you. I'm
such
flattered.
a angelic, transcendent.
It's my best attempt at mimicking my mother's glorious voice and song.
Is this because you are celestial touched? No, yeah, angel touched.
She looks at you uh, with a puzzled look. You flatter me too much, but no, I'm not
You have the
touched by the
voice
angel.
of an angel.
Sophia blushes.
It's
Thank you.
common knowledge that she is an Asima, right? Or am I like fucking reaching here?
No,
No, she doesn't. She doesn't have any of the physical appearances of what an
at
Asima
all.
would be. Yeah.
Sh- She looks 100% human, and she herself doesn't know she's Aussie.
Oh shit, my pot's burning.
Well, she knows she has something because she has dark vision, but she doesn't know that it's Asimo.
Yeah,
Although I
right.
think at this point it's
She she thinks she
like
was. I think we discussed this before. I think she thinks she might be like touched with like dragon's blood or something.
The way that she responds to positive energy is different. She's aware of that, and her eye color you said changed. She's aware of her own eye color changing.
That she's aware of that. Those are like the subtle clues, but that hasn't been like delved, explored, or RP. Like
Right.
right.
no one has questioned her about that. But that is like a story arc there. Somebody pursues that it could that could develop to eventually learning her like heritage. But I don't think no one has pursued that with her yet.
No, Addie hasn't said anything about it, but he noticed that her eye color changes. But for
Yeah,
him, you already see the kind of
yeah.
world he's in. Physical
If you,
changes are
and
kind
to
of
add
like
and
commonplace.
to add further to that, her eyes used to be dark brown. Then, like when we were like level 4, 5,
Like Hazel, right?
it turned to light brown, and now it's almost like hazel amber. So it's almost like it's getting like even like more like right, like
Right.
stands out more. Yeah. So now it's like
Um,
hazel, say a hazel and almost amber.
Mm-hmm.
That's my best friend.
yeah, Adellar, yeah, brought the tears. A lot of everybody there is stunned by the performance. Some of them, yeah, some of them crying, some of them looking very solemn. Um,
Song from a bygone era.
and yeah, there was a massive amount of applause at that.
Mm-hmm.
The band was following up with the music for her.
Mm,
Um, and then yeah, so everyone's just clapping and Adeline's reports tears, and then um, Addie wasn't even in the room. She enters the room. She's like looking around all confused because she had left to go to the bathroom while this happened. And she came in and she's like, "Aw, what I miss? Adeline, what's happened?" She like rushes over to him. You see them crying, so she's thinking like, is there is there a sadness that's taken over you? Is everything okay?
It's
Jealousy seeps in.
it's it's emotion, and it's in an overwhelming amount. It's It's the fruit of what it means to be alive. It's everything. You know, I'll take this time to address everyone. I want to say I want to say thank you. Um, I know that I don't always make the best choices, and in fact, that's a light way of putting it. I don't always do the things that people like, and that includes the people closest to me. Still, you've kept me in your best interests. More than that, still, you've been there for me, and I'll make sure I'm always there for you. In fact, you went so far as to follow me into a place that is beyond all reasoning, to put your own sense of self and your own mind at risk. It means something to me. It means the world to me.
My fault.
And these animals that you brought here, it's it reminds me of the very essence of who I am. As a boy, it was fun with my father to go and see the fairs when they came to town, the exotic animals. It's it's the chance to see something new, to see something amazing. That feeling of wonder. To this day, I've never let go of it. There's a there's a fulfillment of purpose, a fulfillment of life, fulfillment of living when you experience wonder. Experiencing wonder is it's like drinking a miracle. It's in the moment of experiencing wonder, you are truly at one with the very purpose of existing at all. To always want to experience wonder, we attribute that to be childlike. But in truth, it's the one pursuit that is the most purest, that we can always reach out for. There is no good, there is no evil. In the experience of wonder, it is simply one thing and one thing only: the perception of something greater than you ever imagined. Something rare and something that brings you to the very pinnacle of being. What else do we have here that we can cherish in this life, if not wonder? If we do not have wonder, all that is left in this life is suffering. To be the playthings of the gods, of higher beings, by chasing wonder, each and every one of us here gathered can pick out the very ripest of fruits within our lives and experience it and bring us to a higher state of being, to bring us to a better us. Thank you. And thank you for giving me the chance to do that every day by helping to keep me safe. Where's your glasses? It's not about my date of birth, even if I am
Cheers.
the stellar key. Cheers to chasing wonder.
Kampai.
Yep. Cheers, brother. Cheers.
Is.
It's like all these tankards, mugs clanging. Everybody
We want to
gets
make
their
sure that
share.
everyone there, especially those that are commoners, have their fill. They eat, to their heart content. It's not every day they get to feast and not go hungry. So
And not go hungry.
yeah, man. Someone,
Are they impoverished in this town?
some people are right.
um,
Oh, never mind. We didn't
oh
invite no poor people, so that's fine. Then they skip
no,
He's
uh,
saying the commoners were not invited.
it.
what was I gonna say? Oh, so what I was saying earlier, yeah, I mentioned Elani from the guild is there. No, Kalani there. Yeah, I mentioned her, the librarian and sage, a mystic theurge of Azu. She's a half moon elf. Um, and Ilani is also there. She's a frequent visitor who loves wild magic, and she's a wild mage herself. Um,
Cool.
uh, Fimbina is there, the rock gnome. She's a rock gnome that's a sage and magical artisan at the guild. She will sell or trade magic items, and um she's a wizard, a Meister wizard. So she's got some skill when it comes to crafting items.
Oh,
Linod
yeah.
Linod Boldbum is also there. He's a halfling of with sorceress talent, a spell slinger for hire.
Leonard the halfling. Huh.
Linod, yeah, hold on, Linod Linod Boldbum.
Does he have a class or he's a commoner?
He's a sorcerer.
Sorcerer halfling. Hmm. Nice.
Sorcerer rogue to be exact, but sorcerer.
Had to be a rogue? Had to be a rogue. Jesus, bro. I'm trying to give you some credit for breaking away, bro. You had to go back to it.
He's a spell slinger for
Jeez.
hire.
I
Looks for
know. You grew up
looks
in the environment. I get it, bro. I
looks
get
for work
it.
constantly. Known to look for work constantly to relieve his boredom. Um, you got the Kandathan human wizard who loves fire. He's fire elementalist.
I
Tanithan.
remember that guy, yeah.
Yeah, he's there. He's
I
studying.
challenged him to a fight immediately.
He's studying to be an elemental savant of fire magic.
Yeah, I was
And
about
then
to
you
go at him, and then owl, what's the owl something?
Oh, Arondar Owlborn, the guild
Owlborn
master.
was like,
Yeah.
cut it out. That's not gonna happen. I was like,
Oh, he's the guild master, right? He's the guild
Yeah.
yeah,
master.
yeah. He wouldn't let me go at him.
And then you've got the mysterious arcane magic user. He's supposedly a wizard, but he's pretty secretive, but he's here socializing. He's from the far east. Got a He's human, but he's got a marble colored skin, it seems, almost as if like he lived from like deep on the ground or something.
Yes.
Uh,
Oh, this is why I like magic users. We're all so like unique and cool, son.
but he's a mysterious resident of Daggerford. He joined the guild recently, but he
Mm.
constantly engages in conversations with all magic users.
I want to see your magic. Show it to me. I'm about to go bother all these
As for the
magic users,
magic he
bro.
uses, he has a spell book in it, so it's assumed he's a wizard.
Bro, the minute I see other magic users, I'm looking over at Luna, giving her a nod. Let's go test these boys. What do they got? Especially because Owlborn's not here. So
No,
therefore, there's
Owlborn's
no
not
one to
there.
coach. He ain't gonna be the referee to jump in the way this time. Let's see what you got. Who's the best in the guild? Yo, I gotta pop off. I got to.
Who's
I
that?
wanna
You gotta
know
pop off.
Who's got the best magic amongst us? The most creative? Mm, the strongest? Who's the fastest spellcaster? I gotta know these things. Who's got the most innovative of the spells around us? Who's got the best magic? I gotta know. They're all here.
Well, that's definitely a lively discussion going on about that.
Yeah,
Um,
he starts that discussion over in the corner. He's waiting for Luna to hop in. And if he sees, he's probably expecting Luna to be a little more shy about it. So he looks over to her and winks and nods for her to come over to join the discourse. Got to get this magic talk going.
yeah, but Phoenician's like, yeah, we never did get that fuel. We need to form a magic pulse. Ah,
So Phil,
Exactly.
while they're having that conversation, Sophia goes and chats a little bit with Drayson Windorch. You know,
yeah, Drayson goes,
give
oh
him a
yeah,
little
then,
follow up about his pupil, his star pupil. I'm sure
and
he's
then,
happy with what he sees, how his
yeah, he's like,
former
wow,
pupil is developing.
he's like, this is definitely a lot more livelier than when we did his born days, but he needs this. This is good for him. But then he turns and he leans towards Ophelia. He's like, as if to speak kind of privately. He goes, uh, he goes, so there's word that you all are planning to travel to Waterdeep soon.
That is correct.
What do you know of the Shadow Dusk family? Has Adler ever shared any of that?
He has.
Hmm. I wouldn't be surprised if Adler,
Wait, time out. Did he? Did he out of character? I just want to make sure I'm not like tripping it. I think you
the
did,
Shadow
right,
Dusk
Watson?
family? I don't know.
Yeah, Adelaide. I think
Yeah,
Adelaide.
it came out via the book. So when
It was around that time, right? Okay.
yeah, when we were in that temple and reading from the black book,
Okay, good. I remember now.
yeah, we went into detail about all that because it basically alluded to it, and then we filled in the gaps.
Okay.
Anna filled in the gaps afterwards from what the book was
So,
alluding to.
so Phila replies back to Grayson. Yes, he has disclosed that. I mean, to think that not so long ago, a few years ago, we went to retrieve him from Waterdeep to bring him back here, and now we're returning to Waterdeep.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Adler decides to look deeper into what he can find on that exiled noble family.
So this family, to my understanding, they have the same talent with summoning magic as he does.
Some of the members do, yes. They've, well, from what's been described to me by his father, the family led by a man named Zarion, mastermind to it all, has caused the family to delve too deep into the far realm and studies of it, as well as using magic to come into contact with it. Well, as you could imagine, madness fell upon them, and they developed schemes in Waterdeep that was soon found out until they were stripped of their status and exiled, the lords of Waterdeep. But they remained hidden within the city, continuing their work apparently. And unfortunately, Adler became part of that madness. whatever it is that they've done to him, it bodes great. It bodes both a great destiny, but a great terrible omen as well. But I shall have faith that he will persevere through this, especially when he has comrades such as yourselves.
Just for a footnote, um, that 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 he just now divulged to you, that basically is the other half of the information that Pale Lady told you guys back at the Cerebral Blot. That well, she started a cult. Well, she's basically the patron that the Shadow Dust had started contacting with after they went into hiding. So that's where it all started from. Where they
Mm.
started.
Okay.
Bando busts out the dice. It's like, let's have some fun here. Throws it on the table like, um,
I, I see Lucian engaging with them to camp.
Luna grabs Lucian's hand. She goes, "Let's go. Maybe you can teach me how to do this."
let me show me you
He's
can.
passed, Luna. I think he's passed out. Might as well.
Alice
Might
shakes
as,
his head. He sees
Lucy
Luna
passed out
like
in the corner, like, she
what do you put
Alice
in?
shakes
What
his
do you
head
put
as
in
he
on that
sees
drink?
Luna fucking bow out of the mage conversation to go do something else. Then he turns back into it and jumps back into the fray of talking about it.
um, yep, the night, and yeah, there's all sorts of critters there and animals from the animal affiliation to entertain. Some and some instances, uh, it's like a yeah, kind of like a petting zoo. Um, Addie does come up to Adel and she goes, "I've never done this before, but they say that sometimes you bring a gift. So I was thinking of a gift." And she's like she's like reaching into like the folds of her robes, and it's like, oh, here it is. And shows Adler corpse of a bird, but the corpse looks preserved, and it's an iridescent green feathered dove.
Oh,
And
wow.
she goes, um, when you talk to me about when you told me about your taxidermy and what you saw in it, I had this done. I found this creature, and it had passed, and I thought making it preserved and giving this to you would be a gift for your born day. It's they say it's known as Yandala's dove. She's like trying to like recall the information. She's like, they it's called that by the halflings. They say it's because the feathers carry the shades of green as the green fields of her realm. Um, uh, Others say they call emerald dove. But I find myself really attracted to like the emerald colors. And
Can I roll knowledge religion on Yandala?
and she goes, I thought of you Um, she goes like, and I thought of you as to preserve this and to give it to you as a gift.
I'm gonna look that up myself right quick.
Yeah, Yandala on on a 20. So Yandala is they're called emerald doves, but she's saying halflings call them Yandala's doves. Um, but Yandala's she's the yeah, with that check, he knows that Yandala is like the head of the halfling pantheon. She's the creator of the halfling race. She's the matriarch. Um, she's known to have a charming personality and a friendly demeanor.
Mm.
And she's shared who almost all share her curiosity, loyalty, and sense of mischief. Um, so she is a goddess of the halfling people.
Okay, that job my
Also,
memory.
also known as the protector and the provider, blessed one, the nurturing matriarch. Um,
She's the one with the cornucopia as a
yeah,
holy symbol.
yeah,
It job my memory, bro. As soon as you said like, yeah, it job my memory. All right, cool.
but yeah, she hands it to her, yeah, to him as a gift.
So he takes it and it was. I love that about existing. The unexpected things and how they make you feel, how they stir your insides, and they make you feel like each like each impulse in your entire body explodes and little butterflies come out of it. It's a tickling sensation, the very center, right here. Ah, I love it when that happens. Thank you.
He smiles brightly. She's like, "You're well."
And he takes it and he's like, I'm gonna go and put this away. And he takes it up to his bedroom.
Your room. Put it in the spot that you want it.
He basically puts it on that desk right next to that elven head with the tongue that's hanging out
Oh,
and
the goblin head or
the
thing.
goblin
Yeah,
head.
the
Yeah.
goblin head. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
know what you're talking about.
He puts it right next to the goblin head.
And so yeah, your characters and continue enjoying the rest of that evening, partying
Yeah.
and
Alec
drinking.
drinks a little too much and then falls asleep.
Um, actually,
Fits a drunken nightmare, pretty much.
no, with all the people around and stuff, and um, one of them dressed like a during the evening. Well, yeah, like later on in the evening, the music's playing. Um, now and then, Adler's dancing. And,
Hmm.
a practice an individual who appears to be um like an elderly man, probably like in his 50s, and um he's wearing a set of clothing that's not gaudy, but it's quite lavish.
Mm.
Um, and he's got a in his vest he's got like you can see like part of a monocle there, handkerchief, and um and he's got this like this slicked back, like this dark hair. The eyes are very light, a light green in color, and he's got like this uh got this mustache that curls out. Um,
Whirly mustache for real. I can't trust this man.
he's got a very curly hair,
Curly mustache.
and he comes
What?
over to Adler, and he's like, "Excuse me, a delightful party, sir. I Allow me to introduce myself." And he bows and he goes, um, I have traveled from Baldur's Gate. I was invited here. And he points over to, and he nods over to where Sophia is at. A lovely young lady friend of yours there. And so, this being my first night in Daggerford, I feel why not come and socialize amongst the people. I am Lord Abstarian of Baldur's Gate, and so he goes, I cannot think of oh, and he's wearing like a hat too. Um, the hat that he's wearing is how do I describe it? Mm, the hat is in my head, but I can't describe the definitely like a noble's hat with it's almost like medieval noble's hat. It's got a feather in it. I don't know exactly what they're called, but that's what he's wearing. Like a deep maroon in color. And but yeah, he presents to you a small wooden box, and he's like, um, these would be suitable for you as a gift. I could not think of anything, but you may enjoy these. They are enchanted with a bit of magic to fit whatever size feet. Usually, no more larger than, should you happen to be ogre size, but you're not. But I've got you. He was like, I've got you these shoes from here in Daggerford.
So Adler, as he finishes his sentence, Adler was just staring at him the whole time. And when he comes to his conclusion, Adler takes a complete A stance in front of him and throws his hands out wide. And the look on Adler's face is one of extreme like danger. His eyebrows are furrowed, and he clasps his hands into fists. How dare you! You think I'm gonna trust you with that kind of a mustache? Who do you think you are coming in here with that kind of a mustache? And then, yeah, he rolls an intimidation check. That mustache is not gonna do it. That man
That
is completely
mustache is
offended.
sus.
He's like, no, no, I don't like you
Oh,
because of that
okay.
mustache.
This
So
man.
he's gonna intimidate plus 14. All right. He hits him with the aura immediately. 7. You lucky man.
And so he
he
backs
indeed.
away, and he drops the box down onto the table. He backs away. He's like, "Oh, I did not mean to offend. I'm sorry. It was maybe getting a gift may have offended you. I do apologize, sir." Adler, they say your name is. Look, they're even dancing shoes. So it would probably be comfortable on your feet, so you can continue through the night dancing and revelry.
Ada points at him, and he's pointing. His hands are so like so taunt that you can see his index finger kind of like vibrating a little bit as he points with that much strength. He goes, "Those shoes are coming from the man wearing that kind of a mustache. You think I'm gonna put those kind of shoes on? It's
Shucks,
not your
bro.
gifts. It's that stash. Only villains wear things like that."
Covers his
This is
mustache,
wild.
and he's like, "Oh, now it's his eyes that feel offended. Well, sir, fine then. I shall be off."
You take your shoes with you. Your mustache cursed shoes. Don't leave those here.
He
You take them
grabs
with you.
he grabs the shoes. He depart.
Damn mustache. Do you see the mustache on that man? Who let that man in here with a mustache like that?
Um,
Clear sign that he's dangerous. Sophia, you should be ashamed of yourself. So many people here that can detect evil. And you didn't see anything coming with that mustache?
Huh? I didn't sense no malevolence aura from him.
Roth will throw a detect evil his way.
What?
Roth
yeah,
will
your
just
character's.
intensely focus, be like, nah, he's good. What did he get? What
Um,
did
Nah,
he
you
read?
didn't get an answer yet.
you
What
don't
if
sense
he's
an yeah, you don't sense an evil aura.
you saw
I'm
if he was evil,
assuming
you would
that while we're the duration of how long y'all are going back and forth,
And
you
yeah,
then
you
just
she
would
speed
do
this up to where he did that
it.
when he came in. When you started making, a fuss about it.
Mm.
he seemed like a fancy lord and important and a foreigner. I thought you would have found it interesting to speak to a foreigner, someone from outside of the Duchy of Daggerford. But
Okay.
it
So,
is
That
your day, though. If you don't feel comfortable with him being here, though, I have no objections.
men with mustaches like that are one step away from becoming schmink. You
Oh
have to be careful
shit!
of people with mustaches like that.
so he goes,
The mindset to make the choice to form that mustache every morning. You have to think about that.
This is segregation.
Segregation.
But if
I
you
mean discrimination,
confirm,
right?
if you confirm with your own magic that he's different, then okay.
so
It's
he,
too late now.
so as he takes the box of shoes and leaves, um, this was before. I'd say this incident happened like before he got, before Addie had given him the the preserve
I'm
thing.
also drunk too,
So
so I mean,
yeah.
I'm a wild
Um,
out.
so you go
Mm-hmm.
upstairs, you go upstairs to put the dove away into your room, and as you do that, you hear a voice behind you, and the voice doesn't sound like the guy you spoke to, the supposed lord you spoke to. You hear a voice that goes, uh, "How rude! You should have taken the gift and put the shoes on." Roll will save.
Oh, man.
Is it mind affecting?
Yes.
All right.
Well, no, what? He was actually evil?
Look at
I'm
it's
dead,
so
bro.
funny. That's hilarious. All right, so +7. That's
In
fucking
Yeah, you
great,
should have
man.
fucking put your shoes on. I'm dead.
Yo, I love this character, bro. I love this character. The
Mm-hmm.
randomness.
Oh
27, fuck you.
shit! Your drunk
Robotnik.
ass, you
Oh,
I
turn
love
Jesus
around, you're
this
Christ.
like,
character.
you
It's
felt
my
this
birthday, bro.
you felt
So
this
Ellen turns
magic.
around,
You
turns
turn
around, he goes,
around and
birthday.
you see before you this
That's my birthday.
he's never seen. No. He's never seen you see a humanoid standing before you, although with a creepy grin that's bearing some sharp looking teeth and these clawed hands and a long top hat. Lucian's
The
described this
fucking
character before, and
the
Adler
fucking
recognizes
Earl
him
of Millennium.
as Lord Beetleby, the boogeyman.
Excuse me?
The
And
dude showed up to your birthday, son.
to give you some shoes, but he's mad that you didn't
Oh,
fucking wear
somebody left loose
So
ends, man.
Alan
Everybody
turns
forgot about the
around.
boogeyman.
Alan turns around. He
You
throws
didn't
up.
invite me.
He throws up two middle fingers,
it.
and he
You feel
goes,
an
"It's
enchantment
my."
trying to overtake you, but you break.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Alan throws up two middle fingers. He says, "It's my birthday, you fucking pussy. You think I'm gonna fall to your spell?" And he sticks his tongue out, and you see the symbol for Night Watch on his tongue. And then he says one word and teleports back out, back downstairs.
Oh shit.
Oh, we about to fight. Let's
Oh
go.
shit.
Teleports downstairs, and he goes, "You'll never guess who came to my birthday party. It's the top man." He's in my
The top
bedroom,
man.
and he's not under my bed. And then he starts doing the ritual to summon Pale Lady.
Oh shit.
as
Yo.
soon
So that's how you
as,
know he's serious. It's like, yeah, he's joking, but
as soon as
it's
Sophia
happening.
see he goes into his ritual trying
Got a
to
party
summon
crasher.
her lady,
Right.
so Sophia like right away jumps into action, and she hasn't been drinking at all the night at all, so she's sober completely, and she just starts rushing upwards upstairs.
And you go to you rush upstairs. You're looking around. You go to this room and nothing. Nobody there.
She does
Shit.
yeah, detect evil around the whole room.
He goes,
Then
what
she
does he
goes
detect
towards the
evil?
window.
And all around, nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. There's no evil presence anywhere. You're like,
She checks out the window or anything.
Phantasm?
Never know. Could have been an hallucination.
nothing.
Hmm.
So did everyone hear like
You look out the
uh
actually you look out the window and
mm,
you see with your at least through your with your dark vision out to 60 feet, you look through the darkness outside and you can see um you see nothing at first except for in the trees nearby you can just make out a haze of gas and mist that vanish into the foliage.
Nice. Gaseous form.
Yeah. She Sophia's like, I've seen that before. Lucian.
So after the
Uh,
10 minutes is done that it takes to summon Pale Lady,
so she
Adler
goes
gets up
she
off of the
No, it's not
floor.
1 minute. It's 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Yeah.
After one
yeah.
minute, I was
She
thinking 10
goes
rounds.
she goes back downstairs. Well, you definitely were not imagining it, Adler. I did saw past the window a mysterious creature, mist form, similar to that time that Lucian drank that potion and turned into a mist himself. It looked very similar to that.
mm.
I have a potion of that on me right now. Gaseous form. He tried to
Yeah.
charm me, I think. Some sort of compulsory magic. But he didn't realize that my mind, due to it being altered by the Pale Lady, is a little more resistant to that type of stuff. He
What do you
wanted
On
me.
advise?
my birthday.
He said
On
to
my
me.
birthday.
He said to me, you should have taken the goddamn shoes. And then he tried to do some sort of magical
Serious.
manipulation to me. So I told you about people with mustaches like that.
Oh,
He was probably charmed. Who cares whether he's evil or not? He's still a minion of somebody's.
so okay. Duly noted. So if someone has a pointy mustache, they
Don't
could be
trust
hiding
them.
something.
Don't trust them.
It's one of them like twirled like Texan looking mustaches.
Yeah.
Right.
They
You don't
could
Fucking
trust
be
fucking
mustaches
the
like that.
colonel.
Right. Yeah. Like Colonel Sanders.
Colonel Sanders.
hiding. I thought it looked kind of distinguished.
All
You thought I
right.
was
This
crazy. Say what you really mean. You
no,
thought
Interesting.
I
I
was
mean
nuts.
I know
no, the
everybody's
thought I was
like,
mustache.
crazy.
I know people are
And it
thinking, what would
turns
have
out I was
happened if he
trying.
did put those shoes on?
The mustache looked different.
I kind
I
of want to
mean,
know too.
I'm about to put a dishes.
Right.
Wild. The
You
curly
just never
mustache guy
know.
came in with some Nikes talking about, hey, nah, bro. You and your
probably
Jordans can leave. Great
probably
Mhm.
mustache.
some cursed slippers so you can dance until you die from
Dance
dancing.
until you
Can't
die.
stop.
Oh my God.
That would be crazy.
How you guys be getting shit on the first fucking try?
Wow.
That's what it was gonna do. It felt thematic.
If he
Fucking
had put
crazy
those,
ass leprechaun.
if
Yeah,
he had
but
put
he was
those
about to
on,
become the dance.
he'd have been, they're cursed. He would have been stuck dancing until he passed out, and it would have
Passes
been,
out. The dance.
it'd have been dealing damage to him.
We would have been singing. Oh, Louis, you need to find the Lord of the Ring version of Adler's the Dancing Queen.
And probably
This
people,
man is
people wouldn't notice for a
You know
while
what?
until he's like, yo, my HP dropping. What the?
You know what?
Why is his
The Bee
HP
Gees.
drop?
I
The Bee
think I
Gees
only
Dancing
got
Queen, man.
I think Adler only got that tip off because of the nature of the creature doing it, but coming up
Right.
with the plan. Because he's Fey, he doesn't understand nuances like that. Because Fey are like fucking their idea of like reality
Fun
and
is
how to
fucked up.
react to things are completely different. Like they'll flip out on you because of like you were wearing a color they didn't like, which is kind of similar to how Aller reacted to the mustache, but different. Like theirs is a
Mhm.
completely arbitrary thing. Like they'll be like, "Oh, well, because I gave something to you, automatically that means I'm entitled to something that you have that I like." You know, and it could be something of complete unequal value, but to them it doesn't matter. Like their interactions are weird. So I think he didn't realize that, like, dude, if you charm someone that looks evil and send them in, like they're not going to be trusted, and you want them to be trusted. He probably doesn't get those nuances because he's fake. So it kind of works out. And then again,
Mm.
Aller is just random. That also played into it too. But that's just mad funny though. I
Yeah,
didn't expect for it to be
with
right.
fey creatures, they
I ain't
also
gonna cap.
fey
I'm not
also
gonna
That
like
is
to
cap.
so
do
crazy.
some fey
I'm not gonna
creatures like
cap.
to do like tricks and pranks, and sometimes it's silly, sometimes it's harmless, sometimes it's a fucking nuisance. But the more the darker ones, when they do tricks, their sense of
Hardcore.
humor,
Yeah.
like, you know, it'd be funny. That
Trapping
shoes
somebody.
that made him never stop dancing. That's fucking hilarious. Imagine that. It's like dancing over, they can't stop. You know how funny that is.
He'll
Yeah.
start
Yeah.
bleeding.
Start
They got that
bleeding.
dark, twisted sense
He'll
of
get
humor.
Yeah.
blisters on his feet.
Right.
It's like evil Peter
They
Pan, pretty
laughing
much.
like, haha, he wants to stop so bad.
Right.
Yeah, like evil Peter Pan shit, pretty much, right. Look at him,
Yeah,
he
I'm not
wants to
gonna
stop
cap though. Out
dancing,
of
but he
character,
can't.
I
That's
didn't expect
funny.
that. Out of character, I didn't expect that at all. I really just thought he
What he
was actually
said,
just
you
a
should have
regular, normal
taken the
dude.
damn shoes. That
He
shit is
got
so
mad.
hilarious.
I'm not gonna lie. Out of character, I
He
didn't know.
put
I
the
thought it was a
Uh,
regular, normal dude who just didn't deserve that, but I was just being Adler.
right.
And then it turns out that he was right.
So he
Great
didn't.
character
He
though.
didn't. He didn't con as evil then. Still,
No.
Nah, he was probably charmed, bro.
Mm-mm.
He's dealing with Faye. He was definitely
well,
charmed.
he's probably.
Yeah. That's what Addy said. He's like, Addy was like,
Yeah,
yeah, he probably
yeah,
charmed.
believes that the guy was charmed to go in and give, yeah, to give, you know, Adler the shoes.
Which makes sense because why would this random noble to show up to Adler?
That means his face still in town, man. Show, being a
Still,
nuisance.
still working on behalf of Schmenk, which is funny because Adler
Yeah,
mentioned
that's what he's
Schmenk
doing.
just now.
He's having fun right now. He being real fucking well more than a nuisance. He's a deadly nuisance.
Yeah, he
And it's
killing people
funny
left and
because
right.
Adler legitimately said, like,
Looks
yo,
like
don't
another
trust people like
psychopath.
that because people like that who have mustaches like that are one
And
step
to
away
be
from
evil,
Schmenk.
and he was evil. And it
One step
reminds me
away
of
from
Shrek.
Schmenk. And then
I
what
have no
happened?
idea how that shit played out like that.
Bro,
That's
that's
godlike though.
crazy
It's
godlike.
like
I
it's
wasn't
like
expecting that either. I
it's
was
like when
like,
you start playing outside of the box like that. Like this is the kind of fun that I had when I was playing Zed. So I know you're having mad fun when you're just doing the things that just come naturally. You're not really thinking too much, and then it like
Crazy.
it's just I just love that. I just love that. I know you're having fun with that.
That's some dope ass theory craft. Like, how did he know?
Yeah, yeah.
One step away from Schmenk, and Schmenk's fucking assassin is the one that was legit behind it. That's nuts. What a call.
I
Oh
wasn't
shit,
expecting
Lewis,
that
what the
either. I
fuck,
was like,
bro?
oh, okay, interesting.
Holy Adler, man. I don't even have
I
control of
really
this
thought we were
boy.
Goddamn
about to start fucking. Your party was gonna go to shambles. Like it was gonna
I
end
thought
on a
so
right.
bloody
too,
ass
bro.
note. Like I really was like, damn, we really about to
Came to
fight right
crash the
now?
came to crash the party. Like
That's
Dude, that was
fucked up.
scary.
start killing off
That was
the
so
guests one
scary.
by one. You're like, what?
That could have been really scary too, because he was going to charm Adler, bro. If I didn't roll that 20, he should have took the fucking shoes. Charm.
That's funny. He
I know that's the best fucking
see,
like
that's the thing. He said
villain
that
thing to
That
because
was
say.
so
he
scary.
said he said that because he said that. I picture him saying it like a Joker way.
Yeah.
I feel like
Like you
Chucky
should
would
have
have said
taken
it that way.
It was that
oh
was so
Chucky,
scary, bro.
You're
right?
right. The way Chucky was that you should have taken the fucking shoes.
It's extra scary because I imagine
Yo,
Adler opening the
Like that
door
completely
and he
doesn't sound
goes
like the dude's
into
voice
his
anymore.
room
You're like, what the
and
fuck?
his room is empty, and so he goes over to his desk. He sets the taxidermy bird down on a desk, and so his room is empty. So he feels like he's alone in the room, and to hear a voice behind you like be violent out of nowhere, it's so fucking scary, dude. That shit is
and
Yeah.
then your
scare
mind's
Ross.
get, and then he's trying to get in your head because he was trying to do suggestion. He was going to be like, after he said that, if it succeeded, he was going to be like, I suggest you go down there, accept the gift, and dance in those shoes. That's what he was going to say.
Yo,
So then you
Oh,
just yeah, that was going to be
okay.
his suggestion, but he passed the will save, and he was just like,
I was curious because
it's
I
my
was
birthday.
it
Your
just
shoes.
okay. It
Oh,
makes more
and
sense
he
now. The
ran off.
dynamic of that.
He said, "Fuck your shoes."
teleporting,
I would have ran away
teleporting,
too if
Oh,
I
that's
would
right. He
have
teleported. Yeah, that's right.
fucking failed against a 20. Like, nah.
teleporting through the
Man.
floor. I was like, these upstairs.
Could
Stop it. Man,
we have heard you over all the music? Is the question. Hmm.
that's true. With the music on, you probably wouldn't have heard.
Yeah, it was downstairs. Yeah, and he went upstairs.
Hmm.
Uh oh.
Well, it's
Right,
1:36
retcon.
p.m. I gotta
Retcon.
get going.
Still
Retcon
fucking
what?
nothing. Nothing. I'm saying like we
I
didn't
thought
hear
everything
you,
clear.
so we couldn't spring to action after
No, he
all.
teleported
No, I
downstairs, and then
teleported down and told you
yeah,
guys,
Teleported
and then
everybody
you
downstairs.
sees
guys ran
Adler
up.
appear, and then he started yelling. Yeah, he was like,
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
yeah. It happened in the
so
right
yeah.
sequence.
All right.
But okay
All
then.
right.
So your characters
Yo, the party, son. The party
enjoy
is
the
lit.
night,
Yeah.
All right.
and
Roth offers. Well, actually, he was gonna offer Addie um the ability to stay up all night if she wanted to catch up with Adellar with keep watch,
oh,
Mm.
he's like, oh, Tennessee goes, oh, you can do that? Yeah, that would be
help with the
great,
nightmares
Mister
for
Mister
tonight.
Rothgard.
And then he blesses her, and then he says, um, "I know how much your friends mean to you, Adler. So let's make the most of this night. Before I take too much drink, uh, let me uh, let me let me ask uh, my patron for a small miracle. He
Mm.
prays for that small blessing and then touches both of you, and then he goes, "Enjoy the party," and then he like sends you guys off into like
Cool.
whatever else you guys end up doing for the night.
Thank you. I'm glad that we're all drunk together. That way, we're all forced to stay together and sleep in, and we won't get singled out by Top Man.
Yes, that's definitely sobered me up a bit.
Yep, he could come and
But
appear anywhere. He could
we
be in your
can't.
house right now, underneath your bed, waiting for you. He could be in the mines right now, waiting for me. He was there before.
Mhm.
Better
Wait,
stay
was he?
together.
He was
I
in
know.
Luna's
I
bed, I think,
yeah.
before
Yeah, he
with
was. Yeah,
with.
he was here.
He was on the
Yeah, I
Luna's
remember he
bed
was here
with the heads underneath
doing
there.
some boogeyman shit.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, this is the second time he's
Yeah,
been fucking with
Yeah,
us at
he's
our
doing
house,
home
bro.
invasions.
Something wrong with this night.
home
All right,
invasion.
so
Home yeah.
Roth
got
goes,
got to check under your bed and the
yeah,
closets.
this is the second time.
Yeah,
Mm,
this is why
Third
Luna's
time. What you
sleeping in the
mean?
harassing us
guild.
here.
Third
Luna's
time.
not
He
sleeping in that
actually
room
he
anymore.
actually banged out with Lucian.
What about Lucian? Yeah.
He banged out with Lucian,
All
spooked
right,
Luna, and tried to charm me and get me to put on some cursed shoes. He ain't playing, bro. He on us.
He's gonna cross the wrong person one
But so
day.
far, so far, it seems like he's only bothering us when we come back home. But that's still a problem. Like we live here, bro. Like we pay rent here. You can't be coming home
how
from
to
the
talk like that,
adventure.
really? Yo, you
This
pay right
this
here, man.
this
Like, this
out
is
of
some
character.
bullshit, bro.
This out of character. I'm just
Okay,
talking locally, so.
okay.
But yeah, so
So
it
out of
seems like it's
character,
only in
I see
character.
what you're saying. I do feel like he only does these things after a period of time, so it's probably not something that he could really like spam like like that. And if he can, then I mean, like let's get it on then. Like it is what it is. Like if eventually he's gonna fuck up, he's not gonna be able to get away like that. So I feel like he's doing it sparingly because there's like a high risk. That's why like I feel like Roth looks at the situation like he was really slow to react to this because I feel like I just feel like we have the numbers and the power to deal with him. He's doing guerrilla tactics for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Like had you gotten charmed and shit, yeah, that would have sucked. But then we would have probably still not have dealt with him and probably had to go and find some way to get the damn enchantment off of you. You know what I'm saying? Like he's fucking with us, but he's not really like killing people. Like he's not. I'm not saying he's not a threat. Definitely a threat, but I just don't feel like he's like
Oh, he's
isn't his
killed people.
motivation still unclear
He's.
too? Like it's
I
still
think
like he was borderline like a good guy
let's
sort of,
let's
not
not forget
borderline,
though.
but
He also he's killed people and he's framed Night Watch for the murders. You gotta remember that too.
Yeah.
right. What was the motivations for him again?
He's hired by Schmenk to get rid of us. Like
He has no stake in this. He's just hired to
he's
do so.
hired by Schmenk to
Well,
assassinate.
don't
He's an
forget.
assassin, bro.
I thought we found out information that he's really not. Yeah, right. He has no stake in this, so that
Yeah,
means that he could be.
he's a Fey assassin, and we're his targets, paid by Schmenk.
Don't forget the boogeymen.
Yeah,
They're
that's it.
cruel.
That's a
They're
threat.
they're they're cruel, mischievous
Maybe
fae.
I'm thinking of the one who was
I'm
in
worried.
the
I'm
Laughing
supposed to
Hollow.
be
Maybe
The
worried
I'm
about
mixing
boogeymen.
him.
him.
Don't forget the boogeymen are cruel, mischievous fae. They enjoy giving their victims like a sense of dread and fear.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be scared, and I am. Like,
Yeah, they want to terrorize and make you fucking
you know
paranoid
what
and
I
freaking
imagine
out
it as?
before they whimsically
Actually get their
decide to get
kill.
bored and
Right.
be like, time to go for the kill. Like,
Right. You know what
Right,
I
right.
imagine it as, Lou? Imagine if you had to face Freddy Krueger, but outside of like the dream world, and he's an assassin. That's what I imagine it as. So he
yeah,
has like this supernatural ability to kind of appear anywhere and like do
Right.
things to like make the situation where you feel like you're powerless, and he's
Time's up.
got this
how
magical
much
supernatural control of the situation. Like it's scary.
is that? All the information character?
That makes sense. I think
And it seems
Pennywise
like
was like
he
that, sort of.
right, exactly. But it
Pennywise was
seems like
definitely
it's
like
only when
that.
we come back, when we come back to Daggerford, it seems like that's the issue.
Here's my issue though. Here's my issue though. Wait, actually, hold up. Before I talk about my issue, the Laughing Hollow leprechaun dude who we got the wand back from, that wasn't a boogeyman, right?
No, that was a
No,
No.
leprechaun.
That was an actual leprechaun,
That's
right?
the actual
Yeah.
leprechaun.
Oh, I see. That's why we got. All right, so the boogeyman looks like a leprechaun. No,
his
No,
No,
name
he
was
just looks
Bast
like a
Nah,
guy
bro.
that
Basti.
he's just
he
like a
looks like
clown in a
that.
trench coat.
I
He looks
got
like
it.
the
Yeah.
top hat dude.
It's in the
No,
map
it
right
just
here. It
yeah.
has it all right
Right.
above.
It's
Popped.
just
Did it
that
pop
It's on the
up?
he.
map.
It should have showed up. Yeah.
There it is.
Mm.
So instead of being a leprechaun short, he's a tall dude. He's a tall, regular sized
Yeah,
leprechaun. Not a
he's like
regular
a little
sized
ass
leprechaun.
Negro.
Nah.
Humanoid, like a
Wait,
human sized
have you seen
leprechaun.
D Gray Man before?
Yeah. I
Did it
kept
You
saying
pop
it
know,
was
up?
my name Earl.
I
clown
popped the
from
thing
D
up
Gray
on the
Man, how he wears
screen. I
that
don't know if
top hat and
I
he
popped
does
it
Yeah.
on the
moves.
screen. Did
He's
it
like,
pop up?
that's exactly how I
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I see
see
it.
it.
Yeah,
imagine that.
dude.
Oh,
The
Yeah,
one
okay.
on the left. The one on the
I
left.
see it.
Those are
That's
like
it, and
different. Those are
Yeah.
like different
exactly how
images.
I imagine
Those are
that.
different. Yeah, those are different like images of different like how.
Yeah. It's just all right. So basically, my issue is that Boogeyman um he has no stake in this. He doesn't. For me, I feel like that's an opportunity to get him to not kill us, or to turn on
See,
his client or whatever you
we've
want to, however you
we've
want to call
actually
it.
we actually talked about that, and Sophia was like, "I'm not gonna negotiate with the boogeyman."
That's exactly what I was gonna say. I don't know how
We
you're
all
gonna be a
agreed that's not
paladin
what we're
to
gonna
do
do.
that. Like,
Really?
as
Yeah,
far as the paladin's
But
concerned, he's
is
the evil
Boogeyman evil
face.
though? Are they
yes.
evil
Yeah,
though?
yes.
He
All the
murdered
He
a
just
couple of
information's there.
described
civilians.
that he
If
All the
enjoys
information
what
that the
the
group
hell?
has
enjoy
is there.
cruelty.
If the
The most
boogeyman so
evil
far,
boogeymen are those who
the
abandon the task of
boogeyman so
defeating a
far
one person
killed
at
a
turn to
few
a mass
people,
murder.
cold blood.
They
If that's
enjoy
not
what they're
evil,
doing.
if that's not evil, I don't know what is.
Even
All
if
Right.
right,
that was the
all
Even
case,
right.
he killed
even a
Cullen's
Kalem
men.
even a Kalembrite will feel like, wait a second, this dude is
Oh, you
killing
mean
people and
Cullen
I'm not meant to
and
die
his
yet.
people?
Yeah,
I remember that.
he's the one that
Yeah, we
killed
needed
Cullen's
that.
men.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
he
wanted that
killed
we
them and
wanted
stuffed
that.
their heads under
Yeah,
Luna's
yeah,
bed
but
We
though.
we
wanted
don't
that.
want them to die. We want them to like he did
Go to
it
jail. Pay
If
just
attention.
for
they
the
were
hell
gonna
of it.
die,
We
they were gonna die in
don't say
battle. Like
we. Don't say
they,
we
they could have
didn't want him to
surrendered.
die. It sounds like
I wanted to body them, and if
Adler
they chose
wanted
to, I
Adler
wanted to
wanted
body
them to
them.
die. I
I wanted them,
mean,
yeah.
them
But they had the
dying
no, they had the
benefited
choice to
us.
surrender.
Adler wanted, yeah.
But they had the choice of surrendering with Adler still. In this situation, they were hunted down. It's a difference. If they didn't want smoke and they would, I mean, it's a different story. They could have stayed away and ran away. In this case,
I
they were
feel
hunted
like
down and assassinated.
that's
Adler wasn't gonna
absolutely an
chase after them.
RP. That's an
Didn't they try
RP point
to
though, because
didn't
I
they
feel
try to
like
assassinate him?
now that would mean that Adler understands that all death isn't the same.
Yeah,
Circumstances
true, true.
but before death. This is kind of why I feel like a lot of the time when Adler acts like as if he's mad, like narrow minded on something, especially when it regards to death, I'm always like, why is he feeling that way still? If he understands that the ramification, not the ramification, but like the circumstances of a particular death, it differs from case by case. Like just death in general has what's what's okay and what's not okay. What makes it murder and what makes it an accident or manslaughter or something like that. You know what I'm trying to say? Like the differences between these things.
Mhm.
Like if he's able to come to an understanding on his own about those things, then I just think like I said, maybe it's an RP point in the future for us to go over. But hearing you out of character right now, it does sound like he's capable of understanding the differences and the nuances between, you
Oh,
know,
yes. It's just the
death.
fact that Adler is also
Uh,
very human in the fact that
mhm.
he'll make exceptions when it's a situation that he wants to go in his way, thus making himself a hypocrite. He's very,
Right.
very
Yeah, he does
he's
that a
very
lot.
susceptible to that, of course. Because his wisdom score is 10. So I mean, I'm gonna role play his average wisdom score in relation to the fact that he's gonna fall prey to the pitfalls of the human spirit, which is to be weak to your wants and you know
Create
try
double
to
standards when
lie,
it's
create double
convenient.
standards. Yeah, yeah.
I get that. I get that too. That's fair.
Especially if you got
As
the
long as
charisma
that's
to go in there.
consciously happening and in the face of irrefutable evidence that he wouldn't still be a hypocrite. Like I feel like I get that, but hopefully there's a way to counterbalance that.
Mm. Well, yeah, I
Because
mean,
usually there's a lack of awareness for most people that tend to do things for like, a particular reason where yeah they're being a hypocrite, but there's like some sort of like they're not aware that they're being a hypocrite as they're doing it.
as they're doing it, right, right,
But like when they look back, they're like, oh yeah, I was being, or like someone telling them like, yo, you can't do that. Why not? Because this is what
right.
it does, and you're
Do
like,
they have the self?
oh,
Well, I think that goes. What comes into play there is, do you have the wisdom to be more introspective to see that you're being hypocritical? That's what it is, because
I
it's
mean,
about
being
self.
shown having party members who have higher wisdom, like
Right, you could do
Roth.
that too. Yeah, Ralph could point that out. But it'll be like, if you point it out to Adler, maybe he'll come to understand that, hey, I'm being a hypocrite. But will you want to
But
change
he
his
has to care
behavior?
about being a hypocrite. That's what I
Right,
said. He still has to
right.
care about if
Still has to
he's
care
able.
about
I can live with that. Like, you know what I mean? I
right.
imagine that
Is
will
it
be
a
like
sa-
the fucking,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, are
right.
you okay knowing that you're a murderer now? And he's like, yeah,
Right.
yeah, he
It could
deserved
be
to
a
die.
situation.
That's
Actually,
like that's kind. I feel like that's where
yeah.
that that line of reasoning. If you went down the whole
Well, I
path,
guess it
like I
depends
feel
on
like
the
he's the type of
scenarios too.
person.
It does, maybe that may not always be the case because he is
Uh,
chaotic. So sometimes there's still a chance that he may be like, actually, maybe you're right, and I shouldn't do it. That's also open to my possibilities of exploring too. So
right,
it's
right.
situational.
Okay,
In this
all right.
situation, for sure, I think he would err on the side of
All right,
being
guys,
scared
I'm
and
out. Good
cautious
night.
because it involves people he cares about.
Nah, bro.
All right, Patrol.
Have a good night, Brody.
So next week,
He
So,
would be a little worried
so,
because
so this
it
thing is
happened.
evil as
Luna
fuck,
being
to
and
affected
there's
by
no
it, Lucian
forgiveness
got
for this.
affected by it. He'd be worried. When it
Mm.
paired
next
up to
week, yeah,
Luna's
trades were
bed, he was
deep. I
laughing
just
about
gotta
it.
go over
And
see what
same thing
scrolls
with
I think Roth found, and then I think that's
Oh
it.
yeah, I wanted to look for some
he's
scrolls,
worried
but I
about
didn't tell
Roth.
you which. My fault.
Roth.
Oh, okay.
Not Roth.
Just worry about Roth.
He's worried about Lucian, my bad. Because it
Oh,
hurt Lucian. The thing that happened with Luna was kind of funny. And this on his birthday was actually kind of thrilling, he would say, more than
funny
like,
too.
but it's still an assassin trying to kill everybody, so it's scary. It was only thrilling because he
Thriller.
escaped it. Looking
I'm
back
sure there's a song,
in the
Lord of
moment
the
that
Rings version
happened,
of Thriller
it's
too.
more scary
I
than it
think
was
there.
thrilling to hear
Shit.
like in the back of
There's
your head.
gotta be. There's gotta be. That shit's popular as fuck.
You should
All
have put
right.
on fucking
I
shoes.
do
My
feel
heart
like
dropped, bro.
I do feel like now since we have like this multiple attacks in our home, like we do need to like look at it more closely and be
Of
like,
course
what are we
we
gonna
do.
do about that? But
We'll continue with the quest, but we know when we come home, we gotta deal with a Fey assassin at some point. That's pretty scary. Like can't sleep at night.
it's a little fucked up. Yeah.
Worried. I don't
Yep.
want Freddy
Does that mean that
Krueger.
we should be sticking together more? We could probably do this in WhatsApp. Sorry guys, but yeah, I'm curious about like
Alice
what
said
the
that in character.
ramifications of knowing we have this fucking routine attacker every now and every now and then at our home.
Right. Adler already
This
expressed that in character.
kind of
He
seems
said,
fucked up
Alice said, I'm glad that we're all too drunk to go home. That way we can all stay together. Because he's scared, you know.
tonight.
That's his way of saying he's worried, he's scared. Because,
That was a really elaborate way of saying I'm scared because I definitely
yeah,
did not pick that up until you said that meant he was scared. I
right.
thought that meant that he was just happy that we're I don't know, just
Yo, I gotta role play my high
happy that he's having a
charisma.
good time with his friends. Like I
I
really,
gotta role play
I
my
didn't
charisma. I'm not gonna
care.
let you
It was
see me
not
sweat.
in
I'm
the
not gonna
top
let
three.
you sweat, my dude. I
Yeah.
gotta role play that.
Roth would
I
get
ain't
it
gonna let
though.
this nigga see me sweat.
Roth,
I gotta role
Roth
play
would
that
get it
confidence.
though. Roth got that sense
But
of
Rolf
wisdom.
got the wisdom.
Yeah,
He can
Roth has
see
the
it.
wisdom to Roth probably understands what it is, but
Yeah.
I didn't pick up on it. That's what I was
Yeah.
saying.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, yeah. I have to like if I remembered if I would have heard you say that line, I'd have been
Yeah, that's why he
like
reminded you. He's
Lewis,
like, pop on.
does Roth know what he means by that? Like, you know what I mean? I
That's why he said it
try to
could pop
cue
up
you
underneath
in.
your bed.
Right.
You know, that's why he's trying to paint the scenario of it popping underneath your bed, but really he's projecting. He's worried about it popping underneath his bed.
Yeah, it's all fun and games. It's
Right,
all
but he
fun and
doesn't want to
games
let you
until when
know
it
that he's
pops on
scared.
you.
Until it
Okay.
happens to you. Yeah.
Please forgive
I
me.
don't know. I feel like the way Roth looks at this thing is way less of a threat than you guys. I don't know why. I don't know why, but that's how I feel Roth would look at it. I feel like Roth,
That's
the
fair.
ever encroaching
Roth is
death
like,
part of it. I feel like Roth will be like, yeah, we could
Roth is
die at
like,
any time. Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah,
Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's
That's
not
just
like
like
looking
the
at it
that
like
makes sense for
the
Raw.
outlook on the. He's like, I deal with the fucking dead all the time. Listen to this fake trickster.
Yeah,
What's this clown ass motherfucker? Let him try.
yeah.
That's what
Ross
he
not that
let
thinking.
him.
scared of death.
I mean, he
He's
might
giving
Clown
death
actually be
away.
in
fucking
real
try.
danger. He might actually be in real danger, but I just
Right.
feel like Roth is like
Yeah.
desensitized. Although he's still like I say desensitized, but it's not like he's like Sophelia immune to fear. Like he's still
Right.
capable of being afraid, but I just feel like the way he would that wouldn't mean that he's
He's
still
more
like
He's
gritty. He's more
definitely like
gritty.
wary because like
rationalized
I'd
He's
death.
say
more
yeah, I'd
That
say
gritty.
makes
he's definitely
sense.
wary because like with undead they're kind of predictable, whereas Fae not exactly, not all the
Yeah.
Right.
time.
Right.
I feel like
So
his knowledge and connection with Kalimvor gives him an understanding of death that brings him a sort of peace with it. Not so much like a fearlessness. It's just that he has like a such a profound understanding of the process that he has less apprehension towards it than like someone like me or Ophelia, where we're not like so focused on like that half of death that
right.
like we're more focused on hearing the living. So we're that's more of a
Definitely
misnomer.
a larger amount of acceptance involved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're a little more scared of that because we know less about it.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. And even with the unknown and stuff that Adler keeps like going on about, like to
Different
me,
than
in a many way, it's like a different kind of a. It's the similar. It's weird because you've drawn parallels between those two things, and I've always, well, not always, but as time goes on, now I've been realizing that it's the unknown also, just in a different direction. You know what I'm trying to
right,
say?
right.
Like, if the afterlife is still an unknown journey that you take into a place that doesn't make sense, but it's weird because like it's somewhat less overwhelming knowing that there's someone fair controlling that, and then you have the we don't know what the fuck is going on over here, but it's still a journey.
Right.
I guess you know what I mean. Like it's still the unknown. It's a journey, and we don't really know who or what is
It's just
controlling
a
it.
different
But
structure.
hey,
There's no
there's
nothing
a you know what I
solved.
mean. Like
That's
it's a
fair.
giant question mark down that road, which is the afterlife too. But like it kind of feel like that's where like Roth feels more like he feels more like grounded when it comes to like undead stuff and death related things, as opposed to like he's interested in the far realm stuff, but just from a different just on a different perspective. Like you're more interested in the wonder aspect. I mean, I get that too, and it's more and there's wonder things to both. You know what also, but it's kind of like he wants to he wants to he wants to he wants to understand it as much as he understands the afterlife for mortals, but I feel like that's probably not something that he's ever gonna really get. I don't. It's because the far realm's so strange. If that makes sense.
I don't think
Like
we're gonna get too deep into it in this campaign for sure. That's not the way. We're gonna touch on it lightly, but it's not like we're gonna ever travel there. It's not a campaign that's dedicated to that. So
is it fair to say that the far realm is an ever changing space?
yeah, I think the far
It's
realm is doesn't really have a
alien.
Like
form at all.
is it like on like the chaotic axis of things, or
Some
is the far realm
some
like
creatures from there could be chaotic, but it's just completely alien. It's immeasurable. It's indescribable.
those are the words that they keep using for it, and
Yeah,
I always
it's
feel like
just
that means that you can't
it
really
drives you
know
mad.
the far realm.
Yeah, because it'll drive you mad when you do.
Yeah.
It'll drive
It
you.
doesn't really have a game structure for it. Like there's no mechanic to apply for it. It's mostly just all
I think
written.
Adellar brought up the KR type for a little bit. They were wizards that tried to tap
Mhm.
into the far realm, then they end up getting transformed, and now they're doing crazy shit.
Hmm.
Not even human
Oh,
anymore. The motherfuckers are something else. And I think what it was is that now that they're part of the far realm, they ended up hating everything in the material plane. So like any I think like their goal is to like destroy the material plane now or some crazy shit like that. I gotta look it up, but
See, that's yeah. All right, we can probably talk about this forever, but I
far
feel like
realm
these are the
stuff
kind of
is
conversations
crazy.
that Roth and Adler would probably have if they were to talk about their two areas of expertise, and Roth would be trying to like find anchor points to like drive conversation uh between like the undead and
right.
between the
Is
food
in
plane and the far realm,
right in Roth's case,
trying to draw those parallels, yeah, to
in
drive
Roth's case,
conversation.
Roth would bring up as a good analogy to that to the Kyotai is he would bring up like over in the negative material plane, they have castles controlled by undead zombie lords and vampire lords who wish to just fucking penetrate, who's never even been to the prime material. They're like strictly from the negative material plane and they wish to break into this world and spread their undead like touch to the surface of a world. And so you have like your undead versions of like an analogy between those two. It's just that one is anchored in a reality that we exist in and one is anchored in the far realms. But you know, you could find connections. They probably do have conversations like that from time to time.
Sometimes.
Yeah,
I mean, because even with the negative
yeah.
energy plane, it follows the laws of the multiverse. It follows its own. It follows the rules of its nature. The far realm has no rules.
Yeah.
It has no,
It's really just unbounded.
what rules it does have is alien to everything else in the multiverse.
Right. The only thing that we've seen coming out from that has any description for the far realms is not structured like where you have like a plane that has like layers and stuff like that. In the far realms, they don't have
It's probably
anything that's saying there's like it exists in layers or it exists in like a form. It's just the far realms. And so I always imagine it as just an open space where everything is. So you could find crystal spheres, you could find whole galaxies right next to a crystal sphere. You could find like an expanse where there is nothing, no galaxy, no nothing, just empty space. Like everything that you could imagine, I imagine could exist in the far realms just all at the same time. And it's not, and I imagine the far realms as not being an actual space, meaning it has no confines. It's not expanding nor is it contracting. It just is. Whereas our reality, where you have like the cosmology, has actual like borders. And so, because we have like a beginning and an end, we have all the structures in between. But when you think of the far realms, there isn't that at all.
The forum doesn't have a border. Why do we keep talking about the
Because
edge of the reality and shit? And where the
because they got
far realm and the material plane where they meet and shit like
Plane
that.
of
because you got have you
madness.
do you are you familiar with the way the cosmology looks?
I thought I was. I thought I was. That's why I've looked at photos.
Now imagine the far realms is outside of that cosmology. It's everything outside of all known cosmologies is the far realms.
Let me just see where it the far realm with a distant and terrifying that lays outside of the rest of creation. Oh, you're really right about
Right.
that.
So I'm saying. So that's what we're talking. That's why I keep saying outside of known reality. Because the cosmology includes everything that exists within the cosmology. But we're talking about things
I
outside of
think that's why Roth really doesn't like. He's not very
very not very nuanced with it.
welcoming with you with everything that regards to the far realm. Like you the way that Adler like the way that he refers to like the far realm and how it interests him for Roth, it's like very because there's no structure like that before. There's no rhyme or reason. Like you've heard Roth say things like uh proper place and shit like that and stuff like that, and everything having like its place in the balance and shit like that. It doesn't sound
Right.
like this this space is like abides by any of that.
It doesn't. It doesn't. And that's why Adler that's the point
So
in
maybe
that
I'm talking about it wrong now that I think about it.
that's the one point
I posted it in WhatsApp. Some
that's
of
the
it.
point of conflict that you guys that Roth and Adler always get to. They usually talk about the same thing until they get to that point where you try to apply the rules of like reality to what he's talking about because then like he's like that I don't get that. Like it those things don't really
I think the only
translate
way
over.
I think the part that I would if I were to simplify everything as to how Roth would have been discussing it up until this point would have been everything being in its proper place and then probably even the far realm being in its proper place, but instead of it being a place in within the current structure, it would be the the opposite. It'll be outside of it. You know what I'm trying to say? Like it would be not two sides like two sides and two because we already have that like positive and negative and shit like that chaos and we already have that. So the coin is already full. You
Right.
you know what I mean? But like the far one would be something that's not on the coin at all is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
So I feel like that's how he would refer to it. And would that make it the opposite of what is? Like is it like anti being? I have no idea how to really refer to it, but that's kind of how I've been looking at
I
it.
wouldn't
Like
say anti. I
it's
would say
like it's
it's outer
my brain hurts.
outer it's existential.
It's it's
It's not
anti.
it's not existing. It's about existence, right? Because these things there are things that have sentience that exist outside of existence. That's what they are, and so it's existential. It's about existing, but it's about the concept, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's about existing as we know it here in the physical material
So
reality.
it's meta.
Yes, metatextual would be the best way to approach it. Until, because you got to think about it, until they come into this reality, right? Like you wouldn't be able to really. I mean, like they exist outside of this reality, so you have to come
I
into
don't
this
want to give
reality
you
for
that. I don't want to
like,
give you that. I'm gonna tell you right now. It's weird. I'm in this weird headspace, and I'm glad that like you
like
guys are hanging on this long
extra
to like talk
reality, I
about this, or at least hang out and let me just like think about this for a second because I feel like this will help the role play ultimately. At least if, when it comes up, I just think that I'm in the headspace right now as when you decide to go into the realm of existential and meta, it made me think of again, maybe I'm gonna clarify it a little bit better, but you think of you know how when you think about the Bible and stuff like that, and God made something out of nothing, and before everything, there was nothing, and then He made, the Word, and then that's like when we start to get more physical, more concrete, different kinds of aspects of things.
Right.
That like, how come the forum? It makes it seem so easy for it to be a chaos thing where it has nothing but potential and it could be all these things until it's not, right? And then it's now a concrete, it's a concrete thing. And but for some reason, even in the primordial like before you even have let's say if you wanted things to be like let's say if we were looking at things as like ideas, symbols, and then you get more concrete as like damn, what comes after fucking ideas and symbols? But
I think
basically you
that's
see
just the most minute like metric you get is symbols.
symbols,
Yeah, symbols is as small as you could
symbols.
get for
That's
representation of something.
right.
Symbolic.
What about
Something
Like
symbolic.
abstractions?
could you
Abstractions?
mention that? Oh, say it again. Abstractions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like those. That's what we're basically talking about with the whole meta stuff. That's why I'm thinking of it like when we're talking about even like how when we refer to like deities and whatnot, how they have all these portfolios and when the things that they represent and all that shit. Like I'm thinking like instead of us talking about deities, we're talking about the portfolios themselves. You know what I mean? We're talking about the domains. It's not crystallized into a deity just yet. You know what I'm trying to say? It's still just concepts. You know what I'm trying to say? Like it's still just meta talk,
Oh,
metaphysical
yeah.
element. Like, are we like? Is it fair to refer to the far realm as that because you mentioned that? But to me, I'm like, isn't that just what chaos is? No.
Um,
It's not even chaos because there is a plane of chaos that exists
right.
in the multiverse. The far realm's
I
beyond that.
I'll put it to you this way.
It's not even a primordial
This
soup
is the
thing
way I
either.
think
It's
about it.
beyond
Yeah.
that.
If if if, if
It's called the plane of
So it's not
madness.
just chaos. So
It's
it's not
also called the
chaos.
plane of it's commonly called the plane of madness
Hmm.
because anybody that tries to glean insight to the nature of the place, they all go mad. They all get corrupted. The gods don't even want to fuck with it. Like,
Hmm.
it's what Pale Lady, if you remember Pale Lady's like speech that she was having, like where she said the gods are like, if you break it down to her, the gods are custodians of concepts, and the far realms is a place that is devoid of all concepts, which is why the gods don't like going there.
Yeah, you
Because
said devoid of concept. So why
right,
would she say that
okay, so
if
basically,
there's a whole bunch of if there's meta elements, meta stuff happening there still? Because
it,
I thought that's essentially
it's
what the deities represent. They're like more physical manifestations of concepts.
it's meta in the fact that far realms is outside of concepts. That's what makes it meta.
yeah, it's outside of everything.
What's outside of concepts? I feel
Okay,
like
Exactly.
all right.
we
So
No,
let's
exactly.
exactly.
define
I
that
know.
then. Let's
Yeah.
define that.
It just
All
makes
right.
me
So
mad because
you
I
know what?
want to
Makes
Would
you
understand that.
insane,
ah
right? It
right
drives you
right
Is
crazy.
right.
so is this exact like process that we're going through the reason why the forums make people mad because it's
Yes.
a place that so okay so then all right so now all right
Yep, that's
so
exactly.
I'm really trying to understand it and I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
So what is that space that you find yourself able to understand what the forum is. Not that you even understand it, but like, what is the space that you're able to say that's the forum? You know what I'm trying to say? Like we just
when
said
you
it, but I feel like I said it
basically
while saying a
okay,
whole bunch of other things around
right,
it.
right,
You
right.
know what I'm
So
trying
what
to
you're doing right now, like that indescribableness, that's how you describe the far realms. It's indescribable. So like they have this one, and to be literal about it, they
say?
have this one spell. Where in the description they have this spell where like it what you're looking at, you you can't form words to describe, and because you're looking at it and you can verify that it's real, but it's something that defies all logic and all explanation that you have for it, and it's in your reality. It makes you so scared of it that you're affected by a fear effect. It's You're hitting them with existential dread, that they see something that causes them fear because it lies outside of all everything that they've
Right.
ever known.
That's why a lot of people say the really the best way to get an idea of like how D&D's Far Realm is, or how Pathfinder's Dark Tapestry is, because in Pathfinder the Dark Tapestry is like the equivalent. Um,
Mhm.
Realms like that, and even in like films and movies or whatnot, it all boils back down to love to Lovecraft. All boils back down to the Cthulhu mythos.
Mm,
Um,
mm,
you read his stories and you get a good idea of like, okay, I've read some of his work. Now I know now I know where these guys in D&D got their inspiration from. Now I know where these guys in
Right.
Pathfinder got their inspiration from.
Hmm.
The Mind Flayer. The Mind Flayer is a total inspiration from
Uh,
Lovecraftian mythos. The Mind Flayer was meant to be uh
Cthulhu, like, because of
like
the
Cthulhu like,
tentacles.
yeah, it's supposed to be like similar to Cthulhu.
Damn
Um,
near all the aberrations are like a spin off of something Lovecraftian.
right.
I tried
So
to look at more Lovecraftian like movies and shit. Like there's a Nicolas Cage one
Like
that even that Johnson told me to watch, and I watched it, and it was good. But I've seen
like the
other things,
Aboleth. The Aboleth is a
Aboleth
good
too, and like
example.
Marvel, you've seen something like that too. But my question is like, my question would now be like, okay, so all right, so I'm watching all this Lovecraftian stuff. I'm learning about what the far realm seems to be, where they're getting the inspiration from. Mind flayers. Now, when I'm watching, like, let's say Baldur's Gate 3, the game came out, and the Mind Flayer Illithid is like the main fucking villain, whatever the hell. When I'm looking at that, I don't feel that feeling of dread or whatever because I feel like I've rationalized what it is.
Oh, that's
You're
because
saying that,
that's it was inspired by it as far as like the features and some of the things that it has, but the Lithid is very more grounded in fantasy
yeah,
than it
yeah.
is what Louis and I are talking about
But
with the
even the
Far Realm.
Illithids are
mm,
in nature alien, as in
Right.
like
They're not terrestrial.
they're outside the scope of what is natural in the material
right?
plane. They're, because of what they are and what they do and how they think.
hmm
Um,
Wouldn't that mean that the Gith Yankee? Wait, hold up. The Gith Yankee and the wait. So wait, but the Illithids don't come from the far realm.
No, they don't.
Okay, so we're not even talking about the same thing. Then. We're not talking about the same thing.
well, I don't know what they're doing with the lore.
Well,
I don't.
no, yeah. Did they change that? Did they have it where they originated from there and then they spread out into known
It's crazy
reality?
because all right, in third edition, I don't know if second edition
I
has
don't remember
ever
them
get. I
being
don't think.
having
I
an
don't know if
origin.
second edition has ever given them like an origin. If they did, I need to look that up. If they did, it probably was Far Realm.
I thought they
I'm
came
assuming
from
that
the. I thought
third
they came from
edition,
El Sunsin.
third edition was they didn't really give a true origin to the Mind Flayer. In fact, they had it where the Mind Flayers are actually from the far future, like towards the
What?
end. Yeah, they're from
The
like
fucking
towards
cable?
they're from like towards the end of time, where they have taken over everything, but some catastrophe happened and some colonies of them escaped it by going back in time, back like far back in time.
That's crazy.
This
It's in
is
it's in
so
the it's in
fucking wild, bro.
it's
That's
in
a
the
crazy fucking
it's in the Lords
redo.
of Madness book, but that was like
Mhm.
that still didn't explain their origin. It just explained, okay, far future, these motherfuckers took over, and to escape it,
That's dope
they
as shit.
travel
So,
back in the past, and that's why they're fucking with us now. Their species is actually from the fucking future.
but yeah, that doesn't
Mm-hmm.
tell us the
But
origins at all.
it's it
That's
still
just how
doesn't
they got the
explain the
power.
origin, and think
You know, when
fifth
you think
I
about
think
that,
fifth edition may have said the Far Realm is their origin, just like they did it with the Beholders, because the Beholders never really had a true origin either. But now
All
they're
right, so
saying
Lou,
the Beholders are
quick,
from the
quick
Far
yeah,
Realm.
question. Quick question. You got the brain god in El Sun scene. You got the Great Mother, who's like the god beholder who's in the abyss. How are that? How is it not that those gods are the origins of those species?
I think what happened was those were originally entities from the Far Realm. They ended up on the material plane, which gave them concept, and they spawned. They ended up spawning their
Where they
own
live.
creations, the fucking
Okay.
Beholders, and for them the fucking Illithids. But
Mm,
mm,
their gods sound like they were originally Far Realm entities, but because they're so grounded in the material plane now, they're gods.
got
But
you.
they're also
mm.
beyond gods at the same time. It's
Yeah,
wild.
then nobody
There's
fucks with
two.
El
Actually,
Sun
there's
scene
two.
and the Great Mother.
I
Yeah.
think there's two beholder gods. Really.
There are. I only
Uh,
know of the Great Mother.
was Great Mother, and then there's is this how this dude.
So I just wanted to mention this one thing
Yo,
that
I gotta look that
Zemnis
up.
came
got
across my mind when you said fucking they came from the future. Uh, if you sprinkle a little interstellar on that, it makes them out to be fifth dimensional beings, right again,
I
which
mean,
would
yeah.
kind of still make them far
Far
realm
realms. Mm.
because they're outside of what's what I'm trying to say. So I kind of, if that's true that that's how they're like spinning it, say that they're from the fucking so far in the future, but they fucking went so far in the past to escape their demise or some shit.
Well, this one's
I
male,
mean,
Now
so
you want
Great
to
Mother is
go. Now you want to
female.
go in the other direction, right?
fucking rabbit hole, bro.
You got these aberrations that are fucking primordial as hell. Like they were there before the creation of the. They were there before any other intelligent race, before the
This
gods.
Pathfinder, right?
This is well, no, this is also in
This
D
is
and D.
second edition D&D.
Pathfinder took this idea from D&D for sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
This
I
is
remember
in
this,
D and
these
D.
creatures are like
It's
miles
the it,
long,
the
bro.
it's the aboleths. It's the aboleths.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Oh,
you're
Yeah.
it's about
thinking of
the
no,
Abolus.
yeah, I'm talking about the aboleths. They're on the
Yeah.
opposite end of the spectrum. They're beyond
Old.
prehistoric. They're beyond primordial. They were there. They all say they were there since the fucking beginning, before
Right.
when it was just
Or
water.
the
Like,
crystal spheres.
That's what I would think,
um,
right? They were like the first single cell things
yeah,
living in the
that's
water
what they,
that just
yeah,
stayed there
Yeah,
for so
the
long and just
aboleths.
grew.
yeah.
That's
Yeah, the aboleths were there.
that would make
And
a
what's
lot of
crazy
sense.
about what's crazy, and their aberrations. They're again, there's no origin, and except some of them serve these beings. They're not really. It's crazy because like they're aberrations, so
Hey, you
they don't worship a god in the same way like a human or a dwarf or orc would.
Right.
But they are these beings that I guess like they respect and look up to.
Adler has a theory though.
And game mechanically speaking, you could there could be quote unquote
Oh,
of
Adler,
clerics of a
cleric
deity.
aboleths
Yeah.
of these beings. I know one of them's called the Blood Queen. There's another one called Piscathus, but they're aboleth quote unquote gods, but they're actually from the far realm. Um,
Ugh.
yo,
and they give
if you look at Adler's character sheet, you'll see he has lore Atlas, right? So here's a theory that I have about the Atlas and concerning the far realms. You know how in the very beginning they always say that like there's chaos and then from chaos, the
Game
gods come
order.
and then make law, right? And that's where they form everything else.
That's what
Adler
I.
Adler believes that before there was chaos, right? So predating chaos, the concept of it, there was nothing but just the far realm. So originally there was just the far realm. And then
Hmm.
from that far realm, the gods created chaos as the
Chaos.
first formament. And then the law gods came, and then from chaos pulled law, and that's where they created existence on the face, on the groundwork
The forum.
of the far realm. And so existing in that space before chaos was created was the aboleths.
Hmm. Hmm.
And then they created the concept of water, and the aboleths were still there in the
Hmm.
concept of water, and they created the crystal sphere and everything around the aboleths that were existing
I'm
in
glad
that.
you're talking like this now because this is where my mind was trying to go. Um, this now makes me think of the Matrix. All right, now stay with me. I know,
It's
tinfoil. But
existence.
you
At
remember,
first it's
wait,
non-existence, and then existence was like a drop
mm-hmm,
in in the
right,
water of
right,
non-existence, and we exist in the drop of water, and around it is this expanse of non-existence.
right, right. You remember when the architect was like, that wasn't the first time that they made the Matrix. Like they did it like 7 times or some shit. So you
Yeah.
know how you have the first world in D&D.
Hmm.
How a there was like a blueprint for the Faerun that or the Toro that we have now that was done
Yes.
before, and
Yeah.
then eventually it just got more and more like.
Hmm.
So as you
Toro.
see what I'm saying about these layers
Oh, the
in like
first world.
existence,
5e
that's kind
introduced
of
that. The
oh
They did. They just recently introduced the concept of the first world.
Forgotten Realms never did that.
Mm-mm.
I thought Paizo has that going on with their Fae.
I think
Oh,
Paizo has it going on.
Yeah, yeah. The
you're
Fae
thinking.
world
Yeah,
was the
because that's
first
where
Oh,
I
you're
world
got it
thinking
from.
created.
first world as in like the Fey realm.
The
Yeah,
Fey
Oh,
yeah.
I thought
realm,
you meant
right,
like
right.
literally the first world.
Oh, I
Oh,
don't even know what that is. That sounds like
neither did
something
I.
else what you're telling me about. I mean, I would
Yeah,
love to know
Yes,
what
it
that is
is.
probably
It
another
is.
it was,
day, but
Yeah, it is something
yeah.
else.
yeah.
All right. Listen, I'm glad that we were able to come to some. I feel like I know a little bit more now about where where what the far realm represents in our game. So
Got you.
thank you for sticking around for that, folks.
Oh, if you're
Um,
thinking of the equivalent of the first world in D&D, it's the Feywild.
the
Mm,
The
Feywilds, right?
Feywild or
yeah.
the Plane of Fairy, either way. But
But that world was a blueprint for the world we have now, right? But it's way more like hype. It's like everything's turned
like
up to like a
hyper
thousand,
reality, yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah,
Right.
pretty
Okay.
much.
They turned off gravity.
But it is a what was it?
They turned off gravity. They gave everyone speed boosts. They turned off time.
Right.
And then
Like
they
this shit is
It's like
different,
hyper
bro.
reality. It's like you go to a waterfall and you're seeing the majesticness of this waterfall, but in the Feywild, that waterfall's sparkling and it's like
Yeah.
it's so beautiful and rich with nature that it's manifesting as an actual living being. Now you have
yeah,
now you have a
crazy. So
waterfall nature spirit being that represents the waterfall and they're called Fossegrims. It's a real fucking it's
Bossegrim.
it's a real thing. Fossegrims,
That's a
they're
real
like,
thing.
yeah.
Oh
Or
shit.
you go into the
crazy.
forest
So
and you see all these
Oh
trees.
shit. You know where my mind went? Zelda.
Okay.
ah,
That's fucking Zelda. And it would be Zelda correctly because Link is a fucking fake creature.
The
Lick is
Hyrulean.
kind of fairy. He
When you think
yeah.
about the fucking
Hyrule,
the,
because yeah,
the
the rules for Hyrule. Remember Hyrule?
Hyrule just has a lot of I would say if Hyrule was in a D&D was a D&D world, it would be a world that's heavily connected to the Feywild. Like
Yeah, all
it's
the
a thin
spirits, the
barrier
Garuda
between the
yes, the
spirits.
two.
spirits.
Yeah.
Right. So you know how
Yeah.
the Triforce, not the Triforce. It was the Triforce, right? There was like I remember seeing like in. All right, so Link, Zelda, um, Link to the Past.
Well, Twilight
No,
Princess?
no. The one everyone talks about. The one everybody loves.
Ocarina of
Zelda.
Time.
Ocarina of
Ocarina of
Time.
Time?
Ocarina of Time. Yeah,
Ocarina of
yeah,
Time.
yeah. Where you had the three. Remember the green spirit, the red spirit, and the
Uh-huh.
yellow spirit, and
Yeah.
you just said like now the waterfall is a fucking
It was
is a
dim.
is a is now a fairy spirit thing now that called something like that's exactly where my mind went because I remember like when we were younger, you playing that game, whatever, and you're like in the fucking volcano or fire or whatever, and there's like an actual, and
Garuda.
I kind of feel
It's
like
the
that's what
wind
Final
one.
Fantasy does with like Ifrit and whatnot, like those summons and shit like that. It's the same kind of concepts that are like manifestations of concept, and feel like maybe it feels like sometimes, oh, so this is how far back it goes, and then you know the far realm. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, oh no, it goes deeper than that. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I kind of feel like that's where
Far
is
Realm
what
is
I've
outside of
understood
that.
tonight.
Now the
Right.
Feywild or the Plane of Fairy would that's the that place would have the concept manifestation.
Hmm. The
Like
Yes.
original, the raw concepts
right.
before they got turned down to make it more closer to the reality
Like
that we live in.
That we know. Right.
Yeah.
there's a Fey creature that represents the beauty of nature, the nymph. Then you got a Fey creature that's a manifesting the concept of oh shit, boogeyman. The boogeyman's supposed to be the
Yeah.
manifestation of a concept of a society that's turning against itself and the fear that comes
Mm.
with it.
Yeah, that's a good
Um,
example. The nymph is perfect. It's like, all right, in the normal world, you got an example of a beautiful woman.
Mm.
She's beautiful. And then you go to the Fae world, you got an example of a beautiful woman as a nymph. You look at her and you gotta fucking roll a save or die, because that's how
Right.
beautiful she is. It's like turn
Right.
all the way
Right. Turn to 1,000. Right.
around.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
Right.
red caps are Fey. They're supposed to be like the
Mhm.
representation of how bloody and murderous nature could be. Um,
Mhm.
Mm,
And
yeah.
since
yeah,
we're talking about nature, we're still talking about chaos. And I think the order of that that's
yeah,
coming out of it are
some
these
chaos. Yeah,
representations that
there's
Hmm.
I know a lot
are
of Fey
these
creatures tend
manifestations that
towards
represent these.
chaotic a chaotic alignment. A lot of them
Yeah. I
do.
guess Fae
Not
is
all of them.
concept
Some of them
unbound.
are just straight neutral. Although there's quite a few lawful ones as well. But for the most
Mm,
part, yeah, chaos is. Although if we go on the other side of this
the spectrum. Go ahead.
spectrum, because I think the whole idea behind Fae and nature and the spirit world and the
Mhm,
plane of fairy, um, the idea of like nature having manifestations of itself, of its spirit, of its concept, etc.
mhm,
Um, it's different depending on the culture. So a lot of what we're talking about is more European.
mhm.
We go to Asia, and
Yeah, they got their own
they've got
spirits.
things that are parallel
What's
to what's in Europe,
right?
but they've got
They got a lot of
their own
spirits
shit.
too
They've
over
got their
there.
own fey creatures, they got the spirit world.
Mm,
Um, but that would be like their version of like the plane of fairy and their version of like nature spirits
Mm.
and shit.
mm, mm.
Because they got a goblin fey creature. What's the goblin's fey creature type again?
Not because you got what's a
A
what's a
karabuku or some shit like
I'm
that.
thinking of a popular fey
Mm.
spirit creature from Asian mythology would be the
They got the kappas. They're like the turtle type like spirit creature.
Mhm, mhm.
They got a
you
bunch
got
of stuff. They got the tengu, who's like tied to like
Bird shit.
spirits, but they're also bird humanoids. A lot
no
of spirit shit over there.
what am I
Yeah,
thinking of?
They got a whole class that's dedicated to using spirit elemental type magic. Forgot the name of it.
that
Starts
would
with
be a shaman at that point, right?
That's
Busans.
it's different than the shaman. Wusan
The
or is it
Busan
the
is
Wujen?
Wujen, Wujen.
no, I was saying Busan is the that's the Asian
Oh,
equivalent of a dryad. I think they're like tied to
Mm.
like cherry trees or something like that.
Bushan. I feel like I
Um,
heard the name before.
I think of
The,
other fey
the
creatures.
Karabukuru. Why do I remember that?
The
What's the
Kodabukuru?
Karabukuru? Yeah, what is that? I remember that.
Kodabukuru?
Is that like a
Those
fake
were like
goblin?
those were like supposed to be like the Asian version of dwarves.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah.
The one
Karabukuru.
that's wild is the Shidokinu Katsukami. That's long ass
Mhm,
name, but man, that shit was a weird fucking. But see, see the way they classify those in an Asian setting for like D&D
Hmm.
is spirit, and it was like
Sure.
Yeah, Matt didn't get to play
it's
fucking
like
OA.
all fey creatures
OA
in,
is fun, so
all fey creatures in an
I
Asian
missed out on a lot of shit.
all fey creatures in an Asian setting have the spirit subtype, but not all spirits are fey. Some of them are
All fake
undead.
creatures
Some
in
of
D&D. What?
It's like all fey creatures in D&D. If you're going with the Asian, if you're going with the Asian myths, they're spirit creatures. They have the spirit subtype, but not all spirit creatures are fey. Some of them are undead. Actually, all the undead, I think they said, have the spirit subtype,
Mm.
and certain monstrous humanoids had it, and definitely outsiders. They said all outsiders also have that type too.
Mm.
Demons and like Oni. The Oni would,
Right, that was a
you
demon.
know. Um,
yeah, you make me want to play my ninja. I gotta get out of here, yo.
but yeah.
Yo, good
Anyway,
night, Matt.
but yeah, just saying like yeah, there is the whole Fey
Peace out, guys.
aspect is definitely there's parallels to it, but there's also
Yeah.
differences at the same time when it comes to like the European version and like
Mm.
then the Asian version or even like the South American version, the Native American one. They
But
got
there
yeah,
is a consensus between like not a consensus, but like as far as Faerunian history goes, that the Feywild
the blueprint of reality.
was
Yeah.
a was a was a blueprint at one point of reality.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how they I believe that's how they spun it.
Okay.
The Feywild is an echo of the material plane suffused with magic and unrestrained emotions. It's the place where the Fae originated, and the very first elves of Faerun.
Mm.
They have it described as like an echo of
An
the material
echo.
plane, with similar geography but not entirely identical. But the natural
Mhm.
landscape is more dramatic and beautiful. The mountains standing straighter, sharper, the rivers flowing clearer, faster. So yeah, it's like
Mhm.
an echo of the material plane, but more vibrant, more like hyper realistic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like yeah, like that beautiful river is not just a beautiful river; it's a beautiful river, and you can speak to it. You can
You could speak
you
to
can speak
it.
to it.
Yo, I swear, man. I don't know why, but I feel like I really there's gotta be adventure paths for this shit, bro. Like I feel like
There is,
we talk so much about like these
there
other
is,
places.
because Pathfinder does treats it the same way. The first world in Pathfinder, that's their version of the of like the Feywild. Same shit.
Yeah,
And yeah, there
yeah.
are adventure paths where yeah, you
Is
definitely
this
deal with a lot of
Planescape?
Fey and some Planescape is
It's a part of Planescape, or
technically. 'Cause Planescape is all about you're not on the material plane anymore. We're gonna take you off world and you're going beyond.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
other planets, not other material worlds. We're not going from Coral to Kryn. No, no, no. We're going beyond the material plane. We're going to the astral plane. We're going to the elemental planes, the building blocks of the universe, where you go to the plane of fire and sail on a boat that crosses a fiery sea to get to the city of brass full of Ifrits everywhere. Like
That's what I'm saying.
that's
Yeah,
and then from there we're gonna take a portal that leads you to the nine hells where you have to deal with the devils and the souls of people you knew in life that were evil and they're brought here and
mm.
they're reforged into devils for their armies against the demons in the abyss. And then you escape and you find yourself in Mount Celestia, the heavens, where the the angels soar, and that's Planescape. That's you're going to like
Yeah, yeah.
beyond beyond your world and into the dimension that you're that your culture, your mythology, that your beliefs
It's all based on.
and the beliefs of your society has formed. You're going into those realms where the gods live, where the gods
So
where the
so it's
gods
not
and the primordial beings that shape the that shaped the universe and brought life to the material plane. You're going to those realms. That's Planescape.
those is that why? All right. So I was gonna ask you if there was anything from the material plane that goes on there. Like I'm sure the plane of fire is not worried about currency. You know what I mean? Like we are. It's, trying to
They
fucking
have their own
minted
currency,
coin
clearly.
or some shit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So basically, I was gonna say like, okay, so is that why sigil is like the main thing because the sigil is like the thing that kind of
Yeah,
grounds the
the
whole.
city of doors, supposedly said to be the center of the multiverse.
whole-
Um,
Listen, man, I would love to keep talking to you
but
about
yeah,
all this shit.
Planescape's
I don't want
godlike,
to.
yo. Planescape was out of all the campaign settings we played, like we played Planescape the most.
Oh wow.
We did a homebrew we did a homebrew world that me and Matt built. We drew maps for it and everything, and then we moved on to I think we ended up jumping onto Ravenloft. We went to the store, we saw the Ravenloft box set. Matt's like, let's get this. I'm like, okay. I don't know what the fuck it is, but let's get it. And I'm reading it. I'm like, oh, okay. It's a place filled with horror. It's gothic horror, fantasy. Okay, madness and vampires and fear and constructs that come to life like Frankenstein and fucking
Hmm.
skeletons and zombies. Like, okay, dark
Yeah,
magics and
Ravenloft
powers
was
and
talked about
corruption and
so much over the
evil.
years. That shit was
So
probably
yeah, we
so
were
godlike.
running Ravenloft for a while. And so we had it where some of the characters that were in our homebrew world that we were playing and running, they got some of them. I think we had a few of them. I think we had one group that they got transported to Ravenloft, and we ran like a Ravenloft campaign.
Hmm.
And then in the middle of the Ravenloft campaign, a buddy of mine was like, so my sister, he's like, my sister got me this for my birthday, but he's like, I don't know what the fuck to do with it. She found out I play D&D, right? And so she just grabbed the first thing that was
Thing on the
D&D like,
shelf was
right.
like, I guess
Like
I'll buy this for
it
him.
says Dungeons and Dragons on it.
Wish I had some
Uh
nice family like that.
right. That's what his sister did. Oh, it says Dungeons,
Right.
so she got him a box
He'll
set.
like it. It's just D&D.
Right. It says D&D. That's
Right.
what they're playing, right? So she buys it. It's a box set, and he shows it to
Right.
us, and it said Planescape, and we're like,
Mm.
"This is D&D." We're like, "Okay, this is weird shit." Uh,
Mhm.
we open
Mhm.
it up. We're looking at the poster map. We could not make any fucking sense of this. I'm sitting here like,
Mhm.
"This is crazy," but I like it.
I like it. There it is. There it is. It's just crazy,
So,
but I like
I'm
it.
like, all right, we're looking through the book, and then like he goes, "You could
Mm,
keep it."
mm.
I'm like, "What?"
Wow.
He's like, "Yeah." I mean, he's like, "I don't
The
really."
fucking MVP of your life, bro.
Yeah, I gotta. His name was Joseph Fiorello, man. I do have to
You
thank him.
better fucking
I do
find that
need to thank him.
motherfucker
I think
before
he
he
is on.
dies, bro. I'm dead ass right now.
He was on
That one
Facebook,
nigga
but I
needs
don't.
his flowers, bro.
I've
Before
never seen him on Facebook, but I do need to thank him. Like, thank you for that Planescape setting
like,
box.
listen,
That
man, you may not remember me, bro, but my name is Lewis. When you was mad young, you gave me some shit that you didn't even fucking even know what it was, my nigga.
for real. It was
And
because
I just want to
literally
say thank
it was
you. No, I
right.
know you don't. I know you don't know what the fuck is going on right now, but bro, I just want to let you know you changed my fucking life.
It
When
was
I walked
useless
out, this
to
big
him.
motherfucker back. What the fuck was that guy? He
I was
needs that. He don't even. He
yo
might be going through some shit right now. He probably needs to
right.
hear that right now, bro.
So
I'm
I
just
fucking
saying, life is a funny fucking thing.
I
People
looked at him.
need
I
to
was
hear
like,
that shit.
really? And he's like, yeah. He's like, I have
He
no use
said you
for it.
can
You're the
keep
one
it.
running. Yeah.
That's
He's like, I have no use
crazy.
for it. I don't get it, and you're the one running the game, so you keep it. And I was like, all
That's
right.
a
So
real one.
I bring that shit home, and I started reading the. And luckily, she bought because there's like 5 box sets from Planescape.
Yeah,
Luckily, she bought like the actual like the core, like
a real.
the
Yeah,
to like actually understand what Planescape is and how to run it. Like
yeah,
that's the one
yeah.
she bought and not the other ones. And
Yeah, like an expansion or some shit.
yeah, the rest of them were like expansions to this core box.
Mhm.
So open that shit up. I read it came with like a DM guide to the setting. It came with like a
Mhm.
player's little book, and then it came with
Mhm.
like a thin little monster book, real
Mhm.
thin. There must have been like maybe 16 Planescape monsters in there, but it was like good enough to start you off with it. But
Yeah.
I read all that shit, and when I read it, it made sense. I was like,
Mhm.
oh, okay, the material plane, and so this is where the fantasy worlds are at, but we're going beyond that. And I'm like, okay, so what's this? Beator, what is this? Beator they call it the nine hells. Oh, like as I'm reading it, I'm getting it and
Yeah.
understanding like what it's all about, and I'm like, this is fucking crazy. This is D&D, but like
Yeah.
like super fantasy. Like
Yeah.
super
Yeah.
wild fantasy D&D.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna run this. So man, and we ran Planescape the longest. Planescape was the longest run we had, and
Oh
then I
shit.
think eventually I grabbed I kept seeing Forgotten Realms everywhere and people talking about it, and we bought so much. I think we bought like practically every Planescape shit and every Ravenloft shit.
Yeah.
I was like, well, time for a new setting.
Time to try something else.
Time for a new
Yeah.
setting. Which one? Dark Sun. Matt talks about Birthright and Mystara. There's not much going there with it. I'm looking around like, what's that? Dragonlance. Charter loves Dragonlance, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to run Dragonlance. It's not much.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, there wasn't a lot of like, I guess, campaign material stuff for Dragonlance back in
Yeah.
second edition. I don't know why, but there was
Mhm.
some. It just wasn't as much as I had hoped. And then
Mhm.
while Planescape and Ravenloft were getting fucking everything and Forgotten
Yeah.
Realms.
Mhm.
So then I was like, you know what? Let's try that. Let me check out the Forgotten Realms one. So I bought the box set. I read through it, and I'm like, I like this setting. I like this world. It feels like it has so much different stuff in it, and it connects to Planescape because I must have read a dozen times. There's fucking portals everywhere, and
Right.
playing our creatures. So this will work. Use mixing Forgotten Realms and Planescape is perfect. It's like they really go hand in hand.
It's so great that like you didn't have to like, damn, I wasted all my time learning all this shit over here, and it's not compatible with this shit over here. Like, I feel like you had like the least amount of moments with that, probably. I think.
Yeah, because that's what I liked about 2E was it was a lot, and
I think that's what I like about
it had a
Pathfinder
lot of
too.
it had a ton of like game mechanics and game material, but it had like an equal amount, if not more, of like the lore. It
Mhm.
had it had both. And then third edition, it was the same way. Third edition was like a toned down version of 2E, but it still had a lot. It was just toned down. It wasn't like instead of like getting 20 million things that month, you got 5 million things.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
but then yeah, but then after that, after they axed third edition, these motherfuckers is like,
Damn, son.
let's do fourth edition, and then whatever. Everything went
And
downhill.
that's
Everything went
it. Lewis
downhill
is gonna
after
get negative
that. Everything went
again,
downhill, man.
bro.
So mad, so fucking mad, son.
Yo, my man is fucking telling the good
It,
old days,
it,
bro. It's never gonna get old, bro. The way you fucking tell these stories, bro. You tell these old
it's
stories
like well,
like
it's
a
like it's
grandpa.
like
Talk about the good
fucking
old
getting
days.
mad, son.
Back in the days, we used to do this thing, and then
You know why I get
and
mad?
then
I
the
get
fucking
mad.
Nazis
I
came
get
and
mad
some
because it's
shit.
like I get mad because it follows this trend of all good things come to an end, and then I say to myself, if I was rich enough, it wouldn't. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
yo, if I had
Uh,
Bezos money, I
oh
would
my
own I
god.
would own Dungeons and Dragons myself. Fuck the rest of you stockholders.
Myself.
Fuck the stockholders. They could suck it. I'm gonna do whatever I want with this fucking company now.
Yeah, yeah.
And fuck it. I'm not looking for it to make a profit. I got Bezos money. I got other places I can make profit from. This is gonna be for
Right,
me and my fun and for everybody else's fun. Not not
right,
I'm not
right.
not I'm not monetizing this. I'm not doing shit. This is gonna be
Just art.
my rich guy hobby.
Yeah.
This is gonna be my shit right here.
Rich guy hobby. Rich guy hobby,
My rich
son.
guy hobby.
Honestly,
That
if it was owned by someone who wasn't in it for the money and actually went back to the roots for
oh
just
my god, it would be so
joy of
fucking
the
fun.
game, that would be a fucking dream, bro. That would be a dream. I feel
That's what it
like,
used to be. I mean, that's what it used to be. You look at you
yeah,
look at the way they wrote their if you look at the way they wrote their first and second edition books,
yeah,
immediately you're like, these motherfuckers had a lot of creativity and they wanted to get it out and they got it out and
mm,
nothing barely stopped them.
right.
And they
In
and they
two, you said the
published
two ebooks,
1E and 2E, they were publishing shit and they didn't give a shit how many people bought into it. Like, because they were publishing a lot of like niche shit, like stuff that like for a fact, not a lot of people are gonna use it, but they put it out there anyway.
right,
Because they weren't thinking, oh, let's put it out there and make tons of money. They were like, I got all this creativity. I'm gonna put it all in this book, and we're gonna throw it out there and publish it, sell it.
right.
They weren't caring to like, oh, we gotta make sure this shit sells
We gotta make sure we
and
hit
get,
this
we
hundred
gotta
thousand
maximize
copies.
profit.
Yeah,
Yeah, they weren't really.
yeah,
You can tell they weren't really trying for that, especially like the quantity. These motherfuckers were releasing books like two, three, four fucking books a month. Box sets,
damn.
whole box sets with printed posters. Like, hey, I mean,
They
it
were
sucks.
just,
It sucks. Like part of that was why they went under, but I wouldn't really. I'd say part of it. I really wouldn't put like all of that on it. It just,
mm,
what ended up happening was second edition ended up getting owned by somebody that ding 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 didn't give a shit about the game. Um,
right,
and they were trying to like force it in directions. I mean, they really didn't give a shit about the game. Like they somehow got a hold of the company and it had nothing to do with it.
oh wow,
And then here or there they tried to like steer it in a direction that they wanted it to, even though it made no fucking sense.
and
Um,
then it just tanked after that.
What's it? Lorraine Williams, I think that was her name. She fucking ended up purchasing TSR back in like in the mid '80s or something like that, or
Yes,
early
all right, I
'90s,
remember the name. Oh,
and
yes,
she he just fucked up a bunch of shit.
damn,
He didn't really care about it, but then like when she did stick her nose in it, he just
yeah,
fucked shit up.
ugh,
But like everybody else in the department that was working they were doing their thing. They
yeah,
were still doing their thing, but like every once in a while, like it
yeah,
was wild. It was a wild time, and then Wizards of the Coast boarded out, and things were fine. When they boarded out, they turned it around pretty good,
mm-hmm,
and then they got bought out by Hasbro. But I guess because they got bought out by Hasbro didn't really sink their teeth into them. They didn't really like take the whip out. They
mm-hmm,
they bought out Wizards of the Coast, and Wizards of the Coast was like, all right, cool. I guess we're merged now. We're still gonna do our thing, and they did their thing for a while. And third edition was great success, and then Hasbro fucking turned around and was like, okay, now that we can,
huh?
now that we have time to like look at what you're doing,
Yeah,
um, where's the money? Where's the money?
where's the fucking money?
Where's the fucking money?
But we
You're
bought
doing
you,
you're
and you.
right. You're doing all this shit. I see all these books. You got a new setting, ever? Okay, cool. You're doing all this shit. You're licensing shit out. You know what I'm saying?
Where's your
But
fucking
where's the
money?
fucking money? Look at MTG.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers are rolling. They're
That's their
rolling.
competition, so they want to compete with them.
They're
So they like
rolling.
turn. Yeah, that sucks.
Like, well, I mean, they owned all of
That's
it.
how it works,
They're
though.
like,
That's
you're
how it
making,
works.
this department's making this much, but what about you,
Yeah.
motherfuckers? We want D&D to
Damn.
be money. We want the money out of that. You better do something. You know what? We're gonna force you to do something. Fucking do
Oh
something.
shit.
That's where fourth edition came. Fourth edition came. Motherfuckers was like, well, these motherfuckers play MMOs. They're on computers. Let's like D&D like an MMO.
Yeah, it sounds
Dumbasses.
like a great idea. I have a question. Maybe
Dumbasses.
it wouldn't be so bad. This is gonna be random. Never mind. I'm not gonna say it. That's fucking sacrilege. Look at that. I know. You sat down for this one. Nah, bro. Nah, I ain't saying it. It's just, it crossed my mind because I was saying to myself, maybe we're the ones. Because remember, people are playing 5e.
Yeah.
it's very likely that we're still like on a wave that we're on a ride that we don't want to get off, and the shit is rusting and getting old. Shit, light don't work that well anymore. The seats are cold, no AC. You know what I mean? We just like we know it's been a good ride. It's been good to us. That like that whip you had when you were younger, it got you through thick and thin. You used to drive to your girlfriend's house. It fucking cuts out every fucking time you stop the car at a red light. But it was your girl. That was the thing. And then like there's this nice and shiny new card you could possibly have, but you have to give up this one, and you just don't want to do it because you feel like, you know what I mean? Like I kind of feel like
Well,
I
you
don't
know what it
feel
is.
like that.
Look,
I
I
don't
look
feel
at
like that. It's just
yeah.
that I want to say that 5e is it does have a big audience. I don't I don't know what kind of money they're making. So
Enough.
for me, it's not about money. It's just about trying out what 5e has to offer. I mean, I don't know if you're already doing that and you're like, I'm convinced that it's not for you. But
No,
I
I've
know I
looked
haven't
into it.
tried 5e yet. I bought the 5e book and I've never played it yet. So to me,
No,
it's like
I've
I have the
I've
book,
I've I've read it.
you know.
I've been running it with like my kids.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh, so you got a first hand.
yeah, no, I know how to run it. I just it's popular because it's easy. It's casual. It's just made for a casual audience. Um,
When you say easy, you mean like when you're saying easy, you're saying it's not
there's not a lot of depth to it. Like the mechanics
are you saying that
are not
because
too
there's not a
complex.
whole bunch of numbers and shit like that, or are you saying that because if you wanted to make that game difficult, it's actually impossible because the game is easy mode? There was no other way I could explain that. But
No,
that's kind of what I'm saying.
you could make it more complex, but you would have to buy more D&D books to it. And here's the thing, Wizards of the Coast didn't really release a lot of it's been out for 10 years. Do you know how many splat books, like extras, like expansion books, 5e has had in 10 years?
How many?
Who?
Two? Like you're
Who?
saying, splat books like Complete Divine.
Shit like that. Yeah. Who?
Two?
In 10 years. In third edition, in 10 years, we had like 100
Yeah,
splat. like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
like how? So that's one
Pathfinder's
reason.
even been
That's
doing
one
better than
reason.
that.
That's one reason why it's successful is because they're just not
It doesn't.
spending as much as
It
they used to. So
they just cut all the fat and they just
it cut
appealed
all the
to
yeah, it cut all the fat and then appealed to a wider audience who are then throwing money at it and running
what?
games.
Where are they making their money then? I don't understand. If
They
you're
did
not,
a they did a
if they're
lot of
not,
good marketing. They just got a lot of people interested in it, and they're sponsoring these people on the streams. Like Critical Role, they've been partnered with for a while. Um, they then they because they're not writing as many books every year.
they're
They're
saving
doing
money
like
from
every
that.
year. Yeah, they're saving money from that, and then they're just reaping the profits from like the tons of people that are buying like the 4 books that they made in a year.
Is the books like overpriced or something?
The books are about the same price. Like they're like $30. Well, it depends. They're like $30 to $40. But man, I've seen a few of these books, and lately they just been ass. Like there was a book on giants, and I'm looking through this, and I'm like, okay, cool. Because I downloaded a copy that somebody scanned, and I'm reading through this. I'm like, man, it's like they're saying a lot, but they're not. Like I'm looking through this
Right.
shit, and I'm just like, yeah, there's some cool shit in here, and there's not a lot of player stuff. Like they had like 2 new subclasses, and when there was supposed to be 4, right? Some reason 2 of them got cut. All right. There was a
Mm,
druid one that was supposed to be really cool, and they didn't put it in there. I was like, all right,
mm,
stupid, but
mm.
whatever. And then they had like 3 spells, like a few feet. and then the rest of it is like ideas for for the DM,
Huh.
and then it was some lore. I was expecting a lot of lore. I'm like, cool, a giant book. Then they give us a bunch of lore. Not really. I mean, like they gave some, but the way what I've noticed is that's what I mean by like easy watered down mode. It's just enough so new people, especially especially the gamers and society the way it is now, with the instant gratification and with just being distracted by fucking everything.
Yeah.
Um, it's enough to give them what they need, but not overwhelming. Like
Mm.
it's not it's just easier to get into because there's not a lot for them to memorize and there's not a lot for them to like catch up on and there's not a lot for them to like
Right.
to delve
So they
into.
focused on ease. They focused on like you said, easy to get into, but depth is
Yeah,
not like
easily
something there where it's a
accessible.
kiddie pool for D&D.
Right. And then when it came to the game mechanics, same thing. They just simplified it as much as they could while still giving it just a slight bit of complexity to make it seem not so
Like
boring,
not boring, right? That's the
right? So
disadvantage shit, right?
yeah, well yeah, the disadvantage advantage
Crux of their fucking
is the what's the word? That cut out a lot of the math. A
yeah,
lot of the math because it's like,
yeah. It made
oh,
it brain dead.
cool. You have advantage. So I'm standing on this while doing this, and I've got this. Cool, you got advantage.
Okay.
Like you didn't even need the other two things that you did to get advantage. You just need to do this one thing.
Right, right,
Whereas in third edition, we're like, all right, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do it on that. This will give me +1, and because I'm doing that, it gives me +2, and because I'm doing that, it gives me another +1.
right, right.
And yeah, it slows
And
things
because you
down, but
didn't
at
have
the
the fourth
same
thing, you still fail.
time, right? Yeah, it slows things
You
down,
should
but
have
at the
had the
same
other thing.
time, it slows things down, but at the same time, it gives you that sense of like reward because you're manipulating
Putting
your
shit together.
environment
Yeah.
like realistically, quote unquote, like, yeah, I
Right,
should
right,
be able to do this better than if I do it this way. But in
right.
fifth edition, they're like, nah, fuck all that. Just do one thing that gives you advantage. You're good to go. You don't even need the, which I don't know.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
I get it from a storytelling perspective a lot
yeah,
because honestly, it's a lot easier to watch a 5e session over our session.
yeah,
Over
because
a
the 5e
Pathfinder
games
3e
I've
hybrid
noticed,
session.
yeah, I've noticed the 5e games it's easy on the when it for the narrative
It's
part.
more story. Yeah, the narrative part is really a strong. And I'll admit, I mean, I think like for what it's worth, I think that the storytelling is the most important part. Really. Um. So maybe they did a good thing with it, and it's not that maybe we need to do follow suit, but I do think that we try to do that within our within a hybrid game, and I think that it struggles. It struggles, and it's been part because of the slowdown
Mhm.
from the crunching.
Yeah, I can
I think
see that.
the crunching certainly be, and it's crazy because like we have the macros here, and that would be honestly, it would be so much easier if like we just had macros for everything. Oh, you're doing this, you're doing that, and we can move things along at least a little bit quicker than trying to say, "Oh, I have to choose this. Oh, what do I have again?" Oh, and knowing your sheet and all that is a part of what it is. And I think, like you said, there's a lot of personal responsibility in a game like this, which I like, and I mean, I don't want to give it up, but I do see the benefit in a 5e game because of the crunching part. Like if I was watching you, like I know when I was young, I used to watch my brother play a shit ton of games. Even and as I aged, I would watch people play games on YouTube and Twitch. And if I was watching someone play this game, the one that we play, I would feel just like distracted, or my immersion would break because I would be sitting there waiting for them to do math, basic math. You know what I'm trying to say?
Right.
So I mean,
Oh,
maybe someone watched people play games and see how they go and try to figure out what is it that could be improved upon, and
I
came to a head that that was something that they could do. And the fact that they're doing well and they're finding success, especially when it comes to like Twitch. I mean, it looks like religiously at least 40K people watch those fucking Critical Role shits every fucking week, man. Like they get
although
motherfuckers is watching that shit. So
surprisingly,
like,
they're successful. Well, I know their success is starting to dwindle now because they're catching on. It's
oh.
slow, but they're catching on to um
Oh,
man,
when he fake shit, when he not fake shit, but when he says, like, when he just lets shit happen like that, they'd be like, because
oh, you talking
now
about
it's
with Critical
like,
Role? No, I'm talking about with
yeah,
I'm talking about
oh,
with
oh,
Wizards of the Coast and the game itself. Like
oh, okay, woo,
people are catching on
I had my
to
moments. Uh,
people are catching on to the quality of the books just not being that great. Like
oh, they're catching on to that. Oh,
yeah, like when they did Spelljammer, people were shitting all over that. They were excited, like, oh, Spelljammer for fifth edition, and I called it. I'm like, it's gonna be ass because it's watered down. But you guys want the complexity, but they can't give you the complexity because it's gonna blow your brain up. And some of you will like it, but not enough of you will like it enough to give them profit. So they're gonna
right,
water it down.
right,
This is the problem with appealing to a wider
a
audience
wider audience. Yeah,
and you know,
right about mangas.
yeah,
Yeah,
you got great narrative, but if you're looking for rule sets, or if you're looking for tables, if you're looking for guidance, good fucking luck because they're not giving it to you. You gotta it's do it yourself. And
yeah,
when the Spelljammer book came out, it got shat on. All it was just dookie everywhere. Everybody was like,
Dookie
man,
everywhere.
right. They were like, I was expecting this in Spelljammer and we didn't get it. I was expecting more of this and we
That
didn't get it. And I'm like, yeah, yeah.
damn.
The biggest gripe was, all right, Spelljammer, you're in fantasy spaceships flying through fantasy space. What's the number one thing you think of when you're flying through the fucking wild space and you come upon enemy ships? Spelljammer ship combat. Guess what the book didn't have?
Spelljammer ship combat.
It had like two
In
paragraphs, and people were like,
two
"Really?
paragraphs.
We don't
Oh,
got
they
no rules for
basically
spell
did.
ships?"
Tell me, if did Star Wars Saga have more better rules for the, remember the shit that we were doing with the
Oh yeah,
fucking,
yeah. They had some really complex, like wild ass
oh
rules for
man, that's
fucking,
rough.
and that's what people were
Star Wars
hoping
Saga
would.
definitely needs to get more attention from us.
But
Bro.
they didn't get it. What other book that they shit on?
They were
Shoot,
called
what was the one that
dog
came after
fights.
that?
Oh shit.
Uh, well, I know the Vecna book. People were expecting it to be like a bigger book, like a bigger adventure book, considering the scope
Right,
and
right.
considering that it's also like the first like super high level adventure that they came out with.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of them said it wasn't bad, it was just underwhelming. I'm like,
Mm.
yeah, yeah, keep saying that. I'm like, keep
You're
saying
happy for
it.
every time they
Sure,
take a L,
yeah. I'm
bro.
like all these, and then when it comes to the rules, or I'll see people in the Facebook group or even on TikTok, and they're like, man, um, I wish the game did this, so I came up with a rule for it. Or the game,
Yeah,
if you want your game to and I'm sitting here like, it's funny you all come up with these rules and all this other shit. For one,
right.
making your game more complex. Two,
Just play
it's been done
3.
before.
Yeah,
You
I
just need
see
to
the
like
issue.
close your fifth edition book and open up a third edition book and be like, oh shit, all this is here for me.
Oh
But
shit.
because I was too scared to actually read a book.
Damn. Yeah, I get it now. I get
I
it
think they're
now.
cashing out. I think it's because 5E's been
They
out
might
long
be.
enough that people are now wanting more and they're not getting it. so they're making more, which is funny because Wizards of the Coast is like,
This is
cool, but
what it's gonna
that's what we
take.
wanted. That's what we wanted anyway. We wanted you people to make up your own shit. But
I think
uh,
that's what's gonna happen. Give it. They're gonna take enough L's, and then they're gonna start giving people more. But I think that was still smart from a business standpoint to pull back and just instead of just giving people free shit, give them little and then give them more as needed. I feel like that's a business model that is happening a lot now, especially with the iPhone, right? They have like all that new shit already. They just don't give it to you all at once. They piecemeal it over fucking 5 years and keep coming out with a new iPhone to get you to spend that fucking thousand. Like, it's fucking evil, but that's
and now they got
from a business standpoint, it seems to
I-
make more sense
and now they got
for
this
them, for the business.
5.5e coming out, but that's what they're calling it because they don't want the blowback that they got way back when they did 3.5e, and people were
Did you look at
pissed.
it? You said you looked at it, right?
I think I saw what was
No
I
Inquisitor
seeing?
class, right? That was the one.
No. I'm talking about the new 5e shit that they come
Oh,
5.5e. They're not calling it that, but
oh.
they're it's 5.5e. It's gonna be out in just like a couple of months.
Am I thinking of a 2E remaster then?
You're thinking of 2e remaster with Pathfinder, yeah.
Okay.
Which I think came out last year, and then they got another.
Oh.
They got the fourth book. They got the Player's Handbook 2 coming out next month for remaster. Um, no, I'm talking about 5.5e, which they're not calling it that, but it is, and
Hmm.
it's just I don't know. It's crazy because
The
like
2E
even when it comes to the lore, or even when it comes to like more lore or more creatures or more anything, and I see these people on TikTok talking about it, and I'm like, actually, in third edition they had this, and that, and it's in the lore. It's
Hmm.
like a lot of the stuff that these 5e players want or desire or wish they had. It's like
Hmm.
Wizards of the Coast had all. I mean, Wizards of the Coast, and before that, TSR, you had all this, but they're appealing to you, so you're not getting it, but you're asking
Right.
for it. I'm like, just need to be louder. I'm like, I say the same thing. I'm like, you all just need to be louder with your demands, or just go back to an older edition, because like, unless you go and buy third-party products, which there's a bunch of, you know,
Hmm.
if your games allow that, if your group allows that, and then get them third-party products. But I understand there's groups that don't do that. So it's like y'all just got to demand more from Wizards of the Coast because they giving you bare bones and you're
Right.
loving it, but you're also wanting more, and that more is like 10 years, man, and no psionics. No psionics
No psionics stuff.
except for like 5 feet that give you like a wild talent, right? Like, ooh, I can telekinetically move my fucking mug. Like, they got. I'm not shitting you. Like, they came out with 5 feats that are like supposed to be like psionic talents, and then 2 subclasses: the Soul Knife, which used to be a fun class,
Soul Knight.
right? The
Soul.
Soul Knife. It's
Oh,
the one
Soul
that can.
Knight feed.
It's the
Yeah,
ones
I
that
remember
can
them.
create mind blades and shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made it a rogue subclass,
Damn. What? That's kind of random.
and then the other one is fuck was the other one? I think they came out with a sorcerer bloodline called
I
psychic. I
think I
think
had
they
a
did that, and
character.
then they did what's the other psychic subclass? I can't remember what it was, but that's it. That's literally all they have in
Yo,
psionics.
that was my first class.
Yeah, it was a soul knife. He played Zeph,
His name
not
was
Zeph.
Zeph.
No, not his. That wasn't his name. Fuck. He was a Zeph, but his name
Oh, he
was
was a Zeph. Yes, XEF. XEPH.
Zalmo.
Um,
Zalmo.
I think it was Zalmo. I think it
Yeah.
was Zalmo. I think Zalmo was so nice. Zeph. I was fucking around with the X shit so much. Uh,
We got this
yo, it's
we got
so
this guy
random.
we got this guy
So
that's
where'd you get the cleric rogue from then?
the
Where'd you get
Inquisitor.
the cleric?
Eric Rogue.
Yeah, I remember you saying I had a cleric. No, sorcerer rogue. Cleric
Oh,
rogue.
got a cleric rogue of Timora.
Cleric rogue Tamura. That fell through a hole and died. But we
No, he
never
didn't
got the
die.
name
I
right.
think no, he never died. He
We never
fell
got
in the
the.
pit, but didn't die from it.
Did we ever get the name of that character?
No, I forgot the name.
That character
I
was made
know it
on
was
pencil and paper for sure. Because I
yeah, it
don't
was.
have.
I know it was an Osimor. I know that. It was an Osimor cleric rogue of Timora.
Okay,
Um,
Zalmo. Zalmo got the 6th level, bro.
we got a
Wait,
guy
what?
on here.
No, Zalmo Bison. It was a neutral good factotum.
Oh,
Was a neutral good factotum Zeph, and I made a character named Them
I
Eranu.
remember.
Don't ask me why I have this name, but he was a chaotic neutral soul knife fighter,
Okay.
and he only got the 2nd level, but he had 1 level of soul knife, 1 level of fighter.
There's
What?
yo,
Yo, I just found these sheets. Hold up. These sheets forever, bro.
no,
Zeke? I had a
yo,
Zeke?
there's this guy. Uh,
Varying fighter warship? I had
there's this
a
guy
warship?
there's this guy watching us on stream and listening to
Oh,
our rant this whole
oh
time, and
yeah? Oh yeah.
he's agreeing with me on all this shit. He
He's
said
like, yup,
he
yup. What do
said
you say? What do you say?
this man said BX for life. That stands for basic and expert. That's first edition. First edition. Because
Dang.
they had 4 sets, I think, or 5.
Mhm.
I think it was shortened to
Mhm.
BETMI. It was basic, expert,
What up,
companion,
chat?
basic, expert, companion, master, and immortal. And like
Oh, okay.
each set of rules was like a higher level of gameplay. I think basic was like first through fifth level, and then expert was like sixth through. I forgot, but
Mhm.
I know immortal was like level 30, 40, 50 up to like 100, some crazy shit like that.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, this Dungeons and
Yeah.
Dragons looks mighty undermonetized to me. Produce more money. Enjoying the rants, boys. Say it. Come on, you gotta. Oh, when you were like, I don't know if I want to say it. He's like, say it, you gotta.
All right,
5e.
say it right.
5e was better in the beginning, and it feels like the
Yeah.
more they add, the worse it gets. Advantage, disadvantage.
Damn,
A lot
that's
of the
tough.
rules are very intuitive but simple. Yeah, he just said the 2 books I was talking about, Tasha's Cauldron and
My
Meta
man is.
Dragons. Yeah.
He knows. He knows. That's why he's in this
Yeah,
chat because he knows.
they were pretty shitty additions in my opinion. The setting books, tons of shitty low effort setting books. Yep. Bad adventure
Mm,
after bad adventure. The newer the books, the worse they get. Curse of
mm,
Strahd and Storm King Thunder were all right, but the quality fell off hard after the first couple of adventures.
mm.
Absolutely a kiddie pool. I think you said kiddie pool.
Kiddie
You
pool.
said absolutely a kiddie pool. Filled with
That's tough,
Technicolor
man.
rainbow vomit. It's literally that simple.
Technicolor.
I walk over the rock. Disadvantage.
I walk over the rock. Yo, that's so. I mean, listen, I get it. I get it. I get it. I know I wouldn't have liked it if I would have played it back then when it first came out. Now I feel like I sympathize with with the need for them to go that route. But I think I would still be thirsty for the complexity. And I think after a couple of sessions of it just being disadvantage and advantage, I'm pretty sure I would feel robbed after a while because I do like, oh, my +1, oh, +2 here. But I mean, I like that shit. I live for it. And honestly, fucking on Tuesdays, I play a harrower. Well, not really. Up. You had your chance. I play a diviner. I play a diviner, and he, little bonuses like that, little luck bonuses like that can go really far. And you telling me I'm not gonna have any of that?
Yeah.
Like it'll just be, oh, you have advantage now. Oh, you gave them disadvantage here. Oh, you gave the advantage. If it just became that, but that's also something every other class can do. It just gets boiled down to having advantage or not, or advantage or not. then
Right.
I
I feel
mean,
like there's
it
like
kind of feels like
more.
it.
I feel like there's more
Yeah,
like variety with how you're getting things done, whereas like
like
I
what
don't
makes
know.
me different from like all the other classes that are still like
Right.
her.
Right.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah,
oh, cool. The
yeah.
bard sings and gave everyone advantage. I guess I'm not casting this spell, which would have just gave us advantage. I guess I'll
I
just
can
this.
sing and give advantage. I can do this and give advantage. You know what I mean? It's like
There's
I get what you're saying. Like it's completely different.
yeah,
If
because
it really is
yeah.
all just advantage and disadvantage, I don't know that. Like I'm just talking shit. Like maybe
Yeah,
there's,
not all of it.
you
There's
know,
there's a spell called like the guidance spell. If you cast guidance on somebody,
okay,
you roll 1d4
and
and
add that to the roll.
and yeah, they can use that. Well, I think they have the option of whatever anytime they roll, they can add 1d4 to it.
Okay.
From your guidance spell. Like that's what that spell
I
does. So
remember that from Baldur's
they've
Gate
got shit
3.
like
Yeah.
that. They just don't have really a lot of modifiers for anything, really.
Right.
It's just you might get like these little boosts, like with guidance, or you'll get
I'll admit,
disadvantage
I
or
actually
advantage.
liked the advantage disadvantage thing when I played it on a in a CRPG.
Yeah,
I liked it in the
it works
game.
there. Yeah, it
It
definitely
worked
works
there.
there.
I had no problem. Me and my friend beat the shit out of this one game called Solasta that ran 5e rules. Um, I'm pretty sure Baldur's Gate 3 is the same shit. I haven't beat it because of other reasons, but um, enjoyed the shit out of it though. So the disadvantage and advantage thing for me works completely fine in the space of a CRPG. But I feel like actual D&D, I feel like I want my numbers. I just don't like.
Yeah,
I just there's something wrong with it for me. I don't know why, but eh, I could fucking bash them all day. But I feel like we could talk this all day too. I don't want to
yeah,
hold you any longer than
yeah. This
we
guy's saying
got.
that he'll play any version of D&D that came before fourth edition.
Two
Okay,
weeks seems like it was pretty good too. I played in a group with, and I actually I had fun with it. It was still boil, watered down, but
oh,
it wasn't
playing Tui.
horrible. Yeah, Tui was not bad. I don't think I'll play the remaster because the language I heard it. Some people said it's just woke. It's just woke Pathfinder.
I'm trying to. I don't.
That's fucked up.
I don't really
Too
see
video
much of.
gamey.
I
Keep
mean,
picking up your down teammate.
I don't see a lot of that because they did that. They've been doing that with Pathfinder, and then when 2E came out, they did more of it. Like they changed, instead of calling them races, they call them ancestries. I don't think the remaster didn't really change this. What they changed with remaster was some of the rules, right? They cleaned up a lot of the rules and they put in and they incorporated all their errata that they had from before.
Mm,
And the main thing they did with it was they are like deleting anything that has any connection as best they can, any connection to Dungeons and Dragons. So
mm,
like when you look at their remastered monster book and you go to the dragon section, you're not gonna see red dragons, blue dragons. No, they got the gold dragons. You're not gonna see that in that book. They got their own brand new list of 10 different dragons. Um, they don't have owl bears in there. They don't have. They have aboleths, but they changed the artwork and they changed the name
mm.
to Algalthus. It's
Oh
like
God.
motherfuckers. Like they're just basically they're branching as far out from D&D as possible so that they can be considered like their own thing, as opposed
Right.
to like a mirror copy of Dungeons and Dragons from 3.5. So
That's unfortunate because I
yeah,
think in their effort to do that, they
destroyed a lot of continuity is what I think.
yeah that
A lot of
yes
continuity.
yeah that would probably be perfectly fine. Just staying.
Because they're really heavy with the continuity. Like their adventure paths, their adventure modules, their books, they're all tied together. Like the lore is interwoven together like clockwork. And then
Right.
for you to go to a new edition and then just wipe like with Drowell, they don't even Like they try to say, "Oh, drow elves are there. You can use them in your Pathfinder games, but we're never gonna mention them again." I'm like, you guys got a whole adventure path based on the drow elves, and now suddenly because like
Yeah.
it's a continuity error, you know? It's like,
Yeah. No,
you
it
know,
is. It
it's
is. It is.
and then back in Pathfinder 1E, it would be different if they were like, yo, so something if they made an adventure path where the whole world got rewritten, or the whole world got destroyed, but a new one was birthed. That would
Right.
have been way more acceptable than, eh. So in the year 2618, you got this adventure path. 26, well, 46, 47, 47, 18, you got this adventure path. 47, 19, um, you're in the 2E adventure path, and all this other shit over here. We're gonna ignore some of that shit. Like it's like
We're
I don't
going to ignore some of that shit.
I don't know. I don't get because each adventure path takes place like advances the
The
timeline
trust.
a year in the game world,
Right.
and I honestly just don't understand why they didn't do like a big Armageddon thing and just because D&D did it like 3 times each edition they did like a quote unquote like a Armageddon kind of fucking cataclysmic kind of adventure
Yeah.
that you could run, and then when you run it,
Starfall.
it's supposed to explain the changes to the new edition, right?
Hmm.
I don't understand why
Hmm.
Pathfinder didn't do that. If they had done it that way, and I would have been more acceptable to it. I think it's just what
Right.
rubs me the wrong way is like you're continuing you're continuing the lore and and the timeline and the continuity um in a way where like half the shit from that happened literally like a year or two ago like
Mm.
isn't relevant anymore. Somehow it's phased out, but at the same time it's still interwoven. Like
But
it's
somehow it's
wonky.
still.
It's
Yeah.
wonky. Like you retconned your shit, but you didn't. Like I don't get it.
Nah, I feel you
I
on
don't
that.
get
I
why
feel you
they
on
did
that.
it that way. I was like, to me, it's like just make it your. If you're making it your own game, then make it your own game. Like destroy the original world. I don't know. I guess they felt like
Yeah.
they didn't want to really. I guess they felt like they didn't want to have to throw 10 years worth of their game out completely. They
Right.
wanted to still
That's probably a
salvage
big
a
part
lot
of
of
it.
that and build. I
Yeah.
don't know. It was a tricky situation. I mean, I get why they did it. It's just sloppy. I
It just
guess.
sucks.
Yeah, just sucks. But
Yeah. It
but
just
all right.
sucks.
But anyway.
Yo, GG's, brother.
All right. You have a good night.
You too, man. Good night, chat.
All right. Yeah. Too video gamey. Keep picking up your down to everyone I knew that played Pathfinder only wanted to play it because it was cleaned up 3.5. I don't think they wanted everything redone. Yeah, I like Pathfinder because of um I like Pathfinder because yeah, because it was like 3.75. Like I wanted to keep playing 3.5 and boom. Like Pathfinder 1E was great. I mixed the two. I don't think they wanted everything redone. Yeah, different realms crashing each other. Dragon Ball came forth. Yeah, it was kind of dumb, but at least it was explanation. Watching you guys. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Give us a follow, and we play every Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesdays is our Pathfinder game, yeah, today, Thursday nights is our Dungeons and Dragons games. I do a hybrid. Like when I run my 3.5 games, I allow Pathfinder material, and when I run the Pathfinder game, I allow some 3.5 material for when they're making their characters or with the or with like feats or spells and such. But all right, yeah. So next session will be Tuesday night at uh I like to start at 9:30, but I put down 10 because by the time everybody gets there and we're starting, it's usually around like 9:45, 10 o'clock central. Ideally, I would like to start right at 9:30, but we usually end up starting at like 9:45, 10 o'clock. But But yeah, Tuesday, Pathfinder game, Rise of the Rune Lords. I'm gonna be running each adventure path in order. So I'm doing Rise of the Rune Lords, and when we're done with that, we're going right to Crimson Throne, and then after Crimson, we're just gonna do each adventure path, and then for my D&D games, we're doing Age of Worms, and then after Age of Worms, I'm gonna run Savage Tide, and then after Savage Tide, probably gonna do some homebrew campaigns. We'll see, but that's a long ways off. But all right, have a good night.